Good morning, everybody. The panel is here, and we got so much to talk about. It's only day 2 of the playoff. Well, game 2 of the playoffs, and there's so much to talk about. Last night, I'm telling you, and I just have to start with this. If you didn't enjoy yesterday's games, you just don't like basketball. There's no way you like basketball and you didn't have a good time yesterday watching the Knicks versus the Hawks, especially the fourth quarter of that game. There's no way that you watched the Wolves versus the Nuggets and didn't walk away saying this is playoff basketball and that the NBA is in a good place. There's no way that you watched the Cavs in the... Well, maybe you watched that game and was like, we could be in a better place. But no, even if you watched that game, no, there were 3 players that balled out. 4 players, actually. The big 3 from the Cavs. And RJ Barrett had a pretty good first quarter. But Scotty Barnes also showed us why he's a rising star in the NBA. But ultimately, all jokes aside, yesterday was a crazy day of basketball. And we're going to dive into everything, starting with the New York Knicks fumbled through the clutch moments of the game last night, and we got to talk about it because Jalen Brunson, clutch player of the year once upon a time, or in those talks, Mike Brown, Karl Anthony Towns, CJ McCollum. Let's dive into it, fellas. CJ McCollum put on his cape last night, and I want to talk about this.
Ron,
so let's get into it.
First of all, Ron, I think that we think that 13 points is a lot in the NBA, and that's what they were up going into the fourth quarter. Like, you could cut 13 in half in less than a minute, right? So, and that's quickly how the momentum can change. But that's not where I'm at, though, Penn. Where I'm at is when you have deficient defenders like what New York has, especially your 2 best players, that's going to rear its ugly head at some point. And I've mentioned this in the past. CJ McCollum, Damian Lillard had a 20-a-game guy running in the backcourt with him. Let's not act like CJ McCollum ain't a bucket getter. And Quinn Snyder has done a fantastic job at mismatch hunting when it comes to CJ McCollum and Jalen Brunson and putting him into action and keeping him into action, especially when we get into the meat and potatoes of the game. Excuse me, especially when we get into the meat and potatoes of the game. And that's exactly what happened last night. CJ McCollum is so good with that weak hand 2-dribble pull-up. Jalen Brunson cannot recover. I don't think you have to give him a lot of stuff. You don't. It's just one thing and go, and he's basically on his heels. And I think that CJ did a great job in doing that. I don't understand why Mikal Bridges isn't better as a defender, because like when if I can't do anything, real talk, if I can't shoot the basketball, I'm going to give you something. Like on the defensive end, I can't just leave my guy out there to dry. OG Anunoby can't cover everybody. That can't happen. And I think Quinn Snyder did a great job last night of mismatch hunting, going after Jalen Brunson and keeping him in the action. And I think that was one of the main reasons why they lost that game last night.
I do think Mikal Bridges has been good defensively this series. I think he's done a really good job on Nickeil Alexander-Walker. That's kind of been his primary matchup. Very disappointing outcome for the New York Knicks. They should most definitely feel like they let one slip away. They should be up 2-0 going back to Atlanta. I had this series being over in 5. Even last night, I know Atlanta had a great comeback win. Shout out to them. I still, when I watch these two teams, the Knicks are clearly, in my opinion, the superior team. However, Atlanta played great yesterday. I want to give a big shout out to Jonathan Kuminga. He was huge in this game for the Atlanta Hawks. I know that, a lot of people have written him off in his career in Golden State. A lot of people were saying, hey, look how bad he's playing in Atlanta in such and such. But having that big of a game, particularly in the second half of that game, it was big for Atlanta. And CJ McCollum was just ruthlessly hunting Jalen Brunson. And it got ugly very quickly for Jalen Brunson defensively. I was wondering towards the end of the game, Jalen Brunson wasn't doing the same, which I had questions about. I feel like Jalen Brunson should have been hunting CJ McCollum a lot more on the other end to close out the game, but he didn't do that, and Atlanta was able to pull off the comeback victory. So shout out to them. It's 1-1 going back to Atlanta.
Would that be real talk because he was gassed? Because they rely on him so much offensively throughout the course of the game. And then when we get into the meat and potatoes of the game, and now they're going after him, and they're going after him extensively. Like they continuously attack him. So him now having to carry the load that he carried offensively throughout the course of the game, now them going after him, and now him having to end the game with a guy like CJ McCollum. Because Mars, you and I had a conversation maybe a month ago, 2 months ago, and we talked about the reason why I wanted Charlotte and the Knicks, why I wanted LaMelo Ball to go after Jalen Brunson was because of his shot selection. And I felt like he'd shoot them out of the game in that aspect. CJ McCollum's not going to do that. CJ McCollum's going to get good looks. He's going to take good shots. And he's going to keep Jalen Brunson on the defense in a way that's going to wear him down. And I feel like that's what happened yesterday, real talk.
I don't know, Chill. CJ is known to take some tough ones too. He just, he's a bucket getter though. So all bucket getters are gonna shoot some tough shots. I don't think
there's a difference between tough shots and bad shots. Those two things ain't the same thing.
Yeah, if you make,
I think LaMelo takes more bad shots than tough shots.
Most of the time, the difference is did the ball go in or not. You know what I mean? It's like when you know what I'm saying. If you take a tough shot and you miss it, that's a bad shot. You take a tough shot and it goes in, and it's like Kobe. You know what I'm saying? So it's like. CJ is a bucket getter, always has been a bucket getter. We know he's a bucket getter. He was a bucket getter at Lehigh. He was a bucket
Do we
getter.
know that, Ox?
Ron, everybody up here knows that. We know this.
No. Just a few months ago.
We've seen CJ outperform Dame in series before. You know what I'm saying? So we know CJ get down. I think a lot of people thought CJ was done. Even though he showed signs, he showed signs throughout this season, last season, that he could still get to it. But I don't want to act like CJ is the most efficient shot taker. Like he's only gonna shoot good shots. I've seen CJ shoot shots with people standing on his toes, and sometimes it goes in. You know what I mean? So. Hey,
he doesn't have to take tough shots against Jalen Brunson
night, though.
He doesn't have to take tough shots.
Jalen Brunson can't guard him.
Yeah,
Jalen Brunson can't guard CJ.
Hey, Ox, who would have knew? The king of New York, Captain Clutch, couldn't go band for band with CJ. Oh yeah, we got us. Hey, we got us a dog fight now.
Now, Ron, with that being said, I'm high on CJ, but I definitely expect Jalen to be able to go band for band with CJ though. You know what I'm saying? Like I think he can go bucket for bucket with CJ.
Guess not.
You think he did? You think he did, Penn? You think he went band for band with him?
But he can.
Jalen Brunson was not the problem yesterday.
He definitely was a problem defensively.
10 for 26 on the offensive end's not a problem.
What are you doing?
And then getting fried defensively. Like in the clutch of the game, with CJ scoring the last 6 points in the last 2 minutes, that was Jalen. That was him saying, "Jalen Brunson, come here. I want to have a dance with you. Can we do this?"
Let's do.
I mean, you got to get more off the bench. They're getting 19 points from Jonathan Kuminga coming off the bench. You got to get some production coming off your bench. And we already been knowing that Jalen Brunson is not a good defender. This should not be news to anybody. So you got to have a scheme as a coach to make sure that their offensive engine right now, which is CJ McCollum, because it sure as hell is not Jalen Johnson right now, you got to make sure that your worst defender is not guarding their best offensive player.
That's not how they've gone about winning. Last year when they played the Celtics in the playoffs, the reason why they were able to get out of that round is because they did challenge Jalen Brunson and Cat in the closing of games to get stops 1-on-1 against their best players. The Celtics actively hunted Jalen Brunson with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. They actively hunted Cat, and they were able to get stops 1-on-1. That's why they won the game. Your guys have to get stops. They challenged them. CJ cooked them. It is what it is. Be better next time.
There are not a lot of players in the NBA one-on-one that can stop CJ McCollum. You need to bring the help. You just need to.
And Ron, this is what I was talking about when I talked about Quinn Snyder as a coach, that he could outcoach Mike Brown. I said this to you about a week ago, that I thought that, and I know you don't want to hear this.
I want to hear this because I love Quinn Snyder.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm upset with Mike Brown right now. Fire Mike Brown.
Damn, he just got the job.
Why?
Why? Because you got 6 seconds left in the game.
Actually, they didn't have a timeout.
Oh, I was told they did have a timeout.
No, I saw
they put it on TV that they did, but they didn't.
Okay, so there was a mistake. Okay,
yeah, so that was a broadcasting issue.
My bad, Mike.
But even still though, Ox, I mean that's a shot.
Well, no, I mean it's not my bad. They told me wrong. I was misinformed, Joe. My bad, Mike. Shit.
But even still though, that's a shot that Mikal Bridges makes throughout the course of the game. A 2-dribble pull up going to his weak hand paint. Let's not act like that's not a shot that he hasn't made pretty regularly. That's not a shot that's not a fall away 3 with 2 guys hanging on him. That's a 2-dribble pull up 17 feet, which is in his area. He's really good in that area, especially on the weak side of the floor. That's his game. That's exactly his game.
CJ got a size advantage over Jalen Brunson too. He's bigger than him.
Yes.
Everybody's bigger than him.
Well, that's exactly it. So you got a defensive liability, but he's your guy. And let's not act like Jalen Brunson did not deliver in the clutch. OG Anunoby missed those 2 free throws.
That is a fact.
Mm-hmm.
CJ missed 2 free throws too.
Yeah.
Shit.
We did.
I mean, there's a lot of people miss free throws throughout the game.
Back to back.
We're just gonna put this all on OG because he missed 2 free throws.
I'm not saying this is all on OG.
What about that shot Cat missed? What about that shot? Everybody missed something.
What about the lack of involvement of Cat period in the fourth quarter?
No, see, real talk, you know what? This is the bullshit that we've been dealing with all year long. And now that it's the playoffs, now we're going to start talking about it. No, we've been talking about this. We talked about it, too. We've been talking about this in January. We're talking about how he disappears and how he doesn't play and how he doesn't get involved in the offense. We were talking about this in December. Now it's the playoffs. They're going to start magically involving Cat in the offense. No, they're not. This is who they are. This is who they've always been. Cat is a glass cleaner. Cat's the guy that's going to get offensive rebounds. He's going to stop and pop in transition. But I can tell you what they're not going to do. We're not going to be 5 minutes and 20 seconds in the fourth, and we're going to clean out the right side of the floor, or we're going to get Cat in the isolation or in the pick and dive to get him involved in the game. That's not what they're going to do. They're going to give the ball to Jalen Brunson, and they're going to operate off of him, and they're going to see what they can get from him. That's what they've been doing all year long.
Chill, but do you think Cat had a bad game last night, though?
I don't think he played bad, to be quite honest with you. No.
He had a good game.
Play bad. I thought he did play good, yes.
But real talk, you think he disappeared in the fourth, or do you think that they?
No, I'm not saying he disappeared. He's a big. They have to go to him. I've never been one like every big is a Nikola Jokic where they get to handle the ball and stuff. That's why I used to hate when AD was on the Lakers and people were like, oh my God, AD's disappearing in the fourth. It's like, no, we're actively not getting him the ball. So what do you want him to do? They needed to go to Cat way more to me in this game. He had it going. Had a really good post up against a Conwu, hit him with the little shoulder, little hook. Was hitting some trail threes in semi-transition as well. Like he had a really good game. I thought they should have definitely got him the ball more, especially in the fourth quarter. But they did.
That's not your opinion. Real talk. That's a fact. When your big guy got it going like that, you keep him engaged in the game. You keep him involved in the game. And they didn't do that. And don't get me wrong. I understand that Jalen Brunson is their closer. He closes games for them. But I think that Cat would take a lot of pressure off of Jalen Brunson if they got him more involved in the game, in the meat and potatoes of the game. Like we already know that they don't involve him as much as they should. But when we get late in games, even with Cat glass cleaning, even when Cat got it going with that stop and pop game, I think that would just help them. I think that would help Brunson in particular so much more.
Yo, I know, like, Chill, you said a 13-point lead really isn't a lot. And in the NBA, that's not. Like, if a team goes on a 9-2 run, like, that lead is all of a sudden not there anymore. However, did you guys expect this to actually happen? Like, even while it was happening, like, sometimes teams will go on runs and you'll just be like, all right, they're not really going to make a comeback. Did you guys really expect the Hawks to, like, do what they did last night?
I expect them to get one. They ain't getting a second one.
I'm more so talking about I'm more so talking about like in the fourth quarter last night as they were coming back. Like, did you think that they were actually going to pull that out?
The Knicks
a fake run. Like
the Knicks were.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did, honestly. I was like, yeah, they, little cute, little end of the game effort from Atlanta. But, I mean, it shifted quickly. It really
Quick,
should be
real
quickly.
talk.
So I then was like, oh shit, no. New York needs to realize they're like right back in the basketball game.
Literally right back
You
in.
kind of see like New York kind of like, oh, let's try to drain some clock and stuff because we basically got this in the back. But mind you, they were winning like majority of this game. Like if you go look at the time and score, they probably led this game for at least 80% of it. They were the better team for the vast majority of the game, but hey, Atlanta was able to pull off. It was like a 15-6 run or something like that.
Didn't the Knicks do this last year a couple times against the Pacers?
The Pacers, but the Pacers were doing this against everybody. To be fair, so
yes, no, for sure. Well, I'm saying, like, could this potentially be a Knicks problem?
It's a huge problem. Hell yes, it's a huge problem, especially when you got a bucket getter like CJ McCollum in the meat and potatoes of the game that can get you buckets and get you right back in the game. I actually liked what I don't know how you feel about him, Penn, but I actually liked what Jalen Johnson did getting to the rim late in the game. I think that was really good for them. But with that being said, Ron, the Knicks were in control of this game going into the fourth quarter. Not just in the fourth quarter, but throughout the course of the fourth quarter. They were in control of the game, even with Atlanta making a run.
91% of the game, Joe.
Yeah, they were in control of the game. I personally think, watching that game, I think the Knicks thought Atlanta was going to go away. You know what? We'll get them when we come down. When they come down to Atlanta, we'll give this game as a throwaway game. We'll get them when they come down to Atlanta. And they thought that the Atlanta was just going to go away, and this would just be a 7-8 point close win, only to find out that you got to close games, and they didn't do that, which would explain why now we have ourselves a series. Penn, I'm not subscribing to the logic that the Knicks are not going to win this series. I just think that it's going to be a lot closer than we think it is. I think this could be a 6-game series, a 6-game dogfight.
Maybe.
I now have it going 6. I originally had it going 5, but I was expecting them to win the Knicks to win their 2 at home, split in Atlanta, come back in it in New York in 5 games. But now that, Atlanta's stolen one in New York, because they are the Knicks and they do shit like this, now there's going to be an unnecessary extra game. So we're here. Shout out to New York for always keeping the NBA interesting.
And I'm going to run a poll too here in a second. I'm going to ask you guys, how far do you think the series is going to go? But I also have the series going a little deeper. And I potentially think it could even go to 7. And it's not due to the fact that the Hawks are better than I thought they were. It's not due to the fact that you guys overhyped the Knicks. Shout out New York, though. I think it's just due to the fact that maybe this team matches up with the Knicks a little better than we gave them credit for.
Ron, they were in control of this. In both of these games, they're in control of these games. They just had a difficult time closing last night.
Chill.
That's all that was.
The game's 48 minutes, though.
Yes, it is. No doubt about that. With all of the stuff that they did, like with all of the stuff that Atlanta did last night, the Knicks was countering that early in the game. It's just, I think Jalen Brunson just got worn down. I do. More than anything, I think he got worn down. They didn't go to Cat in the meat and potatoes of the game. When you get down to Atlanta and you get that crowd involved in the game, also, these rotation guys play better. Penn, you had mentioned not too long ago that Jonathan Kuminga doesn't really do much. He looked pretty good. He looked pretty good.
Didn't he?
He looked pretty good. He looks like he can help a playoff
right,
team.
Pete?
He
Honestly,
does.
Depending on when you talk to me, I'm either Jonathan Kuminga's attorney or I'm the prosecution.
You 100%. You either putting him in the penitentiary or you getting him out. Yes, you are.
So which one are you doing today?
That depends on if he's guilty or innocent, though. Like sometimes if you ball out, then you ball out.
Damn, Mox, can't we do that with everybody? But like, what we not going to do?
We do that with everybody.
No, we don't, because we're not going to act like Jonathan Kuminga can't play. And with Penn, it's almost like,
and that's what you guys do.
You're telling me you make it sound like Jonathan Kuminga can't play.
Sometimes he can't play, and that's what I'm saying.
He does bonehead things, and that's because
sometimes he's fucking garbage, and sometimes he's a really good basketball player. Like that's just the facts of life. Ron, don't look like that.
Because y'all are too hard on Jonathan Kuminga for no reason.
He's too hard on his goddamn self. If he no, we're not gonna do this, y'all.
Let's do it.
Can we do that?
And why not do that? Chill. You do that. It's like, so you can't throw players at me and be like, oh, well, let's do it. Like if a player plays well, he plays well. If he plays bad, he plays bad. You two up here are not going to sit here and try to convince me, Mars, Real Talking Pin, that Jonathan Kuminga balls out every time you see him play basketball.
That's not what we're saying. Nope, that's not what we're saying at all. Absolutely.
But
not.
are you telling me that we're not allowed to bring up when
we
he plays
100%
bad?
are allowed
Because he
to,
does
when
that shit a whole lot.
When a player sucks, in fact, that's why we're here. When a player is good, that's why we talk about him. When he sucks, that's why we talk about him. But what we're not going to do with Jonathan Kuminga is we're not going to act like he can't play. That's my issue.
Sometimes
That's
he
my
can.
issue. Okay, sometimes he can. Sometimes no. He can play.
It's about 60-40, chill. It's about 60-40. It's about 60 bad, 40 good.
60 bad, 40 good. No.
Not basketball.
But it's not 60. It's the other way. It's the other way.
I'll take
60-40 good. So 60 good, 40 bad.
Yeah,
but here's also
good. I'll take that.
I go
Here's also the thing,
55-45 run. That's where the love stop. 55-45, that's as good as I can get with you.
But here's the thing, though. Like, we also got to put into context Jonathan Kuminga and his history in his situation. I know you guys are never going to forgive what happened in Golden State. But can I ask you guys just to look past that for just a second?
Yes, sir.
Like, the Jonathan Kuminga in Golden State is not the Jonathan Kuminga in Atlanta. It's two completely different characters. Him playing next to Steph Curry and having to play that role, him playing with, that psycho uncle, having to look over his shoulders, scared that Steve Kerr's going to bench him at any given mistake. That is completely different from him playing a free-flowing game in Atlanta next to Jalen Johnson, CJ McCollum, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, coming off the bench. And now it's like you're coming off the bench and your job is to be a bucket getter. That's one of the easiest.
Has it been all good in Atlanta?
It's not going to be all good for the rest of his career. That's not how basketball works. But I'm saying it's easier for him now. It's a role that fits who he is and what he does a lot better.
Ben, the reason why I'm interested in your response to this is because I want you to equate it to a toxic relationship. I'm with this woman, and this woman has been treating me up and down. Like, it's not been good. Sometimes it's been awesome, and then sometimes we're breaking windows. And then now I get with this, and Kerr, and then now I get with this different chick.
Oh,
and
damn.
You know what? I don't really have to worry about telling her when I go out the house. But I'm like, when she asked me where you were, I'm like, why you asking me where I was? All she asked me was where you were. Relax, brother. Calm down. So now we in Atlanta, and we got to get all of that stuff that was going on in Golden State. We got to get all of that out of him because this kid can play. But sometimes it rears its ugly head because that past relationship that I was in, Ben, it was real toxic, and it kind of screwed me up a lot. So if you give me a minute, you'll see that I do have the goods.
Chill,
so he be listening to that Bobby Boo playing. I wouldn't treat a dog. That's what he said.
Chill, there's three types of NBA players.
Steve ain't do nothing to him.
Okay. Either you were the guy, either you helped the guy, or you an ex-NBA player that didn't figure that out. Okay? And I don't
Who do you
understand.
think Kuminga is? Which of those three guys, who do you think Kuminga is?
He don't know. And we don't know. Because, he could go to Washington and maybe he could be the guy. Maybe he could be the guy. Maybe he could be like a 20-shot attempt guy and put up some really solid numbers and play some losing-ass basketball. Because he does play a lot of losing basketball. When it looks good, it's great. You got to understand.
What year is this for Jonathan Penn? This is
5,
6?
This year 5.
5.
But I don't understand how you watch Jonathan Kuminga and I watched Jonathan Kuminga in the G League and then thought, you know what would be great for this guy? To set off-ball action and participate in motion to get Steph Curry open. That's what we want him to do. Now, there's parts of it that he can control, and there's like a concession we can get to where maybe we don't need you to be Brandon Pajemski because we know that's not your skill set, and we're not going to ask you to be Draymond Green because we know you can't do that. But can you at least participate and be Harrison Barnes in this situation? Can you at least be, something of a stable outlet for me instead of being this very bipolar player? Now, chill. We talk about, do you believe in Jonathan Kuminga's talent? Chill. If you ever need a litmus test on whether I believe in a player's talent, just go look through my videos and whether I asked for the Raptors to trade for that player. I have asked for the Raptors to trade for Jonathan Kuminga to see if we can rehabilitate this guy's basketball mind. But there is a type of player that's just basically like, if I don't have the ball, I'm not interested in what you're asking me to do. And that's the type of player who is going to where it's door number C. Because if you don't become a star, you're out of the league.
Well, and I think the flip side to that, though, Penn, is that he played with stars. So he understood.
What is he good at, Cho? What's his skill? Because look, you could be good at one thing.
Sure.
If you could find a way to be good at one thing in the NBA, you find a way to the end of the bench.
100%.
Be a sniper, defender, rebounder.
Mm-hmm.
If you could be good at two things, you could be a starter.
Sure.
3 and D. If you be good at three things, you might become an MVP.
Mm-hmm.
Chill. If you're good at 4 things, you're gonna be in Europe.
Yes, because there's not one thing that we can that we can pinpoint that we can keep you on the floor.
Exactly.
And I could get with that, right? I can 100% get with that. But the thing that he's good at, I think that he's good at basketball. I do. I think he's a good basketball player. And I know it's not. And here's where I'm going with this, Pen. I think he's a good basketball player. But I think that when he was in Golden State, he was running with a bunch of dudes who were on a team that was already formed. He was trying to figure out who he is on that group that was already formed. And he was trying to figure out, how do I stick in the league? Do I become a screen setter, to your point? Do I become a great transition player? Do I become a great one-on-one player? Which of these things am I good at? Because there was one point where he actually was a good one-on-one player, but nope, I don't want you to do that. But then I do want you to do that. Then he was a damn good transition player. Well, wait, do I want you to do that or do I not want you to do that? Because he's getting yanked in and out of the lineup. So he's not really sure. He's not really sure what exactly it is that they want him to be. So now he gets to Atlanta, and he's on a team with another great transition player. And we're going to allow you to do some of the stuff that you're good at. And then we're going to pinpoint exactly what you're good at. And we're going to keep doing that. So the thing that he's good at, I think he's a damn good transition player. That's number one. Number two, I actually think he's really good at finishing around the rim. And when I say finishing around the rim, not just catching when guys creating for him. No, I'm thinking go. Just straight go to the basket and finish around him. I think he's good at stuff like that. So with him being good at stuff like that, we can utilize that, especially as a young guy. We can utilize that and we can build off that. He's not one of these players that, he's got a whole bunch of things that he's awesome at. No, there's a few things that we can pinpoint with him to keep him in the league.
But if you're good at getting to the basket, that means I need to give you the ball. So if you have to play without the ball as a second option or third option, you need to adapt. OG Anunoby is being paid $40+ million a year to play for the Knicks precisely because he can adapt. He can be a third option. He can be a fourth option. He can be a second option. But that's the point. That portability helps you. He can space in the corner. He can set screens. He can play defense. What do you bring to me every single night? So if all you can do, frankly, is play in transition,
that's not the only thing that I'm good at, Penn.
Okay, but once again, Jonathan Kuminga, at least from my read on him, watching him now in Golden State for a few years, he's a pretty decent isolation scorer downhill. I'm not talking about efficiency. I'm just talking eye test and skill set. I could see a world in which he could be your second option or something like that. But teams aren't asking him to be a second option. Once Jimmy Butler gets there, you out of the rotation. But why? Why is your game so narrow? Why is your mind so narrow? Why are you so damn narrow-minded where I only got to play this way? No, I'm sick and tired of people making $30 million a year and dictating how they got to play. You haven't earned that in the NBA. No offense.
I have.
You haven't. You haven't earned shit.
And that's where coaching comes in. Coaching comes in where
Davion Mitchell went one pick after him. Davion Mitchell is willing to be a role player. He's willing to come off the bench.
The point that I'm making is that you as a coach,
does Davion Mitchell make $30 million a year?
Well, neither does Kuminga, to be fair.
No, he doesn't.
No, but he said, but he brought up the 30 million. Like when you get to that bracket in the NBA, you can start making
demands.
20 million. Well, Kuminga wanted.
I had Christian Brown to come talk to me demanding shit.
That's 25.
Sure.
By the way, that is 25. But the point that I was making, Ox, you being a coach, Ox, your job as a coach, what I'm good at, let's do that. What I'm not good at, let's not do that. And I feel like with Jonathan Kuminga, I'm going to give him some leeway because, again, he's coming out of a situation in Golden State where he was getting yanked in and out of the lineup and not really sure what he is. And I'm going to give him some leeway on this young Atlanta team to figure out what exactly he's good at. Once we figure that out, that's what we're going to do. Penn, you literally just brought up he's actually a good one-on-one guy. So if he's a good one-on-one guy, imagine him being a rotation guy coming off the bench and giving me a quick 10 points. Like that's really going to help us. A guy like that, the athlete that he is, the bucket getter that he is, how much better can he be for our rotation? Now, he may think he's a starter. Well, okay, we think that you can play starter minutes.
He's a starter. He thinks he's a star, and that's the difference. His direct quotes are like, yo.
Well, all of them think that they're stars, though, Penn. Like there's the delusion of players. That's why they're in the NBA, because there's the delusion level that they have, like, that they think that they're better.
He said, Cade got this, Scotty got this, so this is what I'm worth.
Man,
I
we just
believe
heard
that.
we
I
heard
believe
Tyler
that's
Hero tell us that he nice as Luka. We heard Tyler Hero say that he is as nice as
well,
Luka.
Tyler Hero is crazy.
So,
like,
I mean,
we
there's-
all know
there's-
that.
Tyler should feel that way. You know
No,
what
he
I'm saying?
shouldn't. No, he should not. Give me a
Why
break.
not? But you just said the
It's
delusion.
an athlete delusion.
You just said the delusion.
But that's the point.
Tyler Hero is now.
That's the
Tyler Hero
point.
is now and
You
always
ain't have a
has
problem
been
when Kuminga
better.
believed it. Now
But
Tyler Hero
because,
just
but Tyler,
yeah,
Tyler
man.
Hero is now and always has
Let me
been better
rephrase
than
that. He's
Jonathan
not that
Kuminga.
good.
So there's a different level.
delusion that he
Like
is.
Jonathan Kuminga thinks he's somebody, right? I don't know who. Give me somebody. He thinks he's Jaylen Brown, and he's not. But see, what's his name? Tyler Hero is so much better than Jonathan Kuminga. He thinks he's Luka, and he's not. You see what I'm saying? Chill?
I mean,
I get it.
my thing though is like, Penn, once again, you did exactly what I asked us not to do. You brought up the Golden State situation. Jonathan Kuminga on this team, next to CJ McCollum, next to Nickeil Alexander-Walker, next to Jalen Johnson, next to Onyeka, next to guys that actually can space the floor for him, and he can be advantageous for this roster getting downhill and in isolation situations, him running the floor with Jalen Johnson, one of the better perimeter or one of the best transition players in the league. That bodes well for this roster. Him coming off the bench with one of those guys coming out of the game, that bodes well for this roster.
What are we trying
This
to do?
team, this, what do you mean? What are we trying to do?
You trying to win championships?
I mean, come on, Penn. Like, we're
No. Long term, what are we trying to do here? Every one of these teams. I mean, the Hawks reeled off a whole bunch of games. You got a young core there. I'm assuming long term, you trying to build towards advancing in the playoffs and eventually maybe competing for a championship.
Yeah.
I don't think that players who cannot buy into a role around better players and cannot assimilate their game to fit to and adapt to, but not just fit to and get out of the way, but actually assist better players are ever going to win championships. I think when you get into a game 7, I think it's going to hurt you.
So his role can't be coming off the bench and getting buckets on a team that actually needs that.
If he's
Because they already got that transition.
if he was a
guy,
better shooter, yes.
They're already straight with him.
If he was a better shooter, then he can go the Benedict Mathurin route, maybe.
So because he
Right.
can't shoot, we don't want him to get downhill and run in transition and be aggressive.
Well, what happens when he doesn't have the ball? I'm sagging off of him. Is he a good enough offensive rebounder? What about on the other end? What are you giving me defensively?
Well,
Are
wait a
you a
minute.
great
Penn.
defender? Are you a good defender? Or are you a so-so?
he's all
I
right.
roll the dice and, we'll see what kind of defensive effort we get from you on a night-to-night basis.
Right.
I think the frustrating thing about him, and I think every coach who's ever coached him would tell you that, he's so talented.
Sure.
He's so talented that you end up kind of seducing yourself into thinking that good game, he could do that every game. But at some point, you 5 years into your career, if you can't do it every game, you're just inconsistent.
Penn, let's not
I
act.
do like him. I do like him.
Sure.
I
It's the same
really
thing
do
we were
like
saying
him.
about
I don't-
Paolo.
That's exactly what we were saying about.
And
Paolo. Literally.
just yesterday, we also acknowledged like Buddy is 23.
Yes. And Penn, don't act like just because I was in a toxic relationship that I didn't learn anything. Like he was over in Golden State for all of them years. He did learn something while he was over there. It wasn't like he was just over there sitting on his hands and I don't know how to run an offense. I don't know that when a guy is sagging off me to cut to open spots or to get on the offensive glass. I was engaged while I was over there. Yes, I was getting yanked in and out of the lineup and I was getting screwed up mentally, but I did learn some things while I was over there, which would explain why you saw what you saw yesterday with him being on the floor.
He was in the same draft class as Moses Moody.
Sure.
Moses Moody's doing just fine.
Okay.
So again, I understand that Steve Kerr may, have a bit of a PR department problem at sometimes, but the dude did win.
Moses Moody and his knee injury.
I want you to know, Penn.
He won.
Jonathan Kuminga is better than Moses Moody.
And on top of that, it's like
Moses Moody could play a role better. Moses Moody could play that role better in that system because his game actually is the space and shoot, and he can, one dribble pull-ups and stuff like that.
What's
and
he better at?
good defender too.
Is he
Jonathan,
better
he's a better he's a better basketball player.
It's actually funny that you bring up. It's funny that you bring up Moses Moody though, when like Steve Kerr, in my opinion, hasn't throughout Moses Moody's career played Moses Moody enough. I do think that Golden State. Here's the thing about Jonathan Kuminga and Golden State, and I know we don't have to keep going back to it, but it was interesting to me. It was weird to me that they didn't just let Jonathan Kuminga play how Jonathan Kuminga wanted to play because of the fact that once Jordan Poole is now not there for that team and they move on from him. The main thing that was missing from Golden State was a secondary option, somebody to try to score the ball in isolation. And so that's actually what Jimmy Butler brought to that team, somebody that can attack mismatches, somebody that can get to the free throw line consistently. Like they needed that kind of player on the team, but they were steady asking Jonathan Kuminga to do what everybody else is doing and set screens for Steph Curry and hit spot threes, which we all know he's not a good three-point shooter. He's just not. So I don't know, man. It was an interesting time in Golden State. I do think he's in a better situation in Atlanta because I do agree with Ron. I think they're going to let him do more of the things he wants to do anyway. But if he does see himself as a star, I think we all up here agree that he's incorrect in that assessment. However, I'm not going to ask that young man to change his mind. Maybe if he thinks like that, he finds himself out the league and he's a star in Europe somewhere. The NBA is not the only form of professional basketball.
He could be a star in Europe.
He could be a star as a rotation guy. He 100% can be that.
No, chill, because there's 10 players on the court when we're playing basketball. Yeah. And so on one end, if you're not a good defender, you already a negative. And if you can't shoot and you're not consistent cutter and you're not a great screener and you're not a very good off-ball offensive player, then basically if you don't have the ball, you're bleeding value. Now,
so if you don't play defense, you're already a negative. Is that what you're saying, Penny? You standing on that?
I'm saying if you can't play a consistent
Are you
role
standing
for
on
me,
that, Penny?
No, what I'm saying is if you can't play a consistent role defensively, I'm not.
Sure,
this is the
we going somewhere today.
Whoa. There is a difference between.
We gonna get there.
We
gonna get there.
Real talk. I see what you reposted.
To be fair, he said you're a negative on one side of the court. That's what he said.
I'm saying,
as you were saying,
you got it.
My bad.
As you were saying, if we playing 5-on-5,
I'll let you cook on that, Ox.
And I don't have any role defensively. You can't bank on me to do anything. You can't bank on me to trail my man off ball. You can't bank on me to rebound. You can't bank on me to be disruptive in the passing lane. You can't bank on me to be a point of attack defender. You can't bank on me to even block shots or get in the way, or tip the ball, do something. Like, God damn it, do something. Pick up full court, do something. You can't bank on me to do that. Okay, so now I better be really great offensively. I better be like a star offensively for me to even be on the court. Shout out to Cam Thomas. On the other end now, let's say we playing 5-on-5, and when I don't have the ball, I'm just in the corner. You asking me to come into the play. I'm just like, nah, I don't set screens for you. No, I'm good. I'm good off that. Keep going. I'm seeing I'm on the strong side, and my teammate is about to drive into the paint, and I have this bright ass dumbass idea to cut through the lane and bring my man into the play. My man, who, by the way, is sagging 15 feet off of me because I don't shoot well.
Yeah.
And if, God forbid, the ball should swing my way, I'm going to take 3 seconds before I make a decision and probably get a shot clock violation if I don't travel or step out of bounds. My point is, the only way I could possibly be used is Trae Young. You'd have to give me the Trae Young usage because I can't do anything else. And that's kind of my point. You can't load Jonathan Kuminga up with 32% usage and win basketball games. You're not good enough for 32% usage.
I'm not saying that, but what it sounds to me like you're saying is that he's useless. That's what it sounds like. Like he doesn't do anything. He doesn't defend. He doesn't rebound. He's a good one-on-one player, but a lot of times he's just standing in the corner doing nothing.
He's fine.
That's just not true. That's not true about him at all. He can be effective in a number of different ways. That's why Quinn Snyder is one of the better coaches in the league because he puts him in spaces where he can be effective, like last night. So, I mean,
they're trying to rehab value, Joe. They are asset flippers. They are not thinking about this guy long term. You can bet your bottom dollar he ain't going to be there in 2 years. They flipped Kristaps Porzingis because the Celtics wanted to get off of him.
That's why, because he was hurt.
I have an idea.
Porzingis was healthy, and the Atlanta Hawks were the number 4 seed or the number 3 seed, and they were rolling in the playoffs. Porzingis would still be on the Atlanta Hawks. I'm not trying to hear that. No,
probably.
Yeah,
I mean, but if he was healthy, shit, he might still be on the Celtics.
He probably still be on the Celtics while we bullshit.
He's getting moved around because he's not been able to play basketball. Not because he's not a damn good basketball player.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, but fellas, I want to bring the conversation back to the New York Knicks. And I just have to ask this question. Chat, panel, viewers, are the Knicks in trouble?
No.
Do we need to be worried about anything in New York?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, Jalen Brunson's defense, Cat's occasional defense, but if their bench shows up and they don't shoot 32% from three, they win that game yesterday.
Mhm. Yes, I do.
You're worried?
Chill, you have Atlanta winning this, or you had
I
this
think,
like
I
being a
think the
dog
Knicks are
fight or
going to win the
whatever.
series, but I felt like of the first round matchups, if anybody could lose in round one, it's the Knicks.
What?
That's what I said. Yes.
The Raptors are right
Is
there.
this? I think
Yeah,
this is a
just-
combination of. I think this is a combination of your Jalen Johnson love and your hate for the New York Knicks.
I don't
fusing
really,
together.
to be honest with you, I actually don't have hate for the Knicks. I love Cat. I do. And OG, my
You do
issue,
like that.
my issue with OG Anunoby is that he has to make up for everything that they're doing defensively. And he can't do that. And that's unfortunate because as good a defender as he is, him having to make up for everybody else is making him look less than as a defender. And he's not. He's
Chill,
actually
why are y'all so low on Mccollum?
I was getting to that.
Mikael's been guarding well this year.
It's been like this for a couple of years now. Y'all been really low on Mccollum. I'm just curious. Like,
I
why?
just think I think he could be better as a bucket getter. That's where I'm at with it.
I'm
and
talking
as
on the defensive end.
Especially as a defender. I mean, I'm still holding him to what he used to be. And it's not like he's an old guy. He's not an old guy, right? He's been in the league since 17. So he's been in the league for, is it 18 that he showed up? So he's been in the league for 7 years. He's not an old guy. He's an Iron Man. He's got a lot of miles on him. I'm not going to argue that point. But him as a defender, he hasn't played at an all league level defensively. He played at a defensive player of the year level. So you showed me that you could play at that level. You showed me that you could be that good. So at minimum, I expect you not to be a defensive player of the year level defender, but I expect you to be better than average or better than above average. I expect you to be one of the better guard defenders in the league consistently, and he hasn't been.
Average Joe, this is why you're average. You're never going to be better than average with takes like that. Yeah, Deuce McBride's a hell of a freaking basketball player. I should be able to rely on my bench.
Damn, Average. You just got cooked. But appreciate the super chat, Average. Well, fellas, I guess we'll just have to see. As of right now, the series is tied up 1-1. We are heading to Atlanta for game 3. These are 2 big games for the Knicks. I mean, it's two big games for the Hawks too, but am I wrong to think that the Hawks are playing with house money?
I mean, they definitely are. The Hawks are definitely playing with house money. The expectation is all on New York. If the Knicks don't make the finals this year, there's going to be some major changes on that roster and in that organization. They have to get to the finals. Mikal Bridges, for all that they gave up, they overpaid to get him. They've probably slightly overpaid OG to keep him on the roster. The New York Knicks have to get to the finals this year. To me, there are 2 teams in the East like that, the Knicks and the Cavs. Those 2 teams have to make a finals appearance this year. The Cavs, because obviously they shortened their time window by trading away the younger point guard and acquiring James Harden, who's in his mid-30s. So they have to win now. And the Knicks, because they've done all of that to their roster, gave up all that draft capital to acquire Mikal Bridges, they have to win right now. They have to make it to the finals.
Real talk, what you just said there's going to be some major changes. Okay, so in the last 2 years, we just gave up 5 ones for a guy. Last year, we fired our head coach who got us to the East Finals for the first time. And on top of that, we just traded for Cat. How many more major changes are going to happen with this group?
I mean, obviously, the move that's, rumored around is them going after Giannis. You know what I'm saying? You try to package up Cat. I'm trying to keep OG if I'm the Knicks. I want OG on their team with Giannis. Maybe Mikal. You try to give them Cat and a assortment of other things before we get to OG to try to acquire Giannis.
Do we ever have the conversation, real talk, where we start to ask the question, is Jalen Brunson a problem? Do we ever do that or no?
I mean, Becky.
I don't think he's a problem if Giannis is on the team.
Because a number of things have happened over the course of the last couple of years, and here we are again And again, I'm not overreacting over one game. I just think that the series is
You
going to
definitely are.
No. I still think the Knicks are going to win this series. I do. I think the Knicks are going to win this series.
There's 3 teams. there's 4 teams that are supposed to win their round in the East, right? If you had to rank out who is most in trouble, Knicks, Pistons, Boston, Cavs, based on what you've seen, who is the most in trouble right now?
Of all the teams.
Yeah, who's the most likely home team to not make it to round 2?
I do think it's the Knicks, but I think it's like this though. Like I don't think it's like oh shit, yo, the Knicks, boy, we got a problem. Well, I mean, we got a bump in the road. We got a flat tire. We can fix this tire, and it's just gonna take us a little longer to get to where we were trying to go. That's all. Like it's not like the engine blew, or we got a carburetor issue that's gonna hold us up. No, we got a flat tire. We just got to fix the flat tire. That's all.
Maybe the Knicks are just cursed, but we don't have to touch on that today. We could get to that when the time comes to actually talk about what's really going on in New York.
Like I don't want one game to skew y'all's minds on this. Jalen Brunson is significantly better than CJ McCollum.
Yes.
That shit ain't gonna be a debate.
I don't think anybody.
Come on now. Can we be for real?
What? Who's disagreeing with you?
I don't know if anybody's
Ron
arguing.
We got Ron with his like.
Ron, stop.
All I did was blink.
Ron
All I
doing
did
this.
was blink.
That's wrong.
You gotta not worry about
So,
Ron.
all right, Pitt, say the take again. I won't blink. I won't breathe. I won't bat an eye.
Jalen Brunson and CJ McCollum are not comparable basketball players, Ron. Thank you. Clip farming bullshit, man. Ron.
Like what?
Ron, you really think that's Ron? You think
really
that's
kind of have that
conversation?
debate?
I'm being honest with you, Ron. I'm being honest with you, Ron. Do you think CJ McCollum and Jalen Brunson are a conversation
On a night-to-night basis?
on a
Tuesday, season-to-season basis?
On a Tuesday, you think that's a conversation? Ron?
This is kind of what Ox was saying about
Very
DeAndre Ayton and
direct
Shane
question. It
Gould.
doesn't
No,
involve
chill.
elaborating,
I'm
Ron. Yes or no? Do you think that's a conversation? Yes or no, Ron? That's all I'm asking.
in game 3 of the playoffs. Yes. He literally just outplayed him last night. Do I think he could do it again in game 3? Yes. Do I think he could do it again in game 5 or 6? Yes.
You can outplay him in the series. So
No, I'm not gonna say the series. I'm just saying on any given night, CJ McCollum can let Jalen Brunson have it like he did last night. And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna take it a step further. He's gonna outplay him again another game or 2 in this series.
So if he outplays him 2 more games in the series, that's half the series he outplayed him, which means he outplayed him in the series, Ron.
Yeah, I'm not
Yes,
banking on it. I'm not banking on it.
Even if it is, it still doesn't matter. Jalen Brunson's still a better player.
He is better.
Yeah, he better.
But yeah, anyone can outplay anyone. It's not rocket science. It's basketball.
And I'm not like that. That is true, Mars. What I'm saying is, even heading into this series, I would have said CJ McCollum can outplay Jalen Brunson for 2 games, and that's not even obviously.
Or 1 more game, Ron.
No, 1 more game.
Okay,
So I'll give him two games out of a 7-game series. I expect CJ McCollum to outplay Jalen Brunson because
series does go 7 games though. Because what if it's like 5?
He gonna outplay him 1 more game. He's gonna outplay him 1 more game, or play to that level.
It's real easy for you to say, "Oh, I would have said it happened 2 times." Now it's real easy to say that now. But I'm
hey man, you guys didn't ask me the question last week. Otherwise,
because it wasn't a question. That's why
you the host.
Hey, well, it's a question now.
Because it wasn't a question. That's why
No, but see,
people bring up CJ McCollum, we get shut down. It's like,
Thank you.
can't talk. CJ McCollum's not like
CJ's been good.
Like we've never seen CJ McCollum get busy before, and every time we bring up guys,
CJ's
like
been
CJ
good
McCollum,
everywhere.
We got. But
I'm talking about for the whole.
But I know,
CJ McCollum's always balled out, but every time CJ McCollum gets brought up, we get shut down. No, CJ McCollum, you know how everybody be doing.
Is it because they couldn't beat the Warriors, Ox? Is that what the problem is? So it wasn't. It's not that he ain't nice. It's just because we couldn't beat the Warriors. We wasn't better than Steph and Clay, so he ain't really that good.
Because there's certain players like that in the NBA where every time somebody brings them up, it gets shut down. You get to
who be shutting down. Oh, but who? Like
real talk. I remember vividly. We were talking about players that can help teams. I don't remember the exact take. I don't remember the exact team. I just remember I brought up CJ.
Milwaukee.
Ox, your mic low.
That might have been it. I don't know. I just remember saying that CJ McCollum can definitely help a contender. And I was booed off the stage, laughed off the stage. I was told I was dumb. I was told I don't know ball. I brought up CJ McCollum in this exact light that he would help a team. And so.
Yeah, but I think it was whatever, because I don't know if I was there that day, but it depends on what context we were talking about. Because if we were talking about like CJ going to Milwaukee to be the second best player, then
that's what
I could see why somebody would be pushing back on that.
I mean, it's also about the fact he was making 31 million. So.
Yeah, it is also tied to his contract. Why is CJ?
It wasn't tied to his contract. It was tied about CJ McCollum being a good or bad basketball player. It was about if CJ McCollum could help, if he could help a team that could be a contender or a team that is a contender. That's what it was about. And every time CJ McCollum has gotten brought up on this platform, not just this season, but any season before that, he's always looked down on. When it was Dame. A couple years ago when Dame wanted to get out of Portland, and it was like he's never had any help, and I was saying, well, CJ McCollum was a lot of help. CJ McCollum, oh my God! It's always the same shit. Like if you're not a superstar player, we're not allowed to talk about you on the panel. So,
hey, Big Ox, can I just run some numbers by you right quick?
Let's hear it.
We have two players. One is averaging 28 and a half, 7 assists. 3.5 rebounds, 2.5 turnovers, but shooting 39% from the field. The other player, 29 points, 3 assists, 3 rebounds, 3.5 turnovers, but is shooting 54% from the field. Can you guys guess who's contesting A and who's contesting B?
Don't need to. Brunson better.
Hey. Maybe he's already outplaying him in 2 games in this series. Hey, we'll just see how this trend continues to go.
I want to be clear. I want to be clear before anybody twists this around because we know what's.
Nah, you involved, nigga. Hey, you in this with me. All right? Hey, we both going to the slammer. You going down with me. Hey, the ship's sinking with you in it. Trust me.
I'm not gonna eat. Hey, look, I ain't never ate no.
Now
cookies,
you gonna do the time.
I'm not gonna eat the cookies. I'm gonna take a nap. You know what I'm saying? But I want to be clear about this: that I don't think CJ McCollum is better than Jalen Brunson today.
He's not.
But like Ron said,
speaking of eating. Ain't it about that time, y'all? Don't we got a buffet to talk about?
In the playoff series, he can go bucket for bucket. That's all there is. That's all there is.
Oh, chill. Fun fact. They said this on the broadcast. CJ McCollum has the most 20-point per game seasons to never make an all-star team.
Yes, sir. 6 games.
He is,
I want to say 6. Well, I know he ran with Dame. He averaged 20 a game, 6 seasons in a row. By the way, running with Dame, 6 years in a row. He was running with Dame. He averaged 20 a game. Just so you guys are clear, Bradley Beal didn't do that when he was running with John Wall, with DeMar DeRozan and DeMar DeRozan and yes. That wasn't going on with those guys. Like, we didn't have both of those guys averaging 20 a game. That did not happen. No, Dame had a 20 a game guy for more than half a decade running with him. That was going on.
Dame was getting in CJ way a lot too. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I vividly the game that I remember vividly. The game that I remember vividly is Game 7 in Denver when they specifically went after Jamal Murray and CJ McCollum fried his ass like a fish. Straight went after him and kept going after him, and Dame got out the way. They don't win that game if CJ McCollum doesn't go off like he went off. So yeah, he gets busy, no doubt about that. He gets busy.
CJ to me, Ox, is the epitome of skills and drills. I've been saying this about CJ McCollum for a long time. Like when I watch him, if I'm training up a guard or something like that, I'm telling him to watch CJ McCollum and how he plays. He's such an extremely skilled basketball player, can shoot pull-up threes. The handle is ridiculous. He has a mid-range game. He can get to pull-up middies as well. He has great touch around the basket. He can string together dribble combinations very seamlessly, good footwork. That is a really skilled basketball player, and that's why he is still this effective to this day. That guy, like Chill says, that is a professional bucket getter.
Professional bucket getter. And I want to let you guys know right out there in the NBA, when a guy is not doing much, and he's a bucket getter, leave him alone, Jose Alvarado. Leave him alone. Stop bothering bucket getters, because when they turn up, you can't turn them off. When they get going, it's a wrap. And you were the reason why this happened yesterday. You started with him. He was playing good, but when you started with him, he got going even more. So future reference to all of you guys, leave bucket getters alone, because when you turn them up, you can't turn them off.
Hey, Ox, what do you always say? I've been on the court with Ox, and he's actually, and I've heard him tell people this.
If you're not guarding him, don't talk to him.
Leave him alone.
If that's not your fade, like, bro, leave him be, like, or come check him. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a rule, bro. Don't do that.
Because once that
why
dude
you gonna
get
turn
going,
up CJ of all people?
and you, by the way, you can't guard him. You can't.
He could guard him better than Jalen Brunson, but
He definitely can do that.
Fry him.
Definitely.
But he's not gonna be. You know, like,
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
he can, but you know, like. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, it is about time that we get to the meat and potatoes of this show. You know, it's about time that we get to where we want to get to. I know everybody's hungry. We've been in here for an hour. There is a Serbian buffet that we must talk about that is stationed in Denver. But before we do that, you guys have to pay for this buffet. This isn't a free buffet. And the best way for you to pay for this buffet is by downloading the Splash Sports app and using code CHOICE and getting a 100% deposit match of up to $50 and 100% quick picks boost. Now, it's the playoff time. It's the most wonderful time of the year, and the stakes are quite high. And that's why you want to go to Splash Sports, because they have the highest payouts in the industry. You won't get paid higher nowhere else. I'm talking about you can get paid up to 50 times on a 6-leg entry. Nobody else does that. On top of that, there's no other app where you play against real fans and not against the house. You know, it's like you actually competing against Real Talk. It's like you actually competing against Mars. It's like you actually competing against Swiper. Instead of playing against the house, playing against a sports book, playing against an algorithm. No, that's not the case. It's you versus them. Mano y mano, no type of AI, no type of sports book, none of that. It's you against the other person. All you have to do is outsmart the other people. On top of that, don't leave money on the table, because you get the highest payouts here. Let's go ahead and get into it and show you guys exactly how it's done. So after you use code CHOICE and download the app, what you'll do is you'll come to the quick picks page on Splash Sports, and then you'll see all these type of players in all the different type of sports. And so it'll look like this. And fellas, let's go ahead and just open it up. What do you guys want to do today?
So my moneymaker is now gone. That was Leonard throughout the course of the season. So now I need a new moneymaker. So tonight,
Yeah, who's that?
I need a new moneymaker. So my new moneymaker is, can I take a look at Mr. Wembanyama's line? Can you just
Not a bad
him.
move, chill.
You just passed him. Go up a little bit more. Go up a little bit more. There he is. 28 and a half. I'm going to take the
That's
more.
high.
Yo, Ox, we hit yesterday?
yeah, we hit yesterday.
Oh, hold on. Wait. Before you do anything. Well, actually, we could do this, and then we got to go back and look on why exactly we hit yesterday.
I did.
Because I was told we don't never hit.
Why did we hit yesterday, Ron?
Chill, because you made an amazing pick.
I did
You
take
went
the
less on a certain guy.
I took the left on Joker yesterday. Yes, I did.
Told you it's a real Lester running around over there.
I took the left. Can I see? Is there anything on Wemby's or his rebounds?
11 and a half.
11 and a half. He had 5 in game
40
one.
and a half, 40 and a half points and rebounds.
You know what? I'm gonna take the more on that. I am.
What, the
Yep.
40 and a half?
Yeah, I'm gonna take the more on that. Because I got, just so you know, I got 40. I got 40. What did he have in game 1? 35 and 5? Yeah, he had 35 and 5. See, I'm going to take the more on that. Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Okay.
So that we hitting the playoffs. So I think are we playoff risers? Are we playoff
Maybe.
risers? Okay.
Who? Victor Wembanyama?
No, I'm talking about PC, us picking and getting shit.
Oh,
correct.
yeah. Absolutely. And
playoff
I'm gonna go ahead and help us because there is another guy that's a playoff riser. A Caucasian fella that's left-handed in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you please pull up Luke K? Hey, you remember Jeremy Lin when he, went on that crazy run? We was calling it Linsanity. Hey, well, welcome to Kinsanity. Let's get into it. Give me all buckets. I don't need none of that extra stuff unless we got threes. All buckets, 14 and a half. Come on, Splash. That's a layup or a wide open three for Luke K.
Now watch Amin Thompson shut his water off. That's going to be some bullshit. Watch he just shut his water right off. That's going to be some straight nonsense.
Hey, he can shut his water off after he gets 15.
We still don't know if KD playing or not.
It doesn't look good, real talk. It does not.
What is I'll wait till we're done with this segment.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll let me get Sengun for 20. I feel like he's gonna have a bounce back game. I don't think he's gonna play that bad again. Well, bad.
DeAndre 8 and 13 and a half points. Man, give me that.
Free. Oh man, that is free.
I will take that all day.
Crazy then, y'all.
Yeah, Ox, put 1,000 on it.
13 and a half. Yes, sir. I'm taking that. He giving me more than 13.
All right, well, those are the picks that we made today. You don't want the NBA playoffs boost? Oh, man, it's all good. Whatever boost you want to use, Big Ox. But in the meantime, while Big Ox is using his boost, you will have a boost when you use code CHOICE. You will get 100% quick picks boost, and Splash Sports will match up to 100% of what you deposit. So if you put $50 in, you'll get 50. If you put 20 in, you'll get 20 matched. If you put only 5 in, you will get 5 matched. On top of that, once again, you're playing against fans and not the house. This is where you want to play at. Last but not least, Big Ox, can you queue up the picks that we won yesterday?
All of them.
Well, we'll show these tomorrow. Once we win these, we'll show these tomorrow. Queue up the picks that what we did yesterday. Let's see that. Damn, a lot of reds over there, but it's a lot of greens right here, baby. Hey, you're only as good as your last play, right? As you can see, hey, Penn, I told you we love Scotty over here. We went more with Scotty Barnes, points and rebounds. Thank you, Scotty. We went more with Julius Randle's points. Thank you, Julius. And we went less with, you guys know his name, Big Serbia. Thank you, Jokic, for not living up to what SGA was supposed to do in game one.
Who picked Scotty? Was that Chill?
No.
No, sir. I picked Joker. I took the less on Joker yesterday.
Did any of you guys pick Scotty?
Is it Buffett Ron? Was it you?
Hey, Penn, I'll just let you make a guess.
Also, bring up the fork and knife again for a sec. Bring up that fork and knife for a sec.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Free eats, Ron? Is that what that is?
Free eats. Hey, all day long.
Okay, I don't know if I'm dyslexic or some shit, but have you been holding the fork with the right hand the whole time?
Is there something wrong with that?
Some of us are ambidextrous, Penn.
It's not about being Oh, okay. My bad.
Penn, I'm left-handed.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Hey, Ron, this
He's
really
lying.
quickly.
He's
Can
lying to
we
you.
can we attack this this super chat right here from Wolves in 5?
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Wolves in 5. It's ironic, Wolves in 5, that you sent through the highest super chat that we have so far, because we were actually about to jump into our super chats. I appreciate everybody that's in here. I appreciate everybody that's liked the video. We will get to the buffet line here very soon. You guys just line up. You guys will all be fed. I promise you. But we must start by eating through these super chats. The first super chat, Wolves in 5. Said, why does Swiper fade into the bushes when the Nuggets are down bad?
So 2 things, Wolves. Number 1, you just saying that because your boys won yesterday. Number 2, Swiper is never here on Tuesday, ever. Tuesday and Wednesday, he's not here.
I've seen Swiper here on Tuesdays.
I've never seen him here. I don't ever remember him being here on Tuesday. Never. He's here Monday, Thursday, and Friday. That's when he's here. I don't ever remember. I never remember seeing him here on Tuesday. He's never here on Tuesday, win or lose. So even when they do lose on Wednesday and he's here Thursday, yes, he gets it. He gets the business from the guys. So yeah, he's never here on Tuesday. So it's not like he ducking smoke. He's not. He's just not here on Tuesday. Tuesday is not his day.
Yes, it's not like he's hiding from it. Like he does post game stuff. He tweets the whole game through. Go follow Swiper on
doing post game stuff when you're up there by yourself and tweeting
on your platform is
you know what I'm saying?
And you goofy ass dudes in the chat, y'all dudes
from a safe place.
Swiper. No, what's right
safe
is right.
space. Yeah,
what's right is right. He's not here.
We talking into a mic on a camera.
Look, I didn't say we not.
It's
I didn't
safe.
say we not. But you know just as well as anybody how that can bother you. So what I'm saying is when you're doing something on the platform by yourself or making tweets by yourself, it's a little different than coming up here and having to face the music. We've all been there before. All 6 of us up here have been there before. We know what time it is. So let's not.
You got some music to face too, coming here pretty soon. But before we do that, we still have super chats that we got to get to. And there was an award given out yesterday too. We're kind of all acting like it wasn't a big deal and all of that. I think it was a pretty big deal what happened yesterday, and the really just the context behind it and all of that good stuff. But we'll get there in a second. No longer Gape. Actually, Tupac Westside said, morning, fellas. Finished work early, watched great basketball, and won $90 on Splash Sports yesterday. Respect to Ant for balling on a bad knee, and I'm glad Rudy getting his respect. Love when Monday feels like Friday. Is Rudy getting his respect?
No,
never gonna get his respect.
He gonna get my respect today. We'll see how let's see if he gets it.
We will in fact see if Rudy does get his respect. Once again, we will be talking about that game in full here in a second. The next super chat from No Longer Gape said, can a coach take a timeout right before the other coach challenges a call to stop the challenge? It's a good question.
So if he's going to call timeout to challenge a call, I'm going to call timeout first.
That doesn't do anything but help him decide whether or not to challenge it.
That's what I was just thinking. I was like, wait a minute.
Gives him more time to look at the play.
Right. That's exactly what it does. And don't you want to get the ball in bounds so he doesn't have an opportunity to challenge?
Yes, that's what you want to do, Jill. Hurry up off.
That doesn't make any sense for me to do that. Okay, so I'm going to call a timeout before you call timeout. So I'm going to give you more time to take a look at the play and go, yep, I want to challenge this. What the hell?
Or maybe
never mind, Gabe. That's a bad question.
Maybe the thought process, though, is if we have the ball and call timeout, it's like it officially means it's our possession and they no longer can challenge. Maybe that's what he's thinking. I don't know.
Because you can call a timeout just in a dead ball. You know what I'm saying? Like regardless of who has possession of the basketball.
Chill. I watched Donovan Mitchell call a timeout when he didn't even have possession of the ball yesterday. The NBA is crazy. So I mean, like, whatever, man.
All right. No Longer Gape sent through another super chat, $9.99, and said, not too much on my Knicks. Detroit still down 0-1, about to be 0-2. We are good over here.
About to be down 0-2.
Yeah.
I got people telling me
I don't know about that.
Detroit Pistons go down 0-2, we ain't coming back to Detroit. I got people telling me that. If these dudes lose game 2, we're not coming back up here. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm in the Matrix. And the reason why I'm in the Matrix is because the last time that I seen a number 8 seed sweep a number 1 seed is never. I don't ever remember that happening. And I've been around for a while. A number 1 seed gets swept by an 8 seed, everybody fired. Goodbye.
Do we believe Warriors beat the Mavs in how many games? Was it 5?
6 games.
Right?
6 games.
6
games.
Yeah. Hey, all ones
And they served them too, real talk,
all
by the way.
ones and 8 ain't created equal, Chill. They're not all created equal.
Chill, how much do you factor in preseason rankings when you're talking about this? Because look, man, when half the league is tanking from January, I really don't know who these teams are right now. Whether you win 46 games, 60 games, whatever, right? The Pistons, the reason I believed in them is because their performance against really good teams was very impressive. They didn't just beat up on bad teams, they beat up on some really good teams too.
Yes, they did.
The Orlando Magic, however, coming into this season, were predicted to be the better team. They were predicted to be significantly better team. The Pistons, people were like, oh, wow, no, they lost Malik Beasley. They lost this, they lost that. Maybe the Pistons get 42 wins. The Magic were predicted to win 50 games, 52 games. So, again, it's like when I look at the Raptors Cavaliers, it's like, wait a second. The Cavaliers were third in title odds. The Raptors were 19th. Can we be for real? Even if these two teams, one overachieved, one underachieved, we're still back to the same equation of talent that had them picked in the first place. So by the end of the season, does it matter that you beat Washington 4 times, Indiana 4 times, Brooklyn 4 times, and then beat the over-under? I don't think so. I don't think it matters all that much.
It depends on where you are, though. In Orlando, to your point, I had them as a top 3 seed before the
Chill,
season
I had them
started.
coming out of the East. I've been looking stupid all year.
Yeah, I had them as a top 3 seed. I think I had them as a second round exit. I didn't think that they were there yet. I had the Pistons 5. I liked what they did in the offseason. We're adding Karis LeVert, which really hasn't really panned out as well as I thought it would. But I thought Holland would be better this season. I thought Duncan Robinson. I thought that losing Malik Beasley but getting Duncan Robinson, I felt like that was an upgrade, to be honest with you, as a shooter. I did not expect them to be the number 1 seed. I didn't think that they would be this good. No, I'd be lying if I said I did. But the idea of Orlando not being, let's just say for the sake of argument, they're not an 8 seed. Are they 4 games better than the Detroit Pistons? Like they run by them in 4 games? Like, no, I'm not buying that. Hell no.
Chill. In order to sweep a team, you need to be in a different class.
Yes.
Like you need to be like,
I could get with that.
We are the 2000 Lakers and you are the 2000 Milwaukee Bucks. Okay, like there needs to be gaps of talent, star talent. There is not that gap between these two teams. The reason I think the Pistons struggled in game 1 is because of physicality. I think the Magic are really big and very physical, and the Pistons just couldn't do what they usually do. I think the other thing is the Pistons are hella young, and this is a team that has all the pressure in the world. They put a lot of pressure on themselves. Jalen Duren coming out and saying, the East runs through Detroit, et cetera, et cetera. They'll be better in game 2. And
do you think they jumped the line, Penn? Do you think Detroit jumped the line? Like they're further along than people thought that they would be, and now here we are, and the expectations are now higher. So
they're
that's kind of weighing on them.
I think they're tryhards. Like they played every single game like it was the last game of the season, and that's a credit to them. They built up some really good habits. They guarded their tails off. They withstood the stretch without Cade. They're really, really well coached, very well disciplined team. The question about any team that gets by on a lot of effort is what do you do when the other team brings that effort too? Orlando has not been a consistent effort team all year. They've been like, I don't know which version of this team's going to come up. But I think we'd be lying to ourselves if you didn't think that Jalen Suggs is not one of the best matchups on earth for their guards. You can put them in a box. We'd be lying if we didn't say that Franz Wagner is not an incredible defender for their wings. So Orlando's got the talent. They got Desmond Bane. They got the talent to do this. I just don't think that they got the chemistry to do this. And I definitely do not think they have the star player to do this. Because Cade is better than Paolo.
One of the other reasons, because I do agree with what Penn just said, especially like the energy and effort. I've been kind of on this because of the Rockets last season. It's like I think the coaches and teams are seeing there's kind of a formula to winning regular season basketball games, even if you're not like a particularly talented team. The Rockets being the 2nd seed last year really didn't matter to the rest of the Western Conference when everybody wanted to be the team that got to play them in the playoffs.
Have you ever seen that before, real talk? Have you ever seen a number 2 seed be that disregarded?
It's rare. It's rare. But another factor I think that's going into kind of the regular season be damned when it comes to records is one thing that we speak on this platform a lot, are the injuries. And key players are getting hurt and missing substantial amount of time regularly. Even me and Ox, we were talking about Orlando yesterday. And part of the reason why they have a worse record is because Franz missed a lot of time. There are, and we talk about the tissue injuries, we talk about the tendon injuries that go on in the league now due to the more running, more space to be covered, more bodies needing to be able to do different things in the modern NBA. So I do think as these teams get healthy, i.e. on Orlando Magic, that wasn't the team that got to play the 82, the team that we're seeing right now for Orlando. So going off their 82 would be kind of naive because that's not the team that's playing right now at all.
I think it's just because of how they finished the season, right? That a lot of people wrote them off. They got blitzed by Toronto, 52 points. Next game, they respond. The next game, they go out, they lose by 30 or 31 points to Atlanta. Then they end the season losing to the G League Celtics on a Luka Garza fluke 3 and a Ron Harper Jr. masterclass, and then they bounce in the play-in. I got a conspiracy theory that I would like to put by y'all. You think they tanked their way to 8?
No, I don't think they tanked their way to 8.
Because there's no way that you could lose to the Boston G League Celtics and Delano Banton and then go beat the Pistons on the road.
Ox.
Well, no, that's
they were healthy. Ox. Franz played that game.
You don't risk losing to the Hornets and then having to play against
the Detroit Pistons.
I mean,
what if they wanted the Detroit Pistons?
You don't risk losing the Philly.
You don't lose the Philly.
You don't risk losing the Philly to go play Charlotte. Like that's not.
What if they thought they could smoke Charlotte?
Well, that's what I was.
They probably did think that, but you don't like. There's no, first of all, because there's no reason. There's no, like, if you do that, it has to be kind of like a win-win situation. Well, okay, well, if we do lose, then that's still a good win. Like, that's not. If this Orlando team missed the playoffs, this is bad for them. Like, this is bad for the front office. It's bad for everybody. It's bad. It's just a bad idea, right? I don't think they did that. What I think is that they were getting their stuff together. I think they were getting their stuff together. Once again, we keep talking about Franz Wagner. Franz Wagner missed 50 games this year. That's more than half the season. It's not like he missed like 15 or 20 games. He missed 50. You know what I mean? So it's like this team is getting their stuff together. They lost some games. I'm not going to say they threw those games or tried to lose those games. I just think those teams caught them slipping, and took them some time to get it together. I think they were working it out, and I think they're kind of in a much better place right now. You know
then why sit Desmond Bane in that game you lost against Boston? Because they didn't bring him back until like the fourth quarter. They pulled him out in the first quarter. He played 6 minutes, and then they just let him sit. He was.
I don't know. Did they talk about it? Was there something going on? Like you?
I mean, I'm assuming it was because they thought they had an easy win, and then they bring him back in the fourth quarter when they're already down a little bit, and he's
so they thought so. Okay, so now you're saying that they thought they had an easy win. So they sat him because they thought they had an easy win. So did they think they had the easy win, or did they sit him to lose? Like, which one is it?
I mean, they ended up losing. I don't know, man. It's hard to construct a win like that, but obviously Joe Mazzulla is crazy, and the Boston Celtics are not a tanking team. Just because they're resting their stars does not mean they're not going to come out and try to beat you. But it's like some of the defensive coverages I was seeing in that game, I was like, are they throwing this game on purpose? Because this is crazy. They were like, I think 14 or 15-point underdogs coming into that game. To lose that game with your season on the line, I mean, in a lot of ways, if you don't win that game, that's a must-win game for you. You can avoid the play-in. The advantages to even going through the play-in are so stupid because if you go through the play-in, you don't get that 6 days of rest. They took the hard road, and then they dropped that first game. I don't know. My view on this would be they probably didn't think they could beat the Celtics. Maybe they didn't think they could beat the Knicks, but maybe they thought, hey, we have a chance against the Detroit Pistons. If we're not going to get home court, might as well do this.
Well, it's not a crazy thing. It's not a crazy thing to try to get a good matchup. I thought they could beat the Pistons. I still think they can beat the Pistons. So what you're saying, Penn, I don't think is like impossible. You know what I'm saying? I just don't think it's a good idea to risk going into the play-in to have to, do that. Because if that's the case, Penn, I think they could have beat Philly. And I'm like, I don't want to be in an elimination game. That's just my mindset. I don't want to be in an elimination game where I have to, especially where I have to beat Charlotte the way Charlotte's been playing at the end of this year. I don't want to be in that situation. That's the only reason I'm saying, like, nah, I'm not buying that.
Well, you guys.
All right, fellas. Go ahead, Chill.
Really quickly, Ron, you guys covered everything that I was saying. Ox, you are the connoisseur of what is that? The art of war and self-preservation. You are the connoisseur of that. So
This nigga has never read that book.
and so with that, focus, Ox. Stay with me, big fella. Stay.
Ron know what's up.
Stay with me, big fella. I'm thinking to myself, because what we forget a lot of times, even though these guys are professional basketball players, in the end, they really just ballers. And when they look at, okay, we're gonna lose to Philly. All right, we beat Charlotte. This Detroit team, we better than them. We definitely want them, as opposed to we don't want to see Boston. Hence, self-preservation. I'm trying to keep myself away from these guys, or as you young dudes call it, duck and smoke, to get to something else. So I'm going to stay away from these guys because I know that we could beat them. Because I'm looking at them thinking to myself, we could beat Detroit. I'm not sure if we can beat Boston. That's a bad matchup for us. The way to get there, if we lose here, is to get to Charlotte. We can get by them. And we get to Detroit, we good. Absolutely. Yes.
All right, the next super chat is from Teddy Hart. Teddy Hart sent through $20, and he essentially skipped the line of all the other super chats that were here, but that just weren't as much as $20. Teddy Hart said, bring back the ability to draft and stash college kids. You should be able to have draft rights to a player and let them stay in college for a year or two, like Larry Bird. Also, it can help diminish repeated tanking, but I don't got enough money to expand.
Interesting. Hey, Ron, real quick, before you answer that, this dude, Mike, get him out the chat, Ron. You can't come around here no more. Nope. You can't come around here no more.
Who, the champ?
Yes. Nope. You can't come around here no more. You ain't allowed around here no more, brother. Nope. Get him out, Ron. Absolutely not. You are not allowed around here no more. Nope.
You the champ, just not over here.
You can't come around here no more, brother. No more. After what he did, you can't never come around here again. Ever. Never.
What, saying he was pulling up and didn't pull up?
Ever. You can't never come around here again. Ever. Never come around here again. He's sending Ron pictures that he's in the building. Just so you guys know, he talked the whole time about being there. He sent Ron pictures of being in the building. Ask him if he showed up. Before y'all say anything to me and hit me with L takes, ask him if he showed up. He did not show up. You can't come around here no more. All he is a wolf ticket guy. That's all he does is sell wolf tickets. He can't come around here no more. That's it. You're not allowed around here no more. But I'm sorry, Ron, as you were saying.
Yeah, you guys like the ability to draft a stash?
I do.
I think it'd be interesting. Yeah. Because you could do it with overseas players. They don't have to come over immediately. So why wouldn't you be able to do it with college players?
That's interesting.
I think the college player could feel, because I feel like Ox, you could get drafted, but if you're drafted, it gives you that assurance that you'll be going to the NBA. So now you can actually focus on, hey, do I need to get better as a basketball player before I go to the NBA? Whereas a lot of the times kids are like, they're making that decision whether, where am I in the draft lottery or in the draft process, as far as are their teams looking at me? Am I a higher pick right now? Oh, then I need to go right now. But I feel like if you get drafted, but you personally feel like you're not a good enough basketball player, and I do think people make this decision. Olivia Mounds, for example, Ox, the reason they interviewed her after TCU lost in the tournament, and she was like, I could have been the number 2 pick or whatever last year, or one of the lottery picks, but she said, I felt like I wasn't there yet as a basketball player to be a professional. So she came back another year. I think if these college kids could get drafted, they could then worry about themselves as a basketball player a lot more than where is my money going to line up, and if I'm going to get drafted.
Real talk.
I wouldn't want to coach no kid that already got drafted.
Why not?
Oh, you're talking about the college coach? Oh,
yeah, I'm thinking about it from a couple different ways. First, I think if you get drafted, I think you should have to be a part of our organization in some way, somehow. Like, I think if you get drafted, you should have to at least be with a G League affiliate or some form of our farm system. I think you should have to do that, or
That's where I was
you know what I'm
going
saying, or nothing. You know what I'm saying? But
Mhm.
as far as like college and coaches and stuff like that, hell no, I'm not trying to coach no kid that already got drafted. Like what you care about what we're doing? This is
Ox, what's
this
the
is all
difference
about you
between
and your
that and getting
development.
drafted? What's the difference between that and I'm getting drafted? I'm going to get drafted anyway. So like AJ
Yeah, well,
DeBonster is
yeah,
going to get drafted. So
yeah, but you still
Caleb
have to
Wilson's going to
perform.
get drafted.
There's a big difference, a huge difference, a really big difference in that,
Right.
Chill, because if you're already drafted, and mind you, Chill, this is, you know, different strokes for different folks type of conversation. You got
Sure.
some people that are going to get drafted and they're like, okay, I got to get ready for the next level. I'm going to get in this gym. I'm going to get better. I'm going to work hard. I'm going to listen to, I trust the coach I have right now. I'm going to
Yep.
listen to him or her and let them help develop me. And you got some kids that get drafted or I sign that dotted line. I got money coming, man. I'm the shit now. You know what I'm saying? I'm smelling myself. I'll show up when I want to. You know what I mean? Like that, and they're a cancer to something, because when you have a college team, I have 12 to 15 young men that I'm trying to develop into young men. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to help them become better people, whether they're going to play professional sports or not. And I can't have you over here just worrying about yourself and you're being a leader. Everybody's looking up to you because you got drafted. Everybody's like, damn, I'm trying to. But then they could pick up bad habits. So it's a different structure, different folks type of conversation, because there's some people that are going to do the right thing.
Because
we got players going to collegiate basketball who've played professional basketball before. What's the difference?
and on top of
What
that,
do you
we got guys.
because they're not are they still signed to a team, or do they have a guaranteed or did they get drafted and
You don't sign your contract before you sign your contract. So like for instance, you bring up
that's two different things though, Pin. That's still two different things.
What I was thinking,
Just because I played at a second level or third level team over here when I was 17, and now I'm over here on this team. It's not the same thing as being drafted to the NBA.
yeah.
That's two different things.
The thing that I was
because you're
thinking,
drafted doesn't mean you signed the contract. Is what I'm saying.
Yes,
you get what I'm saying, right?
But I'm going to. I've been drafted. I know I'm going there. You know what I'm saying? It's too. I do understand what you're saying, Pim. But those are I still think those are.
So what do you think of like Dink Pate, like the guy who went to the G League Ignite program? That's professional basketball. You professional basketball player now, right? So anyone who played G League Ignite, whatever. So now he is a professional basketball player who now can go back to collegiate basketball and be among those guys. Whereas, for instance, you take a guy like, I don't know, maybe a guy that maybe needed a few more reps, like a Kobe Buffkin, but was feeling like that pressure of like, oh, I got to go out. I might lose my spot. You make a deal with the Atlanta Hawks, draft me 15th, but I get to go back to school for one more year. I'll come over the next year, and then my contract will start. I'm looking at this deal from like the NBA perspective. I don't see why an NBA team necessarily wants to do this super high in the draft, because if I'm drafting AJ DeBonster, I want him to come over right away. He ain't going back to BYU.
Absolutely.
So if you tell me you going back to BYU, we're not picking you first overall because we need immediate impact, because we need to sell tickets next year.
Yep.
However, later in the draft, like second round, now we might have like a very different conversation.
We always look at stuff in the way it affects the NBA. Like the NBA is the only. There's others. You know what I'm saying? Like we're looking at it like, would an NBA team do this? Okay, yeah, but what about who else that affects? What about the kid it affects? What about the team that he has to go play on? What about the coach he's going to play for? What about all of that? So I'm looking at it in who else it affects, and would it be good for them or bad for them as well? Like, yeah, it might, it might be cool for the NBA, but that's just an elitist type situation.
I think though, it affects them. To like if I'm the number one, if I have the number one pick, and I believe AJ DeBonza is that quality and that special of a player, if he says he wants to go back to BYU, okay, I'll wait. If I think he's that good, I'll wait. That doesn't mean, oh, now he's going to go back. I'm going to draft somebody that I legitimately think is going to be a worse player than him just because he's going back to BYU. Also, to Ox's point, I guess that is a perspective. I just don't think of things that way. I don't think of things in terms of, oh, but what about the person that's going to misuse it, right? I don't think about, like, for example, I don't think about, let's use a real life example.
Like tanking.
The government giving out food stamps and stuff to people in poverty or below the poverty line. I don't then say, oh, we don't need to do that because there are going to be people taking advantage of that system, even though that is true. That is inherently
I got about $600 right now. Y'all need something?
That doesn't then mean that, oh, because there are going to be people taking advantage of it or misusing it, that then we're not going to offer the assistance or you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think about that.
Real talk.
What's up?
You know what you just did? Now the chat thinks I'm anti-government assistance.
No.
now the chat gonna be like, oh, here go this nigga Ox.
Establishment.
Oh, here
Ox
go
is with,
MAGA Ox. Like, shit.
Ox is with the system. Everybody else, he is no longer a man of the people. I
know where they're giving out food stamps in the NBA. We'll be there soon, chat.
It's a slippery slope, real talk, because to your point, if I draft AJ DeMonster with the number 3 pick, okay, if he can't help me immediately, I don't want him to go back to school. I want him to go to my farm system so the people in my organization can develop him and turn him into the player that I am hoping that he turns into. That's number one.
BYU going to do a better job than the Stockton Kings. I guarantee you that.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. Have you seen the Stockton Kings?
Right. Oh,
actually, the Stockton Kings are actually a pretty, as far as G League affiliates go, are one of the.
Aren't they one of the better? Aren't they one of the better teams in the league?
The Stockton Kings.
They are. They solid.
They're one of the better teams in the league.
G League basketball is not great basketball, Joe. You're not developing at the same level as collegiate basketball. It's structured.
We're talking about development, and we're talking about because
I just felt like taking it straight at the Stockton Kings. I'm sorry. Denver lost, Toronto lost. I'm emotional right now, so I gotta throw some shade at Sacramento right now. I'm sorry, Ox.
It is fair. All right,
but I don't know why we're like. I think we're overthinking this whole thing. AJ DeBansa or a lottery pick is not going back to college. For like, it would be rare where a lottery pick would not, like, at a college, it would be rare that somebody played at Villanova and didn't come and play for the NBA team. That would be rare. But also too though, like, we know like a draft and stash would be, for the most part, predominantly for second round picks. And I believe that would be good for the player. Like, if you know that you're going to come on this team and you're immediately going to get sent, if you're drafted by the Kings and you're going to get sent to the Stockton Kings, go back and play at Arizona. Go back and play at UCLA. But like, I think that helps the player. And I do think it helps the program because you would clearly be one of their better players. But also, too, though, like, I'm pretty sure it will be something where you may get a signing bonus, but your contract isn't guaranteed or anything like that. So if that's the case, like if you do go and like, let's say it's a LiAngelo Ball situation. You go back to UCLA, you do something stupid and you get kicked off the team. Your contract will probably be voided. And now that messes up your whole, like, get down with the NBA. So like the player still has to be professional and the player still has to go develop themselves because they want to be a good professional player and they still have to hold themselves to a high character. I think it's good for everybody. I think everybody wins.
But what about to Real Talk's point about, someone misusing it? Imagine a team, right, that picks a guy number 1 overall, doesn't bring him in. The next year picks a guy 4th overall, doesn't bring him in. 3 years later, they win the draft again. And now in year 3, they get to bring all 3 guys to the league at the same time. That's some serious tanking going on.
You played the game.
And it's not like these kids can't make money in college. They can make more money in college.
Yeah, that would mean that one of your picks stays for 2 years.
Yeah,
and like
he develops.
I doubt that would happen though. But
they do it in baseball all the time.
Yeah, they do.
They do it in baseball all the time.
Which in baseball, it's a longer route to get to the professionals. Yeah. But like, it's just part of the game though. And it's part of you, like, it's part of you watering your seeds and growing your plants and making sure that they like your players grow and develop into what you want them to be. I think in the NBA, you rush too much development. And that's why we're always up here talking about 22, 23, 24-year-old guys being inconsistent and guys not being ready and stuff like that.
Well, if you think about me getting drafted, if I'm Darren Peterson and I'm the number 2 pick overall, I'm getting a rookie scale contract, which is at that point going to be like what, $15 million. So I'm going to get that. I'm probably going to sign a sneaker deal, and that's going to be for like $50 million. So I'm looking at like $60 million. I'm not going back to school. I'm not. I'm not going back to school. There's no reason to go back to school. In fact, this is the reason why I went to school. So I can get this. This is the reason why I went to school. So why am I going back to school? That doesn't make any sense.
And by the way, basketball is the only sport, the only professional sport where you expect a guy that's 19, 20, 21 to come in and produce right away at a high level.
Yep.
That's literally the only sport. Football, you have to go to school for a certain amount of years.
Yep.
Baseball, unless you are a prodigy or a protege, you're
most
not.
of them, you still got to go to single A, double A, triple A.
Like it's just basketball. I'm not gonna say it's a weird thing because you have exceptional talents, but I just think it's a lot of pressure that gets put on the kids to not.
What about it?
I'm not too familiar with the soccer ranks, so I can't speak.
Like literally children, like 15, 16 years old.
Yeah, that's true.
Does that happen in soccer?
Mm-hmm. It does.
Okay. Mars, I know that kind of happened with you, but I know you don't want to talk about that story.
Mars on his Kobe Bryant Sacramento Kings 2003. Like, you know what? I ain't gonna shoot I'm not shooting today. That's what I'm gonna do.
That's 06. That's 06.
No. He did that in 04. I'm sorry. He did that in 04 in Sacramento. They had the light blue uniforms on in Sacramento. I'll never forget that. Where he's like, you know what? Y'all think I'm shooting too much? Y'all think I'm not passing the ball? I'll tell you what, I ain't shooting today. Here you go. I
should have known you memorized the bad Kobe moment. My fault for questioning you.
I was actually at that game. I was there. I was there.
And them light blue Laker uniforms was fire too.
Kitchen sink, my dude. Clean.
Used to love those.
Yes, sir. But anyway,
all right, we got a couple more super chats, and then we have to talk about this award that was given out yesterday. And then I'm sorry, y'all, we will get to the buffet. There's a lot of food that's being made in the back. The cook said that they're about 15 more minutes. 20 more minutes. The cooks are almost done with everything, so we're getting the food ready for y'all. No longer Gabe said, also, I just seen a clip of Chilltown playing basketball. Bro was cold as hell. Detroit could use someone like him.
I could play a little bit. That wasn't bad. I could play a little bit. I know I would have bust your ass, Ron. I know that. More than anything, I would have bust your ass.
It's a whole panel full of people. Ox is here hiding in the background. Why me?
Bust your ass, Ron. You.
I know that. It ain't free eats over here.
Oh, you are lunch. You.
That's all I know.
Hey. Bring the pill over here if he's covering me. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Hey, I'm gonna foul out before it's free eats over here.
You gonna flagrant to him.
Just get me out of here. I'll play that gimmick. Eric Espinoza said, what up, fellas? Witnessed a clip of Real Talk celebrating the Wolves' victory like the Lakers just won a chip. It was despicable as hell, but fucking hilarious at the same time. We need 7 games again. Go Spurs, go.
You know what's funny is I have a lot of people, shout out to Frankie for clicking that up, but I have a lot of people in my comments, oh my God, I thought you were a Laker fan. Or, bro, this is so much Jokic hate. There's no way you hate Jokic this much. As if I haven't been talking about Minnesota all year. As if I haven't been a fan of Minnesota all season. Of course, I was very hyped when they won that basketball game. Very hyped. Yes, absolutely.
And we will get to that here in a second once again. I have one more super chat that I want to read, and then we're going to transition. From Liz Kids 03. Liz Kids said, shout out to y'all. Made me fall in love with basketball again.
Absolutely. That's why we here. Yep. We absolutely here. We ain't like everybody else. Mars said it best. We not for everybody, but we for everybody. Come on in. If you dig us, stay. If you don't, you can go.
Unless
but come on in.
You Mike the Champ.
Yeah, come on in. Mm-hmm.
Well, Mike the Champ found his way back in.
Yeah,
when you dominate, you dominate. What else can be said, man? I do want to shout out to Cheese. Cheese gifted 10 Players Choice memberships. Shout out to Cheese. This is the perfect time to get in on a Players Choice membership because we've switched up the tiers a little bit and we've added some more things in. You know, we love our members, we love our viewers, and we want to make sure that we give as much back to you guys as possible. And another thing too, if you just recently jumped in the chat, you might be seeing some different things. You might see a bunch of numbers and stuff, and you're wondering what the hell is all this mumbo jumbo? Well, as you can see on the screen, we have assigned different badges to new members of different tiers. So if you've been a member for a month, you can see that you're going to have a gold basketball. If you've been a member for 6 months, you'll have a purple basketball. Or if you've been a member for 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, all the way up to 10, you will have a number next to your name that signifies how long you've been a member. I've seen only a couple 3s. I have yet to see a 4, but if there is a 4 out there, you are goated, and I'll bring you on the panel for a whole week if there is a 4 out there. So if you're a 4, just let me know, and, we'll go from there. But I do want to shout out Prince DJJ. Prince DJJ, he flexed himself in the comments and let us know he actually got a 3 by his name. So salute to you. Also, too, speaking of members and all the things that we're giving you guys, we're giving back a whole stream for you guys. Members only. If you're not a member, don't even think about it, buddy. You won't be allowed in unless you're Mike the Champ, obviously. But if you're not a member, join up right now because we have member streams that will be going on Sundays and Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern time. You got to be a member. You got to be a rookie or higher, and you guys control the show. So literally our show is based on your super chats. And even if there isn't no super chats, our show is based on what the chat is talking about. That's whatever you guys want to talk about. If you want to talk about a Serbian buffet, if you want to talk about a Serbian horse, if you want to talk about a certain Serbian conflict of interest that's going on in Atlanta by way of Denver, we can talk about all of that. It's up to you guys. You run the show. But as for this show, we got to get into a certain somebody who did a certain something special yesterday. And this is Victor Wembanyama. Wemby won the Defensive Player of the Year award yesterday, and it's special for a few different reasons. One, it's special because he is the youngest DPOY in NBA history. Shout out to Wemby for that. Huge deal.
That's a big deal, Ron. That's a big deal. That's right. Especially considering who's won the Defensive Player of the Year over the course of the time that it's been, implemented. It started in the 82-83 season. That was the first time it was given out. Sidney Moncrief won it. He had been in the league for a couple of years, but to be the youngest player, considering everybody who won it, Lajuan, Dikembe Mutombo, I could run down the line of all
Kawhi
great names.
Leonard.
Kawhi Leonard, Ben Wallace, all of these, Kevin Garnett, to be the youngest to ever do it, yeah, that's a big deal, a huge deal.
Michael Jordan.
Jordan. He was 25 when Jordan won it, so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, did Ron bring up the fact that after one game, Victor Wembanyama has the highest points per game in NBA history for playoffs?
So the first game, he averaged 30. So
he's averaging 35 right now. So as long as he manages to, get up 35 today, he'll keep that mark. Highest points per game average in NBA.
Shout out to Wemby, man. Sounds like the GOAT to me.
Is a young, well, yeah.
And I mean, he had
playoffs. Nobody ever in NBA history could say that they did that. For the playoffs, I'm averaging 35 a game. Not for a series, I'm averaging 35 a game for the playoffs.
Shit.
He also,
what if he comes out tonight
just
and shoots 40? What if he gets 40? What if he gets 50? It's not like anyone's stopping him.
Interesting. Mm-hmm.
I also want to point out that
I know.
Yeah, he might. he did win it. He's not only the youngest to win it, but he also won the award unanimously, and he's the first ever to do that as well. So the glaze chill is here. Krispy Kreme don't have this amount of glaze, you know what I'm saying? But we're here now.
Got a lot of glaze.
They got a lot of glaze. There's a lot of glaze over at Krispy Kreme.
Real talk. Are you saying that was unwarranted?
No, to be honest, I'm just being nice. I think he should have won it unanimously. However, I do think it's going to be funny that there are going to be some statistics used in bookmark this, and then when it happens 3 years from now, rewind this clip. There are going to be some statistics, some stats used. There are going to be some stats used that Chet was better than Wemby this specific season 3 years later to prevent Wemby from winning it 3 years in a row. It's going to be like, oh my God, did you know that Chet actually held people to a lower field goal percentage at the rim than Wemby? He did that this year, by the way, but he won it unanimously this year. But 3 years from now, so he doesn't win it 3 times, 4 times in a row, that same stat will be used against him for him not to win the award. Just
Real talk. The thing that
keep
I'm
that in
concerned
mind.
with, the thing that I'm concerned with when we do this unanimous thing is now that's the standard. That's the thing that I'm concerned with. So, Mars, in 2000, do you think Shaq should have been the unanimous league MVP that year? Just so we clear, he never won the league MVP again after he did that. So when Steph Curry won the league MVP in 2016, was he the unanimous league MVP? Is that correct? Never won the league MVP again after that. Like, that's the standard now. So when Wemby, who is phenomenal, and I do think that he's the best defensive player in the game, but when you do this at this young of an age, now this is the standard for where we are with him as a defender, and this is the level of defense that he needs to play for the rest of his career or until he starts to slow down. And if he doesn't do it, it's going to be like the league MVP, where somebody who isn't as good as Wemby, but overachieved isn't the word I'm looking for, but somebody who played better than the level that they played at previous, they're going to win the defensive player of the year, because now this standard that we've held Wemby to, can he keep that? And I think I think that's going to be unfair to him.
I think the biggest mistake that people make with the rim stuff with Wemby is how many times a team will dead ass stop in their tracks and completely change their mind about challenging this dude at the rim. I think he's so disruptive defensively, Joe. I really haven't seen anyone like this in my entire life. It's not just about him being 7'5" and an alien and how he moves. I'm just talking about his defensive impact. He's not shutting down players. He's shutting down like 25 to 40 feet of space around him, vertically, horizontally, all around him. He is like a black hole. That's what he is. You know, anything within that, anything that gets caught in that vortex of where he's at, it's either going to be a deflection, a block, or a turnover. He just, like, you see how teams try to shoot over him. Every single player is trying to adjust their shot to get more arc. He's changing everything, man. I think at some point you might have to introduce a new award called the non-Wemby Defensive Player of the Year. Y'all talk about perimeter defensive player. Let someone else have a turn, because this dude could win 14 straight.
And I think that's what the problem is. And I think that's what the problem is, Ron, because like I said, with the level,
Joe, the gap is so huge
that he plays at. So he looks like the big kid in the yard with all the small kids. But the difference with Wemby, and I think that a lot of us aren't recognizing this. I mean, real talk, you just brought it up. He's the youngest in NBA history to win this award. You know what that tells me? I don't even think he knows how to play defense at the pro level yet. Like, wait till he learns how to play defense. Wait till the game slows down for him. He's going to be even better at that. Now, again, we're talking about, you know, the level that he's playing at. Like, what's better than this? Like, could I see, I don't know, let's say I see, instead of 4 blocks, can I see 3 blocks, but he's even better at 3 blocks a game? Can I see 3 blocks in a steal, but he's even better as a defender in terms of their team? Can I see that? Because we've seen guys who average 31 a game, but you know what? That 31, that 28 look a lot better than that 31. That 27 look a lot better than that 31. So when I think about Wemby in that aspect, I mean, once the game starts to slow down for him and he learns how to play defense at a different space, in a different space, I think we're going to see something way different from him. But the problem is that because he's held to this standard, and we got other guys who are held to a certain standard, but they're better, we're going to start to disregard Wemby because we're going to just expect that from him, and we're going to completely forget how good of a defender he is.
My other thing, though, Chill, about, because like Ben is saying, oh, we're going to have to name another award, the non-Wemby Defensive Player of the Year. And I think we get into a dangerous game when we start projecting out too far for some of these players, because, Chill, to your point, I remember you saying this, and I agree with it at the time, and I still do now. The league is going to get more players like this. There's going to be, and you can shake it, but I truly believe that we're getting to an era where there's going to be another 7'2", 7'3" player with the insane wingspan. But I'm saying,
get more to Real Talk's point.
I think we're going to get more of these players because that's where the game is going. And so I do think it's going to be, I think there's going to be somebody who comes into the league who's going to be an extraterrestrial talent again, because that's what the NBA now produces, now that the game is global. This isn't just a USA game anymore. The game is global, And so we're going to get all kind of players in the league now. And so there's going to be maybe it's not, in 2-3 years, but maybe in 7 to 10, there might be another player that can replicate some of the things he does at the rim while also being like a better isolation defender, or maybe he moves his feet better on the perimeter, and then that'll be a conversation. It's like every time we think there's this young player who's going to just take over the league, especially now that we consider it by far and away the most talented it's ever been, why is it then going to stop being the most talented? It's going to
Chill. You ever seen another Wilt? You ever seen another Wilt?
Yeah, his name was Shaq.
Yeah, Shaq.
Not quite, but okay. Very different types of players, but okay, I get it. Have you seen another Shaq?
But what was that? What was the time gap though between Wilt and Shaq?
It was
30 years.
That's fair.
Years. Yes, sir. 30 years. Yes, sir.
But
So,
again, that's when the
that's
game wasn't as
generational in a
big as it is
nutshell.
right now.
No. Look, real talk. I get it. Look, a lot of people see Wemby and one of the most infamous, I want to call it infamous, terrible takes. Shout outs to Shaq on this platform is talking about Bobo and Wemby. How they're basically it's tomato, and to me that's crazy, because when you talk about Wemby, you want to talk 7'5" because that's what stands out. You want to talk reach, you want to talk athleticism because that's what stands out. To me, that's not what stands out. I came up here on this platform 6 months ago and I told y'all, watch out. This is 35% Wemby. Okay, chill. The reason no DPOY has ever won at 22 is because players don't hit their defensive peak at 22. They usually get closer to their peak around 24, 25, 26, 27. That is when you're going to see the best of this guy.
Well, the league's younger too, Penn. So we have to take that into consideration. Like a lot of these guys are coming in at 18, 19 years old, and the 22-year-old that's hitting his defensive peak at 25, 26. He's now.
Y'all see the humans.
Chill, this kid loves basketball. Y'all know it's so rare to find a 7'5" guy
from Ben.
Sure.
Look at the people that they're producing. Not too far, but it's Alex Sarr is from the same place.
Yes,
he's way better than Alex Sarr. I'm not saying, but the point is, I think we're underestimating. There are going to be more people born that are going to be like this.
I think
that's how,
real talk. There's going to be more people born, but they're not going to be like this.
No.
What
just
Ron?
Hang on a second.
Ron.
Penn just outlined it to you guys. We've seen 2 Wilt Chamberlains since Wilt Chamberlain.
Okay, we've seen a bunch of big guys though, and a lot of these guys.
Yes, but not Wilt Chamberlain.
Eddie Curry might look like Shaq, but he ain't Shaq. Chill. What made Shaq special? Hold on. No. Don't do this. Shaq was an athletic freak. We have seen athletic freaks at 7 feet tall. We have seen players come in with Michael Jordan comps. Let's just be for real. Vince Carter had that level of athleticism. There are other players who had that level of athleticism, but you got to talk about all the stuff you're not going to get in that package. Because in Wemby, Chill, one of the things that I sometimes wonder about big guys is, do you love basketball, or do you kind of just want to play basketball?
Wemby's a baller. Wemby is 100.
This dude loves basketball.
Yes, he is.
He talks about basketball, thinks about basketball all day, all night. So number one, getting a 7'5" guy who loves basketball, loves contact, is hard enough. Is coordinated like this dude is hard enough. So you already got 3 that you got to hit. First of all, being 7'5" with this kind of wingspan and athleticism is already crazy, freakish, 1 in a billion type of shit. Now you got to add in the fact that he got to love basketball and not be, I don't know, a secret, he got to secretly, be obsessed with video games, but he just play basketball because everyone forced him into basketball. His dad wants him to play basketball, so he's playing basketball. Then you got the other part, which is loving contact. Then you got the competitive streak. Now, the 5th thing that Wemby has that I don't think you're going to catch in this little cocktail here is he's smart. He's really smart.
Yeah, with that.
Yep. And that whole pattern recognition shit that I bring up all the time with him, he hasn't even played most of the league twice. He's been out with injuries. He hasn't gotten the reps. His minutes are low. Every rep this guy gets, I'm telling you, I watched, and this is because I cover the team, the Toronto Raptors. I watched the Raptors beat the Spurs 1 year in his rookie season. Scotty hit that game winner. We were all going crazy. He actually blew past Wemby a couple times. The next time Wemby played him, Scotty walked off the court with 3 seconds to go on the clock because Scotty was just fucking done with it. He's like, what the hell? This guy figured out what we were going to do. He probably went and studied the tape. He's obsessed. There's a story that Terrell Brandon shared about Kevin Garnett, where he called into the house at 3 a.m. to go over Tim Duncan tape until 7 a.m. It's like this thing that's going around right now. That's because KG was not just super talented and not just a crazy competitor and not really smart.
Yeah.
He was also really committed to the details. Wemby is all those things. Wemby is Kevin Garnett, but he's taller. That's why you're not going to see another one of these. You're not going to see this guy again in the next 35 years.
Okay, but I don't think that was Real Talk's point. I think Real Talk, his point was the archetype of Wemby. Like these guys are one of one. Wemby is a one of one.
Yeah.
And I said this not too long ago, that I think that the league is going to be a bunch of Wembys and Chets in terms of archetype. It's going to be a bunch of 6'10" to 7'4", 7'5" guys running around. And the reason why I said that is because when the game changes, when you see the game changing, the game moves toward this type of archetype. So before Michael Jordan shows up, the two guard, he's 6'3", 6'4". He runs off screens. He knocks down mid-range jump shots. Here comes this 6'6" guy that jumps this high off the ground and he plays above the rim. Okay, that's what we need. Now the league turns into a bunch of 6'6", high-flying two guards. That's what it is. Nobody's Jordan, but that's what we have now. We got a bunch of these dudes running around. And I think that's the logic when it comes to Wemby. I think that kind of archetype where, you at 6'10", you at 7 foot, between 6'10", you have to be able to handle the basketball. You got to be able to shoot the basketball. You got to be able to rim protect. You got to be able to just do big guy things in terms of being like that, not necessarily that specifically, but something like that. And that's the whole point.
That you explained like what I was trying to say.
Talk,
Wemby probably still gonna be the best one, but like I think it's more.
And that's the point, though. Real talk.
I hear what y'all saying, but that's
Wemby
impossible.
variants.
It's not. It's there's hundreds of millions of 6'6" dudes that can run and jump high. Those dudes are everywhere.
There's not millions and billions.
I could throw a rock outside right now and hit 10 6'3" dudes that think they could shoot like Steph Curry. Man, what do you mean try it? I'll be in the gym.
See who you hit.
Pin, just relax. I don't want to hit nobody because I can't catch that type of case. What I'm saying is if I hit somebody from the third floor, Ron, I'm going to jail. I don't want to do that. That's crazy. But what I'm saying though, Pin, is like those people are everywhere. Like it's not hard to find an athletic 6'5", 6'6", 6'7" guy. That's especially like in sports environments. But you can't just go. It's not chill. It's really not.
It's not a bunch of six dudes.
Go to the mall right now.
In the basketball world, in the basketball world.
Gyms, like I'm saying.
I get what Ox is saying. I get what he's saying.
I covered high school sports this year. I covered high school basketball this year, just in Washington. Do you know how I was amazed at how many 6'5" athletic kids there are? It's ridiculous. Like they are all over the place.
It's not even
6'5" and athletic.
I could go right here to Central Catholic, and they got 3 6'9", 6'8" kids on their team, juniors that are jumping, running. That's easy to find. It's easy to find 6'6", 6'7" guys that can run and jump. No big deal. That's easy. And if in the chat, I know if you think I'm yapping, maybe you should go to a gym sometime. They're everywhere.
Go to an AAU tournament. You will be shocked.
You don't even gotta go to a tournament. Just go into a gym, and they're everywhere. You can't.
A lot of them niggas do be uncoordinated.
Right.
But they can still run and jump.
But wait.
Yeah.
See, that's even further to my point. Real talk. When we're talking about like everyday people, 6'4" guys are big, clumsy. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When we're talking about athletes, 6'6", 6'7" is long and agile. You know what I'm saying? No big deal. 7'4", 7'5", you can't go find you can't just do that. Like
probably not
dudes,
here.
You know how they run, chill. They run, they be like they can't change direction. They'll hurt themselves. You can't, like this is the league is not gonna be a bunch of Chets and Wembys because it's not possible. Like you just can't. Them dudes can't move like that. It's just physically hard. Like you can't do it.
But even if they do, okay. But see,
how tall is Alex Sarr?
7-1.
7-2, something like that.
7-1.
But real talk, the thing about it though is the thing about it is they still have to come in and you got to be better than Rudy Gobert. You got to be better than Asor Thompson. You got to be better than Scotty Barnes. You got to be better than Chet Holmgren. And then you got to jump that level and be better than Wemby. Now, I will say this, because remember the whole conversation started with how many DPOYs will he win. Real Talk was saying he doesn't like projecting, which is fair, and I understand that. The only thing that's going to stop Wemby from not winning 3, 4, 5, 6 DPOYs is the 65-game rule. That is the only thing that is going to stop. Because if it wasn't for the 65-game rule, he might already have 2.
So he's that
maybe
better.
3.
So he's that much better
Two.
than every defender in the league, and
Yes.
he's going to be that much better than every
Yes.
defender in the league by far for years to come.
He is so far and away the best defender. Chill. Offensively, this would be equivalent of somebody averaging 50 points and 18 rebounds and 10 assists.
Wow.
How do you not like?
Shit,
I guess
guys
Ben, my hesitation.
that big, they'll break something trying to do that. Like they'll snap in half. You can now look. You maybe if we just recruit just straight from Sudan, then okay.
Okay.
But other than that,
Ox, come on, dog. I ain't gonna say what you thinking.
This basically,
I'm
this,
saying
this
maybe if we just, you know what I'm saying, like if we just take 1,000 kids from Sudan every year, maybe we'll find one. But other than that, bro, it's not.
His dad from his dad's Congolese.
Sudan,
I'm just
girl,
gonna have
bro,
to.
same shit. You know what I'm talking about?
His mother ain't little nigga.
It's
His
gonna have to
mother
be
ain't
more than
small
1,000.
Shit, y'all know what I'm talking
His
about.
sister's not little either.
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say though is like, I'll give an example for me personally, and this is just beyond like who can win DPOY or whatever. Like I genuinely thought I probably never was going to see another player as good as LeBron James in my lifetime, and there may be one already in the league already, and LeBron hasn't even retired yet. That's what I'm saying. Like when we do these, like, oh my goodness, he's going to be blowing away everybody. But like when we keep saying, no, but this
LeBron hasn't retired yet. Like that is a.
I know.
Year 28.
I know he's year 23.
You know.
I know.
Okay.
Even still, even if he retired 5 years ago, I still didn't think 5 years later there would already be another player that's going to be contending for that title.
That's usually how the gap goes, though. Like it's usually like Jordan, and you had Kobe come in right at the tail end, and then LeBron did come a little earlier with Kobe, but then you had LeBron, and now like you know.
But that's what I'm saying, though. These talents, I think, are coming more faster
more
in
frequently?
the league. Yeah, more frequently than I think we're giving credit. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
So barring the 65-game rule, let's say we get just 8 healthy seasons of Victor Wembanyama over the next 8 years. Because I'm running a poll right now, and I asked the chat, how many DPOYs will Wemby win over the next 8 years?
7.
Over
One
the next
year
8,
you
I'll
get
give him
vote.
5.
So with this one right here, 4 more. Yeah. The reason why I say that, Penn, is because I'm thinking about
The Spurs are going to be a good team, Joe. They're going to be like one or two
They're gonna be an
defensive
awesome
team.
They're going to
You
be
know,
an
They're
awesome-
getting better too. Dylan Harper, not a bad defender. Carter Bryant's a really good defender. Steph Castle's a beast. Like, how do you keep the best defender in the league anchoring possibly the best defense in the league off the DPOY award? You'd have to admit voter fatigue. This is not like Karl Malone, Michael Jordan, where you're like, oh, well, he averaged 32 and he averaged 33. Like, you can't even justify this shit because the gap ain't close. And if he's on a bad team, you could justify. You'd be like, oh, you know, he getting 3-4 blocks, but you know, the Spurs are winning 45 games. No, if the Spurs continue to win 60 plus games and they continue to be a top 2 defense and he continues to put up the impact metrics he does, I don't see how you could vote against
and he will put up the impact metrics that he does. But Penn, you have to remember what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with Wemby and now the line, and then other guys who have a good line, but then they have breakout seasons. And then we know what the defensive player of the year, we know what the league MVP is. We know these things are narratives also. So with these things being narratives, that's going to get pushed. And I don't know. I'm going to just throw a name out there. A guy like, let's say Jaren Jackson, for example, or somebody like that has a, well, I'm not going to say Jaren Jackson because he already won it, but somebody to that extent that didn't win the Defensive Player of the Year, but actually is having a better defense. They're in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year, but having a better season than what we've seen, like a Men Thompson, for example, like a Soar Thompson, for example, having a fantastic defensive season, and this Detroit Pistons team or this Houston team is at the top of the East or at the top of the Western Conference, and they're having one of those breakout seasons, because that's what it's going to take in order to surpass Wemby at least one time, and then now that's going to be the standard for him.
Did you go to dancing classes with Swiper?
I did not go to dancing classes with Swiper. I was on a dance
because you were dancing right around Scotty Barnes right there. You talking about Men Thompson, Asar
I-
Thompson, Jaren Jackson. You damn near danced around everybody.
Scotty Barnes, for an example.
There you go.
Yes.
So you can give him some respect, man.
Yo, we have a $50 super chat. Before we do that, Mars, do you want to speak into Wemby's unanimous DPOY, youngest DPOY ever? Any thoughts on it?
It was a foregone conclusion in like December. So there's nothing really to. Congratulations, shout out to him. He wouldn't have had 3 already. He only played 46 games last year. No 65 game rule was going to save him from that. And he literally didn't win it in 24. So he would have 1. But yeah, I think I don't really see the argument for anyone else to have won it or to get a vote. So I agree with the voters on this one. I do think some people have gone a bit overboard in terms of how good defensively he was this year, but still good enough to be unanimous. So shout out to him.
I think I'm projecting forward on how much better he's going to get, because I can see all the gaps that he can easily fix, and I'm seeing him get better at those things. So like, he can be a much better rebounder.
That's when it gets ridiculous, because like he's already the best.
If he's the smartest man in the world, and these things are so easy to fix, why hasn't he fixed them yet?
Because he's 22, Ox.
Yeah, but he's the smartest man in the world.
I mean, it's hard to break habits.
I didn't say he's the smartest man in the world. He's very, very smart. So, and I'm not just saying that because he's able to calculate 150 times 18 or whatever. I'm just saying that and I'm not saying that because he plays chess. I'm saying that because I've listened to this guy talk at length. And sometimes when you're talking and you have to solve problems in real time, and you kind of see the conversational, things that he's noticing that other people are not noticing, and the questions that he's asking, you're like, oh, damn, this guy's really smart. He's not just well-read, he's problem-solving smart. And you see it on the court all the time, where you see a team try to take something away from him, and he sees it in real time, like, oh, that's where that's coming from. He's going to be a better rebounder. And there's really nothing, once he gets a little bit stronger and he's able to hold his position a little bit better, there's nothing stopping him from getting 16 rebounds a game. Nothing. If Andre Drummond can do it, he can definitely do it too.
Yeah, I'm here for 28, 16, and 3 blocks. I am sitting front row for that. Yes, I am.
He'll never.
You here for it?
Rebounds.
I'm here for that.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
He's not going.
Yeah,
I doubt whoever play enough minutes to get that many rebounds. But
see, that sucks, Mars.
What if this is peak Wemby,
man? That right there.
What if this is peak Wemby?
Not a chance.
a lot of people do peak defensively earlier on. It's not like offense.
That is true.
It's more offense. So
who would peak defensively earlier on, Mars, in your estimation? Like, you think of one guy?
Kawhi.
So Leonard.
Very true.
So Leonard in what was that? What was his defensive peak?
2015, maybe.
2015.
How old was he? 24, 25?
That was in year 4 when he did that. So 2015, that was in year 4.
Dwight peaked defensively about 25.
What about bigs, though? What about bigs?
Dwight peaked around 23, 24, 25 defensively.
Okay.
What other bigs are there?
When is Rudy Gobert's peak? And that's it. And he's even had like good long.
Rudy probably peaked on defense around 27. Giannis peaked on defense around 26.
I think Wemby.
What about the Dikembe? He was when was the last time he won a DPOY?
Dikembe entered the league at 25. So like you gotta like understand that.
Yeah,
more.
And according to Ox, he actually entered the league at 33. So he might have had like the oldest defensive peak at like 60. But Dikembe's last DPOY 01, what was he, about 30?
01, he was 34.
34. Okay.
He's 34.
I think he's the oldest ever. Also a different time, to be fair.
Yeah.
But like, I would say most defenders probably peak in their first like 5-6 seasons. Now their age is different because back in the day they used to come in at 22, but most defenders probably peak because that's when you like your athletic peak is still there, and a lot of defense is going to be based on physical tools. So
and motor,
regardless of like motor
motor
as well, and especially like a lot of these defenders, like especially the ones that end up becoming next level offensive players, they sacrifice their defense whether we like it or not. Now Wemby has said that he doesn't want to be that type of player, and I believe him, but at the end of the day, there is still a certain amount of effort you have to exert to be that level of offensive player. So he might unintentionally start taking more plays off on defense as he becomes better on offense. And I hope that's not the case, but we'll see. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Wemby peaks on defense in like 2029, which will have him more about 25. And that's probably the best to ever get. And then it might maintain or slightly decline. And he can still be the best in the league, even as he's declining. But I don't expect him to be like this best defender ever for 12 years. Like,
that's not going on. Like this dude in the chat said Olajuwon peaked in 94. No, he didn't. 89. That's peak Olajuwon as a defender.
Yeah, that's 5 years into a career.
After peak is more late 80s, early 90s.
Best version of Olajuwon as a defender. 80,
How old was he in 89?
I want to say like 26, 20, around that. 25, 26.
He came in 84. He was what, 22? So 89, he was about 27, maybe 26.
Something like that. 26, something like that.
So that's Wemby's winning at 22. And I could argue he could be at his peak in 2031, 2032.
We were in 26. That's 5 more years from now.
Yeah,
that's viable. I wouldn't like bet against it. It all depends on where his offense continues to go,
and
then also how the league changes, because his impact might change as the league changes. We'll see. Like there's a lot of things. If at age 27, let's agree that he's going to peak at 27. That's 100% Wemby, right? If right now we are at 50% Wemby and the climb from here to that point is 50 to 100, or even if we're at 70, I don't care, whatever, 70 to 100 and then back down to 70, that's a 10-year span right there. Yeah, you're already in the best defender in the league. I'm just saying, like, I don't subscribe to the people telling me this is the best defender ever. I don't subscribe to that.
Who's better?
Olajuwon
better?
He's going to say KG for sure. And
I'm for sure saying Bill Russell. We can leave Bill Russell out. Like, I don't think hot take. This is definitely actually a hot take. I don't know why I did that. I don't think Wemby had a better regular season on defense than Rudy Gobert did in 2021. So I don't even think it's the best defensive regular season this decade.
I don't think
why expound. Hold on, Jill. Expound on that, Mars. Why was
the same arguments that we hear for Wemby about the rim protection, and it's not even about the blocks; it's about the rim deterrence. Rudy Gobert was the apex rim deterrent in the NBA. But if you want to look at eye test wise statistically, he also had way worse defensive personnel on his roster. You already spoke about the guys on Wemby's team that are good defenders. That Jazz team in 21 was egregious in terms of defensive personnel. Their second best defender was Royce O'Neal. And I don't think
they were fourth from the bottom.
Go watch Royce O'Neal play defense.
When Rudy was off the floor in 21, Miles, they were fourth from the bottom in the league.
Their defense was terrible. Not to mention when Rudy's on the floor, their defense is like -9 defensive rating, which is in line with what Wemby's doing with the Spurs. But once again, with worse defensive personnel. When it comes to the rim deterrence, whether it's rim deterrence, eye test, or numbers, Rudy Gobert rim frequency there's a bigger swing with rim frequency for Rudy than there is for Wemby. Rudy affects teams' rim frequency more than Wemby does. And that's factually, statistically provable. Rudy makes teams take more mid-range jumpers than Wemby did. And that's not just, different era. I'm saying relative. Rudy affects the amount of mid-range jumpers that teams took more than Wemby does. Rudy affects the amount of rim shots that teams took more than Wemby does. Rudy factually reduces field goal percentages at the rim more than Wemby did. All of these things are true. He was also a better drop defender by a substantial margin in terms of his discipline and ability to actually fundamentally understand positioning on defense. Rudy Gobert, in my opinion, at 21, had one of the best defensive regular seasons we've ever seen from anyone ever. So I'm not even knocking Wemby, saying he didn't have a better season than Rudy did. More so, I'm just praising the level of season Rudy had. And all the arguments that you can point to for Wemby in terms of his impact, and guys don't want to take shots around him, and the fact that he's the best rim protector in the sport. All of those things apply to Rudy, while he was also probably the best post defender in the league and the best pick and roll defender in the league. Best regular season pick and roll defender. Obviously, he wasn't Anthony Davis because of the amount of coverages he could do at a high level. He wasn't Draymond Green in terms of like the cerebralness of the game. But Rudy Gobert is also one of the most intelligent defenders ever. So I'm not talking about defensive ability. I'm saying strictly just what they did in that regular season. I still think Rudy Gobert in 21 had a better defensive season. And I think he should have been a unanimous DPOY too. But he wasn't. Ben Simmons, I think, got a vote that year. Shout out to Ben Simmons. But yeah, I know that's a hot take. I'm fine with that.
It's not, though. It
no,
isn't.
It definitely is.
It shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be.
I agree. It shouldn't be.
If you watch, to your point,
that take hot as hell.
Oh yeah, they finna tell you to throw away your podcast.
That's getting clipped.
No. But to be fair, the timing of me saying this after Rudy just did what he done to Jokic.
Of course, oh Mars, you a hater.
I actually have people on my side. I will say that.
But that's if the clip get out.
Before game 3.
Get it out before game 3.
Hey, JD, I know you make the clips. Put this out before game 3, because if he gets fried in game 3, it's over for me. Put this out tomorrow. Please put this out tomorrow. Put this out tomorrow, so then I can get some more. They might be on my side. But anyway, Rudy in 21 had one of the best defensive seasons we've ever seen. Statistically, eye test wise, it was just ridiculous. Now, obviously, it was left on a sour note because Terrence Mann in the playoffs. But that's why I strictly said regular season, so no one can kind of have that.
Which he never did that again, by the way. I want to make. I can't emphasize that point enough about Terrence Mann. I want to make sure that we remember that. No matter what you guys do, remember Terrence Mann never did anything close to that ever again in his career, ever, before or after he did what he did against Rudy Gobert in that game specifically. He never did anything like that, close. So, which would make that an anomaly.
15 first place votes that year. I think that's ridiculous. But shout out to Ben Simmons.
Yeah, but I mean, speaking of Rudy, go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, that's how I tried to lean into that.
Right along those lines, we are going.
He'll be right back. He'll be right back. Don't worry.
You peep? I did peep that as well. Yeah.
Pin, you not hungry?
Yeah.
Pin, we got a whole buffet on the way. You don't want to eat?
Back up here now.
Pin, you don't want to eat? Hey man, you Canadians, y'all too. Hey, I don't know. Maybe he wants some vegan food or something like that. I don't know. But before we get into this game, I just have one more thing we have to talk about, and it is a $50 super chat from Teddy Hart. Teddy Hart said, "I know this to get killed, but a carefully crafted algorithm should have a percentage/partial vote on the season awards as a countermeasure to narratives, voter bias/fatigue, etc., etc. Not erase voters, but decrease the negative effect of human element on people's legacies."
I think you run into problems when you try to make subjective things objective. I don't. Also, that carefully crafted algorithm is going to still be put together by people subjectively attributing value to things. Whether that be wins, that's part of the formula, whether it's on-off numbers being part of the formula. They've subjectively decided that those things have value and merit to the conversation. That's not objectively the case, so it would still be subjective. But if you have an issue with the subjective element of these awards, maybe you just shouldn't value them as much. If once you start taking the awards for what they are, which is other people's opinions on who should be these things, I think your life goes a lot more peacefully, because then you don't get angry when the wrong person wins it, in your opinion, or when the right person wins it. It's like, good for them, yay. But like, when you start taking these for more than what they are, I think that's when you kind of run into issues. Like, at the end of the day,
also,
we just heard Bill Simmons talk about he changed his vote because of the playing. Like, what are we talking about? And like,
there's a new better catch-all metric too, so that's the other thing in sports. Like, we go from PER to EPM, and then we go from EPM to some other catch-all metric. I remember like
shots already.
Yeah, I know, like in football, the catch-all metrics be like, oh, it was QBR. Now you talk to a football person, they be like, QBR is the dumbest standard. So like, the sports and numbers and statistics, they progress as well throughout years in sports. So it'll just be that formula in 3 years maybe it'll be seen as some great formula right now. 3 years later, we'll be saying it's the dumbest formula in basketball.
I'm sorry, guys.
Dumbest stat in basketball.
I know that, I'm the older one up here. I'm trying to catch up with these statistical, like EPM and effective. I'm trying to. I still don't understand. I'm trying to understand it, guys.
You don't have to. Don't
Sure you do.
I'm trying to.
I watch. Chill. We watch basketball. We don't. Some people need. And I'm not even knocking anybody. Whatever stat that you need and to put together what you're watching, that's cool. Like if it is certain advanced analytics that help you be able to break down the game and help you be able to understand what's going on and help you put things into a certain light, that's okay. Certain people need certain supplements to digest things in your actual body.
Sure.
Certain people, you need certain things to help you, process things. Me personally, Chill, and I'm assuming this is the same thing with you. We don't need certain advanced analytics to know what we're watching on the floor and be able to put things into perspective. I don't need true shooting doesn't help me to understand that a guy is super efficient or a guy is scoring the ball in a certain way. I didn't need true shooting to understand that Kobe was one of the best mid-range scorers that I ever seen.
I just watched the game.
Even though a true shooting
tell you that.
but that's the point I'm making, though, Mars. I still didn't need that for if a true shooting would tell you that Kobe isn't, but that I didn't need true shooting to be able to understand like he is that. Do you know what I'm saying? I know it is counterintuitive me using that, but that's the point I'm making.
Yeah. You are on
just
your
like
Jonathan
that whole
Kuminga arc right now.
That whole voting thing, though, real talk, it's like to Mars's point. You gotta value what you value and understand that these are people's opinions voting for these awards. Like, for instance, making Asia Wilson share DPOY with Elena Smith.
That's ridiculous. That was some
That's
bullshit.
a fact. She shouldn't even be
Why?
here.
Because we can't keep allowing Asia to dominate. Y'all go see
isn't
this shit.
it because they literally tied?
But that's the point, Mars. This shouldn't have been no conversation. The league belongs to
Oh,
Asia.
okay. I understand what you're saying.
You get what I mean? Yeah, we know what's going on. Shout out to Elena Smith, though. Got big love for Elena, but come on. Oh man, y'all ready for number 5?
Yes, I am ready for it.
Y'all get ready for number 5. It's coming.
Hey, you see they got
Anthony
my
Edwards?
girl back in the league. Kennedy.
Oh yeah, Kennedy finna go crazy.
Yeah. Kennedy on the Aces is ridiculous, by the way.
Yeah,
I don't know how they let
a lot of people don't even understand the magnitude of that.
Yeah, what that.
Well, they had to do something. Y'all
right.
do see what the New York Liberty did, right? Like they had to let us do something.
Yeah.
But y'all, it is about that time. Finally, the food is ready to be served. So everybody, grab your
40
plates,
minutes left.
grab your forks and knives. It is about time that we feast and we eat the same way that the Minnesota Timberwolves were able to eat at the rim last night. Ox, what do you call it?
A buffet.
It's called a buffet, and it's also called, I think, free eats is what we have termed it. Last night, the Minnesota Timberwolves got whatever they wanted in the paint, and they were able to beat Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets, really, Jamal Murray and the Denver Nuggets last night. Anthony Edwards, albeit he is a little bit hobbled, he still looked pretty good last night. He had 30 points. He had 10 rebounds. Julius Randle had 24 points, 9 rebounds, and 6 assists. But potentially the most important player for the Timberwolves last night only scored 2 points. He only had 7 rebounds. Didn't have a single block either. But Rudy Gobert, his impact last night was tremendous. Fellas, let's talk about it.
Was his only bucket?
That was his only bucket.
Yes.
Rudy's been the Timberwolves' best player in the series, by the way. He's been amazing this series. That's not even, I'm not knocking any of the Timberwolves when I say that. I'm just praising Rudy. I would argue Rudy's been the best player in the series, but I'll leave that alone for now.
I think it's
Rudy
Glaze
is getting crazy.
I think that's a little bit of a stretch.
He's been amazing. He was like quite clearly their best
I
player.
mean, Jokic hasn't really played all that good this series.
And then
Unless you're going to
last
Jamal Murray.
night, Rudy
Has a lot to
wasn't
do with
as good
Rudy,
because he was dealing with foul trouble early on.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm fine with saying he wasn't like the best player in the series because last night was more of a shaky game because of the foul trouble. But then in the fourth, he was like game breaking. So it can go either way. But point is, Rudy's been amazing in this series.
Yep.
Yeah, I will agree with that.
Yeah, that's it. Point is, Rudy's been amazing in this series. Whether you think he's been the best or not, that would get off the track from he's been amazing. Where are we starting? We starting with the Timberwolves or the Nuggets?
You got it, Mars. Kick it off.
Yeah. Where you want to start?
Go ahead, point guard.
It's gonna be fun either way. Either way it goes.
I think the Wolves were. Oh, you hear what Jaden McDaniel said?
Yep.
Yes.
He said everybody.
Mark, before you even start your rendition, can we please recognize basketball players who recognize other dudes are food? Can we do that? Can we start talking about basketball players recognizing other teams and other players as food? Can we please do that?
We watched
Please,
that.
fellas,
Shout out
I'm
to CJ
actually-
McCollum saying that shit about Jalen Brunson too.
Uh-huh.
Shout out to Jaden
I'm
McDaniel.
actually gonna play this clip because this to be able to put it into light more than any of us ever could. As you can see the quote on the screen, go at Jokic, Jamal, and all the bad defenders on the whole team. But here's the actual clip.
He's offensive as to really getting the rhythm. Go out for Jokic, Jamal, all the bad defenders, Tim Hardaway, Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon, the whole team. Like, just go at them.
They're all bad defenders.
Yeah, they're all bad defenders. What were some of the keys?
These dudes
So,
is
I mean,
food.
they're
bro.
not.
These
They're not.
dudes is
But okay.
food.
They're
That's
not.
what that is. These dudes are
So
Damn
Pete,
near. I
Why
mean,
do, why
shit,
do they
damn
think
near.
that then? Why do they feel that way?
because they see
You
it.
don't feel that way, but the people on the court feel that way. Why do they feel that way?
These dudes is
I mean,
food.
you can feel however you want to feel, Ox. You could feel Jokic.
This
is
ain't
a
about
bad
me. It's
shooter.
about them. They
Well,
feel
he-
like they feel like they're free eats because they get what they want. They feel like I can anything I want in here
If you think Aaron
because
Gordon,
they got a
is
big dude
bad
that stand there and go
defender-
like this.
Okay, cool. You know, if you think Aaron Gordon's a bad defender, if you think Cam Johnson's a bad defender, if you think Peyton Watson, who didn't play
Ben,
yesterday, is a bad defender,
if you beat
That's just you.
up everybody on your block and they think that you got hands, but every time I see you, I mangle you. I think you're a bad fighter. You know what I'm saying? So that's the point here. Y'all think what y'all want. When I see him, I put these on him. So he can't get with me. That's how Jaden McDaniels feels. So while you're sitting here saying, oh, he's wrong. Well, when they're up there and they're going to the rim, laying up everything they want, and Jokic is actually jumping out of the way, this shit is free lunch. I'm talking about we running. I'm talking about circles in this line. Anything I want. Big plates. Big plates. Hey, real talk, you ever been to them Chinese restaurants where they got the box and it's like it's a line? And I'm talking about he back there talking about you want more rice. He boom. I'm talking about loading that bitch up. You can't even close that box. That's what it look like over there.
wait a second.
They licking the plate clean.
Jokic
the plate.
Jokic played
659, real talk.
No,
659.
Nikola Jokic played 40 minutes
After
of the
inflation.
48 minutes, and they won those 40 minutes by 1 point. So
How much did they win the game by?
They lost the game by 5. But I'm saying in
Free
the
eats.
non-Jokic minutes, to use a term from Swiper, they lost by 6. They lost those 8 minutes.
Why
by
you
6.
don't just play 48 then?
No. So no,
because off their bench, look,
this is
the
what's
Denver Nuggets
weird,
are
right? Because Jokic
Denver
played
is not
the
a good
whole
defender.
first quarter and was plus 16. So if we're gonna do this, that means the last 3 quarters he was negative 15.
Exactly.
So we can use full game plus minus and get a scope of things. But if we're gonna be true to it, they were blowing out the Wolves in the first quarter. Jokic
That boy
plays the
good.
whole first
Right,
quarter.
him right there?
They're now
That boy
plus
good.
16. So he ends the game plus 1. You can now be like, oh, they won the Jokic minutes. But that means for 36 minutes of the 48, they lost Jokic's minutes by 15. That's what happened. True or false, Pen? I want to just make sure.
No,
we're on the
of
same page.
course that's real, but the points count the same in the end. You miss free throws in the first quarter or fourth quarter, it doesn't really matter.
That's
it's
absolutely
still-
true. But who closed the game? Jokic was closing the game, right?
Sure.
And they lost those minutes too, right?
Yes. This is not a good defensive team. We've been knowing this all year. There's a 22nd ranked defense.
Y'all don't
People-
act like it. Y'all don't act like y'all been knowing.
I
it
just
all
heard
year.
someone.
Y'all damn sure don't
Tell
act
me
like it.
last week when they dial in, they're a good defense. That's why I got told that last week when they lock in.
They've got defensive liabilities left, right, and center. The Timberwolves
Inclusive
have
Jaden
a-
McDaniels just said.
including the center.
Which, by the way,
Jill, last week, I was sitting back waiting on Draymond Jokic to show up. I was sitting back waiting on Nikola Green to show up. That nigga didn't show up. Okay? That whole second quarter, they were filleting him at the basket. And just like I said, when Nas Reed and Julius Randle checked into the game in the second quarter and they subbed Rudy Gobert out, they were a harder team to guard. I said that prior to the series even starting. In that second quarter, they came back with the Nas Reed, Julius Randle lineup, because now guess what, Nikola Jokic, and that, by the way, that terrible-ass backup center that me and Mars tried to tell y'all about, Jonas Valanciunas is trash as well defensively. Them niggas can't guard in no kind of space. They can't. They can't guard in any kind of space. And then on top of that, they're bad at the rim. So what are they doing?
I'm talking about Anthony Edwards gets to that rim. And I mean, that is the easiest layup he's had in his career. Every time he gets there.
He missed a couple bunnies.
He missed a couple, but he is there though, like looking in the rim.
It's not just my biggest, because I know what this is going to turn into, and I think rightfully so. Jokic's defense sucks, and I refuse to buy into the propaganda that it doesn't. But the biggest, for me, the reason why it's so hard to believe in Denver, and I'm not saying they're going to lose this series or whatever, but the reason their defense exists in a constant state of disadvantage. In every series they go in, they exist in perpetual, we have to put two on the ball against everyone. Every good player we see, we have to zone up, we have to put two on the ball because we can't stay in front, but we also can't protect the rim. So we're existing in constant 5-on-4s, 4s-on-3s, whatever, because we have to in order to try and contain the ball. And if you're a defense that exists in constant disadvantage, I have a hard time buying you winning 4 series. Right. Like that's just it's the same problem I have with the Knicks. The Knicks exist in a constant disadvantage because they employ maybe the worst defender in the league. Shout out to Jalen Brunson. Like they exist in a constant disadvantage because of that. The Nuggets exist in a hyperbole, by the way. He's not the worst defender in the league, but
I know where you're going, Mars. I'm following you. Sure.
The Nuggets exist in constant disadvantage for multiple reasons. A, they don't actually have legitimate point of attack defenders. Aaron Gordon is not a point of attack defender. No. And Christian Brown just sucks. And then they have no rim protection to speak of. So you have to converge your whole defense to the rim while trying to put 2 on the ball. And then you have to try rotate out to shooters. And then when you're closing out, there's no one at the rim. Like, it's hard to win multiple series with that being your defensive infrastructure. And I do think they can win series because their offense is, in theory, really, really good.
That's exactly
really good. Now, it's been stifled by the Timberwolves pretty consistently.
Yeah.
But it's hard to win 4 series when you consistently exist. Having to go... Most teams generate an advantage within the first 6 seconds of a possession. Yep. And then we'll see how they play out of the advantage. The Nuggets are playing at a disadvantage the moment a team inbounds the ball. And if you have to do that as a defense, defending for 24 seconds at a disadvantage is hard to do for anyone, let alone a team of bad defenders. That's just a difficult thing to do. So I don't...
Ox, so I want to make sure I'm understanding Mars. So we ain't got no trick money. Like every month, we just paying bills. We already behind when the month starts.
Well, that's I think so. When you have Aaron Gordon, who's clearly a little hobbled, you know, Aaron Gordon's not the Aaron Gordon that they need. You can't do no tricking.
So we ain't got no extra dough. So
you got to put that up. If you got $10 left over, save it.
We can't do no tricking.
No tricking.
They're in perpetual debt on defense. That's what they're in, a perpetual deficit.
To your point, Mars,
that's what they're in, like all the time, and that's tough to overcome. So now, it's just difficult.
Now to counter your point, Mars, right? To counter your point, which I think you made a very good point about constantly being at a disadvantage. Well, it helps because I got an all-time great offensive player, and I have an all-time great offensive player.
Who, in Leicester?
No, not in Leicester. I have an all-time great offensive.
Well, he is Leicester now.
Yeah.
He had like 20. He had like 30 last night, no?
Yeah.
So the Moore would have hit. So the Moore would have hit. So sure. Yeah. Cooked you.
He's not talking about tomorrow though. He's saying 15.
No. There's a new Leicester in town.
Oh, I refrain from speaking on Jokic's ability to compile PRA.
Look, all
that
this
will have to look
Jokic narrative is just distracting from the point, which is Jamal Murray is an
not
awful
narrative.
defender. It is narrative. Would
Jamal
you,
Murray is an awful defender. That's
He
why I said
is.
they
Yeah.
exist in perpetual
They both
disadvantage.
are, yeah.
They have a bunch of bad. I agree with Jaden McDaniels. Is my point. That's my point. It's like I'm not even making a Jokic point. I agree with Jaden. The whole team can't guard. The whole team. Do I think Aaron Gordon is a good defender? Yes. But when they say go at them, it's not, oh, Aaron Gordon, he plugs up a bunch of gaps on defense. And he like, no, they're saying none of these guys can guard, and we know if we get by them, we score. That's what they are saying.
Mars,
Aaron Gordon
me
is
the
not
loop.
a point
Give me
of
the
attack
loop.
defender.
Mars,
Aaron Gordon cannot stay in front of Anthony Edwards.
look
Jaden
at
McDaniels feels Anthony Edwards, Aaron Gordon can't stay in front of. Now I would
He
say
shouldn't have
watch
to.
Cameron Johnson get
Not my
multiple
matchup.
from Jaden McDaniels. So I was per my eye test, Cam Johnson's done a good job on Jaden McDaniels. So I don't agree with him thinking. I understand why he thinks he's food, but I would also like to see him actually treat them like food and not get stifled as much as he has been. So, but for the Timberwolves roster, I understand why they feel like no one can guard them. Because at the end of the day, if they aren't putting two on the ball, everyone can get by. Everyone. Like that's what happens. So
if you look at the
Yeah.
lineup data for this year, it's Jamal Murray who's sinking their defense. His on-off splits are insane defensively. If you look at Jokic's minutes without Jamal Murray, granted, your offense is going to be worse with Jokic and Murray not on the court together, but it is everything on defense is always going to come down to the exact same thing, which is y'all remember the Titanic where there's that scene where it's like if this many compartments flood, that's the whole point. You can't have no point of attack defense without help at the rim because now everything's funneling down middle. And the fact that you're playing a team with so many good downhill athletes, that's just going to accentuate the situation even further. This might have been hidden against a less athletic team, but a super athletic team with guys like Anthony Edwards, Jaden McDaniels,
Or like San Antonio or Oklahoma City.
what less
No,
athletic
it's
team
not
exists in the
hidden,
NBA?
just a-
In the Lakers? That's the only team.
Bro,
Houston,
it's not
hold on.
just athletic
the Rockets
teams.
have a surplus of athletes. The Spurs have a surplus of athletes.
Yes, they do.
Yes.
The Timberwolves have a surplus of athletes. It was going to be who? The play-in teams and the Lakers? So they can't guard any actual contender?
No.
Because the Blazers getting down here.
I
And
don't-
that's my
I
point. It's hard
think
to win 4
you
series.
might
Can
have
they
been
win
better off
series?
facing
Yes,
San
it's hard to
Antonio.
win 4.
You might have been better off facing San Antonio. I'm telling you.
They can't
this-
guard San Antonio either. This season, they've shown they can't guard San Antonio. Now,
They
San
can't
Antonio
go-
is able to guard them, which once again, why you can
Yes.
win series because of your offense. But they can't guard the Spurs. They haven't been able to guard the
Look,
Spurs at all.
Walking,
Bo,
walking-
Denver's
you're throwing a lot of it.
Denver's method of winning basketball games the entirety of the season, even when they close the year on a winning streak. Go look at the scores of these games. It's 125 to 120. And they're not even playing. Some of these teams they're playing aren't even good. They're not even good. Bad teams were getting
teams can't guard them
120
either.
routinely
On their
them.
12
That's
game
what I'm
winning
thinking
streak,
about,
to real,
bro.
on the
That's
12
what I'm
game
thinking
winning
about.
streak, to Real Talk's point, they had a 119 defensive rating.
They can't
Which is
guard.
terrible for reference.
Like
So
they
yeah,
gave
even
up-
on their
but
12
Pin,
game
when
winning
you-
streak, a 119 is not good.
They gave up
when
120.
you try to throw it on Jamal as opposed to Jokic, which I mean they're both not good defenders. I agree with you on that, and so does Jaden McDaniels, by the way. But when you have a situation like this, I'm curious to know, would Jokic would the lineup be better? Like, say if you had Jokic with a better point of attack defender, like if Jamal was a much better defender, or would it be better with the opposite? You know what I mean? Like,
Ox, you played big, right?
Yes.
yeah,
for the most
I play
part, like
everything, yeah.
Okay, so you were like more of a rim protector. So if we're playing together and I'm really inconsistent, like you don't know if I'm gonna funnel middle, if I'm gonna shade left a little bit, if I'm gonna force him to his weak hand, if I'm gonna contest from behind to give you a chance to get back into the play. If I'm just really inconsistent, like one play I'm guarding, one play I'm not guarding, one play, I'm not even competing to get back into the play. I'm getting clipped on screens and not even recovering. If I'm gonna do that, now I'm making your job super hard because I'm given my offensive assignment. I'm giving him about 25 feet that you got to cover behind me, and I'm not even getting back into the play. Jamal Murray is a poor defender. If he had Rudy Gobert behind him, I think his life would be easier because Rudy can clean that shit up. Because Anthony Edwards been bad defensively all year, and Rudy been cleaning it up.
Their defense would be better if Jokic was a better defender as opposed to Jamal Murray was a better defender.
But both things can be true.
If Jokic, yes, of course, they will be better if both of them are better defenders, obviously. But it's like if Jokic could protect the rim a little bit more, that would help their defense so much more as opposed to if Jamal Murray can move his feet a little better.
Which, by the way, Penn, you ran down why Jokic is a good defender. You actually gave me a rendition of why.
It was BS.
Chill. He had 15 rebounds and 1 block yesterday.
Love him
He's
as
the
a
only player with one
I love
block
that.
yesterday. He's the only player with a block yesterday for Denver. It's not like he is the only problem.
I do. I love that he's a great defensive rebounder. But
I mean, I don't think any of us have said he's the only problem, right?
Chill. By the way,
I don't want this to turn into something it's not.
Chill. I watched the Raptors and Cavs.
He's the biggest problem.
Scotty Barnes guarding 35 minutes.
Literally.
He was doing everything possible.
Literally.
They couldn't close possessions because they couldn't get rebounds because nobody's getting the rebounds.
That's huge.
So I'm just saying, like, to anybody who wants to argue with me about defensive rebound being part of defense, go watch the Cavs Raptors.
I think Joker's the best
defensive
rebounder in the game. I do.
Okay, so he can participate.
However,
if you need to put rim protection next to him.
But with that, with everything that you just said,
he's
with
basically
him being the
a
best,
small forward.
I love the fact that he's the
Does
best defensive rebounder in the
OKC
game.
have
However, with my guards, really quickly, real talk, but with my guards, if I can't keep a guy in front of me as a guard, I know that this guy behind me is not going to have my back. That's going to make things worse on me. So when Anthony Edwards basically gets the red carpet to the rim, not just Anthony Edwards, when any of these guys gets the red carpet to the rim, that doesn't help me at all. Now we got to score more. Now we got to produce more on offense because as good as Joker is, as good as Jamal Murray is, we shouldn't have to do that, but we do. And that's the biggest problem with this group right now is that we have to be all-time great offensively in order for us to have a chance to win.
Y'all want Nikola Jokic to go out and try to be a rim protector, not realizing it.
No, I just want him to do his job as a 5-man. 5 men guard the rim. That's what 5 men do, Penn.
Yes, we would want players to be good on
we
defense.
can have this conversation 500 times. The point is
guard
his
the
value. Look, chill. The worst thing you can do as your team's best offensive player and your team's offensive hub is get yourself pulled out of the game because you got 2, 3, 4 fouls. Okay. And quite frankly, if he is going to try and stop everything at the rim, like y'all going to look at him getting beat at the rim and be like, see, a better defender would have blocked that. Like Anthony Edwards wouldn't finish around a really good rim protector.
Not saying that at all.
I'm saying when he doesn't contest on a particular, play, it's maybe because he's just done the calculus in his head. He's like, I can't get there. I can't meet
That's
him.
the problem. That's the problem with that.
It's not
the problem is he can't get there. That's the problem.
So if he can't get there, what is the point of doing
You're being an enabler right now, Penn. You need to
I'm
stop
not being
this.
an enabler.
The calculus.
Yes, you are. This is not healthy. This is not healthy.
And if he can't defend the rim without fouling out the game, that's also the problem.
That's even worse.
So he can't get there, and then he
contesting
decides, oh, look, if I
100.
contest, I'm going to foul, so I won't contest. That's 2 problems. Double whammy.
You're right, Penn. Nobody's contesting 100, but he's contesting this many.
When you
Zero.
have,
None.
Ox, maybe he's spending too much time doing the calculus as opposed to just doing it. You know, maybe that could be what it is.
I know as a guard defender,
math.
I know as a
They're
guard
gonna play
defender, if
basketball.
I don't do my job, I need my bigs. Okay, I played high school basketball. Our bigs were very important to us. Okay, so for me, I know that if I don't do my job as a point of attack defender, my big man is going to be in trouble all game with foul trouble, or he's going to be in compromising
You got to do your
situations.
job, Penn. 100%.
And because chill, when I get taken out of the play because I don't get around a screen or I don't want to, I open up too much and he just goes down middle. What is my big man supposed to do? He is guarding 2-on-1 now with one player going at him. If he steps up, if he doesn't step up, Anthony Edwards can hit a pull-up jump shot. Yes or no? Of course he can. So now Jokic has to hedge between 2 options. Anthony Edwards going to the rim, Anthony Edwards coming here. So if I'm Aaron Gordon or if I'm Christian Brown,
so he just doesn't try because it's too hard to
guarding
so
4-on-5, guarding 4-on-5 against a good offensive team, guarding 4-on-5. If Jamal Murray allows himself to get clipped out of the play at the very top at the point of attack, now the rest of the court is 4-on-5 because he's not getting back into
Jamal Murray for all of this.
It's not
I just
all
want
of
to say, I just want to say,
You gotta make
Jamal
it
Murray's not
this
even
way.
at the point of attack.
He's not. Christian
Pink,
Brown
I
is
just wanna make sure-
starting.
If Christian
Anthony
Brown is getting
Edwards.
beat at the point of attack, it's the same thing. If you don't get back into the play, they paid Christian Brown $25 million to do better than this. Okay, can we be real about that?
how much they pay
at least
Jokic? How much do they pay Jokic?
He's a max
He
player.
is the best
55.
offensive player.
Okay, so
in the
Penn,
NBA.
I want to say this.
Is
I want to
he?
say this, Penn.
You know
because,
what? Can we
wait, no, hold on, real
Is
quick,
he?
Mark.
Can we
I
move on?
just,
Please.
I just,
Thank you.
Made
You
a
know
good
what you're
point. Finish
talking
your
about. Where
point.
you
We gonna
going?
move on.
Yeah, we're
okay,
gonna move this.
okay,
Yeah,
for
we
sure,
can move on.
for
We can
sure,
move on.
for sure. I just want to say this, Penn, because I also played high school basketball, and I've played with good guard defenders and not so good guard defenders, and I know one thing: if my guard gets beat, I'm not gonna sit here and think, well, he makes $25 million a year, which obviously he didn't. He you know what I'm saying? He makes this match. I'm not gonna look at it like, well, that was his job, so I'm just gonna stand here and try not to get any fouls and just
defense.
watch him laid up. If just because somebody else isn't a good point of attack defender doesn't mean that I'm not supposed to still step up and try to deter this dude from scoring. I can't watch him score and then go to that and then go at halftime and be like, man, you need to stand in front of your man, bro, because he's just getting layup after layup. I can't be out here just watching though. That's my point, Penn. Like you, I think you have a very valid point in the fact that the guards are just getting downhill. I think that's very valid, and I think that they need to do something about that and be better point of attack defenders. But when that breaks down, I can't then point at them and say, well, you didn't stay in front of them, so I'm not going to protect the rim because I don't want to get in foul trouble. I still have to do my job. There is no excuse for you being 7 feet tall watching layups.
I will give you a timestamp because I want to be very specific with what I'm talking about. It is in the second quarter at the 7:59 mark, and the Nuggets are up 10.
Timestamps. I can get to
I'm giving
I'm going to
you
watch.
time. I'm giving you time.
No,
okay?
you are. I'm
So
just-
here,
we gonna do
Dante
this.
DiVincenzo, who is an incredible shooter, by the way, is coming off a Julius Randle screen. Randle is a decent screener. Here,
Can you repeat the timestamp real quick? Sorry.
7:50.
7:59 of the second quarter.
About 8
Okay.
minutes.
7:59 left in the second.
Right around
Yes.
8 minutes, Moss.
So 8 minutes. Okay,
Around 8
we're
minutes.
36 to 46. Okay.
So when was Jokic in the game at this point?
Yes, Jokic and Murray in the pick and roll. Shout outs to these two.
Okay,
So
I got it,
here,
I got it. I'm watching.
Murray is going to get clipped on a screen from Julius Randle, and he is going to be trailing on Dante DiVincenzo. He is helpless in this situation, and Jokic has to hedge the gap here between Dante DiVincenzo potentially going downhill
I just watched
and
the play.
Julius Randle. You just watched it, right?
Yeah.
So now Nikola Jokic, you want him to slide his feet and get in front of Julius Randle or recover from the side and block the shot. He's just going to get beat at the rim. And this is just a really talented scorer. And, you know, in this situation, you're making an executive decision. You want to put a hand up and draw a foul here, get your team in foul trouble, give him an and one, or are you just going to make the executive decision to say, we'll just make it up on the other end? I'm just saying in this situation, if Jamal Murray does a better job of getting around that screen, or if Jamal Murray was a better defender recovering from behind, Jokic doesn't have to do all this extra mental gymnastics of Dante DiVincenzo will get all the way down the rim because Jamal Murray is not getting back into this play.
I want to say.
You see what I'm saying, right,
number
Mars?
one,
I'm not
it
crazy.
Is
I see what you're saying. I also watched what Jokic did on defense. Both of them just sucked.
Is Anthony Edwards on the court during this period of time?
Yeah, he's standing up
on
30,
this
35
possession
feet from the
and
basket.
is on the court. But what they did was they cleared out the side, right? They cleared out the left side of the floor, so they could run empty side pick and roll, and then it was more of a DHO, but pick and roll, whatever. DiVincenzo's not gonna run pick and roll, so DHO.
Yeah,
and then Jamal Murray does get clipped, so Jokic is playing drop coverage.
Exactly.
And then what happens is
you know what would help Jamal? A good drop big in that
yeah.
situation.
So
probably.
what happens?
But
So what happens is the cardinal sin of drop coverage is don't let the roller get behind you.
Sure.
Julius Randle got behind him. And then so in order to he's now sliding back. Julius Randle is obviously faster and better than him.
And got a better angle on him at the rim.
Yeah, he got a better angle. And then once again, we know Jokic isn't going to meet him at the top. So yeah, he does make the executive decision to just move out the way. The issue is everything that led up to it. I agree. Jamal Murray got clipped. That doesn't help the situation, which is why KCP made Jokic look like a lot better of a defender. But Jokic also didn't do his part in this. If that's Rudy Gobert, his positioning is better. It just is, regardless of his navigating the screen or whatever. And that's not to say Rudy Gobert doesn't get scored on. Yes, you get scored on in drop. It's hard to navigate an empty side pick and roll. It is hard. It's like we're not blaming Jokic. I'm not blaming Jokic for that play going the way it went. But at the end of the day, Jokic was still not playing good defense on this clip. Whether or not it's entirely his fault, no, I'm not going to say it's entirely his fault. But even on this particular clip, I would implore anyone in the chat to go watch it for themselves because we can't show it. But you'll see Jamal Murray does get hit. I will say it's kind of difficult to navigate those the same way it's kind of difficult to navigate a Jokic DHO. It's hard to get through them. Jamal Murray didn't put a good account of himself because he didn't know if he was going to go under or over. He ends up getting caught flat-footed. He gets beat. But Jokic also, once again, doesn't play good defense here. Not to mention, the way the Nuggets scheme is if people drive middle, they end up helping in the gaps anyway. Jokic probably could have committed more to Randall in the first place, just understanding the Nuggets scheme in terms of how they try to take away the middle with their guys on the weak side. So Jokic probably showed too much on the middle anyway. But once he gets beat, you can't allow someone to get behind you. That's rule number one. He gave that up in 0.2 seconds, just freed it up. And then he's fried because he can't afford to give those things up. So once he does give it up, we know he's not going to get back in the play. The problem is it's not hard for Jokic to give those things up in the first place. If he was positionally sound, he could be more of a Marc Gasol type. Because if Marc Gasol gets beat, we know he's not going to meet you at the top. Like, that's not what Marc Gasol did. But he was so positionally sound that it was very rare for Marc Gasol to give up the advantages in the first place. Jokic gives up advantages for free.
And he's not good enough to.
That's the problem.
And
Ron,
this is one thing. This is one thing I was saying throughout the period of the game, watching that game, even in game one. What I think Minnesota should do way more regularly in this series is allow Dante DiVincenzo to be the one in the dribble handoff action and pick and roll with the two men breaking Jokic into the action. They should allow Jaden McDaniels to be the one with the ball initiating that action. They should allow Ayo Dosunmu to do it because the Nuggets' whole defensive structure is to contain Anthony Edwards. They are using every resource possible. So they're trying to fight over the screen in his two man. Also, Jokic is basically soft putting two on the ball while also loading up to Anthony Edwards or just heavy gap helping him because he's in the middle of the floor anyway. And so Jaden McDaniels and Dante are operating in way more space than Anthony Edwards. And that also means, to Penn's point, Jamal Murray, they have their two worst defenders in action way more if they let somebody else do it besides and in more space. They need to do that way more often instead of Anthony Edwards sitting at the top of the key with everybody, with all five eyes on him, watching him, trapping him, gap helping him. That's not the way for Minnesota to score the ball. But I want to transition because this is also what me and Mars want to talk about, right? There's the best offensive player of all time, Ron, right? That's what we get told routinely, correct, Chill?
At least top five. At least a top five.
Regardless, best offensive player in the world right now.
Right. Can we show these pictures? Can we show this picture? This is a frame.
Yeah. You can show some still shots.
I mean, they're there. You the host.
All right,
pull it up. Go one at a time. This
all
is
right,
from
which one do you? Hold on, wait. Let me try this.
First one, second one, third one.
This the first one?
No, this is not.
This the first one?
Yes, this is the first one. This is Anthony Edwards, and he is going to have an isolation opportunity here against Jamal Murray. Okay, now go to the next one. He is right past him. Now, this is the issue with having Rudy Gobert in that dunker spot. Nikola Jokic does not have an option here to step up too high before Rudy Gobert is already behind him, right? So now what do you want Jokic to do? Jokic now has to basically...
You know what Jokic tried to do?
Yes, I do. He tried to draw a charge. So... And it's stupid, and I get it, and I'm not cherry picking some great example of Jokic. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, look, here's the block that Jokic got. I'm trying to tell you what a compromising situation a weak point of attack defender puts a big who is not a rim protector into. Go to the next shot. We are behind. So now Nikola Jokic.
What is he doing?
obviously
What is this bullshit? This is
He's already preparing to take a charge.
You are cooking
and
him right now.
and then I just euros him
Pin,
against
you
a wide
are
open layup.
Pin, you are doing him a disservice by showing this shit to the world. Ron, don't put that back up no more. We don't want to embarrass you.
That's why I asked him if
that
he
is
knew what you're
bad.
doing.
That is bad.
Show the last one. Show the last one.
No, we not done. So look, this was the first one. Anthony Edwards has the ball on the left wing. Jamal Murray's guarding.
And up fakes. Jamal Murray bites on it, and that gives Ant the lane to get downhill. So that's how he gets to this position. Jamal Murray bites on an up fake on Anthony Edwards.
Look at everybody looking at the ball. Everybody watching the ball.
And then we see what Jokic does. Yeah.
And he's standing up, by the way. Like, he's not even prepared to even try to block the shot.
Not in a defensive position.
He's just standing up straight.
Oh, no, but he's trying to take his regulated charge, and then he tries to do his other tactic, which is just swipe aimlessly. There you go. That was his two tactics.
That is sad.
And this is an easy layup.
Whoa,
easy layup.
He's one of the best centers in the league at deflections. Deflections are important. He is
he is one of the best in the league.
And by the way,
he's not one of the best in the league.
Marc Gasol used to do that, but the difference
he's not one of the best at those type of steals. When Jokic does that, that's the I'm out the play. Let me try and make a last ditch effort.
Once again, what is the alternative? If he stays under the basket, or if he gets up too high, Anthony Edwards is going around him. There's nothing he's going to do about that.
He went around him.
He went around him anyway. I get it. But if he stays very low,
literally made himself a cone. Like not for funny, haha, he's a cone. He literally made himself a cone. That was it. His tactic to slow Anthony Edwards down was let me become a cone.
I have seen Scottie Pippen do this exact thing where he gets.
Hell no, you ain't doing that. No,
yes,
we are not doing that right now.
Yes, I have.
Fuck
not
I've
against.
heard you.
But now he Mccollum Pippen
He was one of the best in the world at taking charges. He was.
I've heard you.
You never seen Scottie Pippen.
I've heard you do this.
I've seen
This is where I draw the line.
Like 2 charges.
This is where I draw the line, Pin. This is where I draw the line. I heard you do this shit about Draymond Green, and it was disgusting. Keep Scottie Pippen out of this, bro. That is ridiculous.
I have totally. I remember plays where Scottie Barnes has done this. I've seen Anthony Edwards do this.
Okay, maybe Scottie Barnes, but keep Scottie Pippen out of this.
Okay.
Like why do you? Let's not pretend like Scottie Barnes and Scottie Pippen on the same level. Pin, I want you to understand that when a guard as agile and as strong and explosive as Anthony Edwards comes around the corner, the last thing you do as a big man when he's still 7-8 feet away from you is cover your nuts and get ready to take a check.
There's nothing you can do.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
No.
Yeah, okay, you know what? Never mind. I don't want to do this because you're not trying to learn. You're trying to enable dumbass defense. That's not even dumbass defense. That's what he did is he was scared. He was scared, and so he was like, "Oh, what do I do? Oh, wait, don't do that. Oh, okay. Down. How about no? You get your hands up.
Start there.
You step up. You get your hands out. You get them up. You can't play defense with your hands covering your balls. You can't play defense with your hands at your knees. You get your hands up. Get big. Get big. So if he does go this way, he has to go the long way. If he goes baseline, he's stuck on the baseline, and at least I might be able to get a hand up and contest a step back 15-footer. Okay, you get low, get your hands up, make him move around you, and then what you do, Pin, you move your big ass brick feet and try to step with him. You try to play defense. That's what you do. There is never any you can't do anything about it. Yes, you play defense. You move your puppies. You get your hands up. When he shoots, you contest. When he goes this way, you try to step with him. When he goes that way, you get your hands up, force him to the baseline, and make him shoot a bad shot. You play defense.
Baseline is a defender.
You don't cover your nuts and try to take a charge when he's 10 feet away from you.
When Joker is coming across, and the minute he sets up in a charge position, what he does is he expands Anthony Edwards' options. When Joker is coming across and Joker gets his hands out and he's in a stance, he limits Anthony Edwards' options now. Because now I'm looking at Joker. He's already committed to taking a charge. Well, I can see the rim. I can see other guys. I can see other angles. When he's big like this.
I think he's trying to bait him. Personally, I don't think he's sitting there trying to take a charge. I'm thinking he's trying to bait him.
There's no need for us to keep
harping on the Nikola
my fault, real
Jokic
talk.
bad. No, because at this point, chill.
There's something more pressing.
At this point, if you think Nikola Jokic is still a good defender, I'm just gonna assume that you think 2 + 2 = 5, and that you drool while awake. Can we move on to what else I want to talk about? Now, what else we need to talk about is the fact that the greatest offensive player of all time, which regularly gets said up here and abroad, it gets said routinely, got his ass clamped a whole quarter. That's what needs to be discussed. He got shut down an entire quarter by Rudy Gobert.
It wasn't just
and
one.
In fact, it wasn't actually the
First quarter, too.
Mars, he really only had one good quarter this game. The third, he had one good quarter. But there were people up here, chill, that said, "Oh no, the reason why, right, we're gonna win this series this time is because they don't have Cat. They don't have Cat, and so Jokic has been frying Rudy Gobert, which is." Credit, he has been. He's been frying Rudy Gobert, and so you know what I'm saying. He's going to be unstoppable. Rudy Gobert can't do anything with him, and they can't guard Nikola Jokic. So that's why we're going to win the series. And now this is 2 games in which Rudy Gobert has done a splendid job, an outstanding job, 1-on-1, no help, chill, no help, 1-on-1. Clamping Nikola Jokic. And I also, Mars, want to point this out because this is very interesting to me. There's now 2 back-to-back first-round series for the Minnesota Timberwolves where the opposing team theoretically has the better offensive player, but yet they're having to expend more resources guarding Anthony Edwards than vice versa. I can argue so far in this series that Denver has to employ way more resources and bodies and eyes to Anthony Edwards than Minnesota has to do to Nikola Jokic. Just like against the Lakers, we had to zone up, gap help heavy, all of that to try to guard Anthony Edwards, and they were letting Luka Doncic go 1-on-1. And here we are yet again, Minnesota opting, hey, Rudy, just guard Jokic 1-on-1. And he's doing a fantastic job. But we need to stop these greatest offensive player of all time arguments when goddamn Michael Jordan and LeBron James exist. Can we stop? He's not fucking with them at all.
We've seen Michael Jordan have a bad fourth quarter too.
Yes, we have. But I very much
go ahead, Joe.
Really quickly, Mars. Ron, I appreciate what I saw yesterday because I appreciate Rudy Gobert taking the assignment. That's my guy. You deal with your guy. I'm dealing with him. If he kicked my ass, he kicks my ass. We're not switching. I don't need a double team. I'm dealing with him. Period.
Shout out to Rudy. I do think Rudy deserves a lot of credit for what he did.
Yes, sir.
I said it yesterday before the game, obviously, that I still thought it was in the Timberwolves' best interest to not have Rudy on Jokic because of the way it takes away from everyone else. But if you're going to guard Jokic like that without fouling,
Mars.
I'm not going to pretend like I don't expect Jokic to, if he sees 1-on-1 coverage for most of the rest of the series, to not have favorable games and advantages in that. But my point is less about last night and more holistically. When we get told, and I'm guilty of this, that
you're
Jokic
talking about a guy who had 24, 15, and 8. Like
we watched the game. We watched the game. We watched the game.
But shout out to PRA. Shout out to PRA. The overwhelming point is for all the all-time great offensive player, best offensive player ever. That's something that I've had to walk back maybe a year ago now. Top 5 offensive player ever, tier 1, wherever you want, best offensive player in the league right now, all of that stuff. The results have not shown in the playoffs for that to be true the same as for the other all-time greats. The Nuggets are yet to have a historic postseason in terms of offensive proficiency, especially with Jokic just on the court, particularly without Jamal Murray on the court. If you go back through a 6-year sample from 2020 to 2026 in the playoffs, the Nuggets have a -5 relative offense with Jokic on the floor without Jamal Murray. There's no type of indicator for any all-time great offensive player that looks even close to that. Like, not even close. Even when they're on the court together, they have a +5 relative offense. That pales in comparison to LeBron James led offenses.
Kobe Bryant led better playoff
Steph Curry
offenses
led
than that.
offenses. Kobe Bryant led offenses.
Yes.
Steve Nash led offenses. Shaq led offenses. Like, go down the list. A +5 relative offense when your two best players are on the court pales in comparison to the all-time great offensive engines. Doesn't even come close. And that's with them just regardless of teammate help. I've given him the benefit of the doubt with just put him out there with his best teammate. He's not replicating the results that all-time greats have of regardless of who's out there with them. That's Kobe with power, without power, all of his minutes is leading out to better offenses than what Jokic does with his best offensive teammate.
Keep cooking, Mars.
Jokic without Jamal Murray is not just mid-offense, it's bad offensive results. That's what we've seen in the playoffs for a 6-year sample. That's a large sample of games and series and matchups in the playoffs in which their offense falls off. They have a -11 net rating in Jokic's minutes without Jamal Murray in the playoffs. And Jamal Murray without Jokic is not much better. I'm not saying they lead better offense with Jamal Murray. They have a 110, which is a -3 offense in the Jamal Murray minutes without Jokic. Now, he plays bench units, all of that stuff. So I'm not saying he's a better offensive engine. All I'm saying is for someone who you would expect to be a best offensive player ever, the indicators of team-wide results have not shown to lead to that level of proficiency. Even if you want to look at just 2023 and say, well, that's Jokic's magnus opus, and that's when he was at his best. Even then, that's +8, which is amazing. Great offense. That pales in comparison to what LeBron James was doing in Cleveland. That pales in comparison to what Steve Nash was doing in Phoenix. That pales in comparison to what Steph Curry was doing in Golden State. Like, he still falls short. And once again, the Bulls in the 90s also had some of the best offenses ever with Michael Jordan. Like, even then, the one postseason run in which you can say we've seen it with Jokic still falls so far short of the best runs from some of the best offensive players ever. You think Magic +8? He'll laugh at a +8. Michael Jordan +8. We're locked. The Cavs in 2017 had a +13 relative offense.
That's double
in the playoffs.
That's
+13.
That's almost double.
And we're talking about +8 for Jokic, and that's the best we've ever got. Like, there's just, I'm not going to say there's levels to this, but I will say the bar for Jokic in terms of what it requires to be the best offensive player has been lower. By the way, the Cavs in 2017 were a +12 with LeBron on the court, filtering out garbage time. So it's not, oh, they were great with him off the floor. No, because you know what? They had a -10 offense when he was off the floor. Small sample because he was on the court the whole time. But the point is, Jokic hasn't replicated these results in any sense of the word.
Has he been
translation? You the best offensive player in the world.
He's never come close to it. So if you are bleeding all of this value on defense, which all of us up here,
clearly he is,
seem to be on the same page. He's bleeding a ton of value on defense. The thing that's meant to make up for that is the transcendent offense, the best offensive player ever offense. We can look past the defense. My argument is, and it was particularly made last year with Swiper, because Swiper made the argument that Jokic's defense wasn't bad in the playoffs last year. And I agreed with him, but the offense fell off mightily. My argument is, if the offense routinely falls off in the playoffs and the defense is hit or miss, I'll give you hit or miss, and the defense is hit or miss, that would by definition mean he is a substantially worse player in the playoffs. Like, it would have to mean that. Because even if we give him, he's a passable defender in the playoffs. He hasn't replicated transcendent offense in the playoffs for a meaningful stretch of years outside of 2023. 2023 is the only year you can even put him in these categories in terms of team-wide performance, his offensive performance. Every other year, 2021 against the Suns, we'll give him, he had no help. He sucked on both sides of the ball. 2022 against the Warriors, we'll give him, he had no help. His offense was hit on, started the series slow. He picked up towards the end, one series sample size. His defense was bad. 2023, not even a golf clap. Amazing run. Fantastic. Shot 47% from 3. Yeah, that's so real. 2024. Why are you doing this?
Because it's necessary,
Ron.
It needs to happen. Let it happen.
2024,
keep going.
2024, he then came back to earth. He went from shooting 47% from 3 in the playoffs in 23 to shooting like 25% from 3 in the playoffs in 24, and their offense cratered. They struggled mightily against the Timberwolves with Jokic on the floor, with Jokic off the floor. Their offense did not produce at transcendent levels. When the Suns lost in the playoffs with Steve Nash, They lost because they couldn't guard anyone. You know why they
Guard,
didn't
yup.
lose? Because they could. It wasn't because they couldn't score the ball.
It was lighting up. the
When
scoreboard.
LeBron James lost to the Golden State Warriors with KD and them, they lost because they couldn't guard them. It's not because they couldn't score the ball. Jokic's teams seemingly seem to lose a whole lot because their offense stagnates and they can't score. Name me the other all-time great, top tier 1 offensive player where they were losing repeatedly because their offense fell apart. Not because of the defense, because their offense fell apart. Magic Johnson didn't lose because their team's offenses fell apart routinely. Steph Curry didn't lose because his team's offenses fell apart routinely. LeBron James didn't lose because his team's offenses fell apart routinely. Steve Nash did not lose because his team's offenses fell apart routinely. Kobe Bryant didn't lose because his team's offenses fell apart routinely. Jokic is the only one where this seems to keep happening. Yeah, he's still tier 1, no questions asked.
The only guy I'm thinking about, Mars, is maybe Olajuwon in the late 80s, early 90s. Like that.
And I would agree with that. And
that
Hakeem
offense
is
would
not
fall apart. Yeah,
he's not a tier 1 offensive player. Like Shaq, once again, Shaq's offenses never fell apart. When they were getting swept by the Jazz, it was because they couldn't guard. Yeah, Shaq led some of the best for a center. I think Shaq leads, like, for centers leading offenses, him, Kareem, Will, obviously, and Jokic. Shaq's playoff offenses are routinely the best of that group. And Jokic's, I'm pretty sure, him and Will are the worst. I'm pretty sure, in terms of the team-wide performance offensively. And we can't use the team help argument because Jokic routinely plays with the best players on his team more than anyone. So even that argument doesn't hold up to scrutiny. So I think Jokic is tier 1. But I want an understanding, and I'm going to ask Pem because I think Ox is probably closer to my side. I know where Real Talk stands. And Chill is probably devil's advocate. So I'm going to ask Pem, what is the reason for a tier 1 offensive player's offenses falling apart in the playoffs as often as they do?
I think you're calling it falling apart when really there's just a mild regression. I don't think these are significant regressions. Like it's you're falling off from where you are. Okay. Which is best in the league, one of the best offenses in the league. You're not just going to The second thing is you're routinely bringing up players who had better teammates than Nikola Jokic, who had better second stars than Jokic. Prior to this year, he hadn't played with a single all-star. Aaron Gordon ain't an all-star, no matter how good he looks next to Jokic. He's not an all-star. Michael Porter Jr. ain't never made an all-star team. Jamal Murray prior to this year had never made an all-star team. You are talking about players like Shaquille O'Neal who are playing with all NBA first team talent in Kobe Bryant. You don't want to see Nikola Jokic with Kobe Bryant. You don't want to see
was special.
That should be relevant for y'all depending on what day it is, Ox. That Kobe Bryant shit be relevant.
Because I've done this. I've done this research back when I did the PCL, so I can find it real quick. Because even before
you did it
Kobe,
against me.
even before Kobe ascended, I have the numbers. So even before Kobe ascended, they had a +10 relative offense in the '98 playoffs. And that's second year Kobe, year 2 Kobe, year 3 Kobe. They had a +10 offense in that postseason. Jokic has never come close to that. And that's in '98 before Kobe ascends.
That's the first leg. Is I don't think he's played with necessarily like the level of second star that some of these other guys have, especially Magic. You're talking about Kareem. That's crazy. So I always think like watching James Harden and Donovan Mitchell right now, having Donovan Mitchell next to James Harden makes him so much more unstoppable. So having a counterpoint to Jokic that would be almost as good as Jokic would make him more unstoppable. And shout out to Jamal Murray because he's really ascending. The second thing I would say is, unlike Michael Jordan, unlike certain other players that you mentioned here, he really does play in the stronger conference. He has played in the stronger conference through his entire peak. So his playoff numbers are going up against the best teams probably in the entire league.
The Eastern Conference was a nightmare in the 90s.
That's why I use relative.
The Eastern Conference was a nightmare. So I'm not making any arguments against Michael Jordan.
I used relative for a reason because I didn't want to. It's relative to the opponent's defense. So if a defense hold a team to 100 and they score 95, that's still -5. The same way if they score 110
the
against
point,
the
Mars,
115.
is he's breaking all sorts of records and leading the best offense in the regular season in what some people would argue is the most talented the NBA has ever been. You may not argue this is the best basketball, best brand of basketball you've ever seen, but one could argue this is the most talented we've ever seen it. This is the most spaced out we've ever seen it. And in fact, for a slow-footed big who sometimes struggles to guard at the rim, these are the worst situations for a big like this. And if you're being honest, Mars, as much as you love Shaquille O'Neal, I think you and I can both agree that exact play that we had While Shaq would definitely do a better job in that situation, it's not like he's stopping an Anthony Edwards pull up 15 feet away from the basket, or he's not stopping, a Rudy Gobert pass over the top. These situations, he is. Chill. I have watched so much Shaquille O'Neal, and believe me,
no, you haven't. Shaq was a much better.
I didn't say he wasn't better.
And I'm
once
not,
again,
I'm
he's
not
better.
I'm not just talking about rim protecting and blocking shots. I'm talking about when the action is coming to him, which is what's going on right here. The action is coming to Joker, and Joker is already conceding the action coming to him.
Wallace and Sam Perkins and Arvydas Sabonis and literally every stretch big, he would not get out of the paint. He's not guarding out there.
That's just not true.
No, cool. Let's get back to the offense.
Rarely.
Let's get back to the offense.
Vlade Divac. Why do you think the Sacramento Kings almost beat him?
Ben, let me
Chris
ask
Webber
you this.
and Vlade could shoot.
Cool. Ben, let me ask you this.
That's
because again, drooling while away. I want to ask you this. How much better of
ask you to be respectful?
How much? I'm not talking about you.
I'm
not talking about you.
So who's drooling while awake?
I'm not talking about you.
Yeah, we're getting off the point.
As you were saying, real talk. As you were saying, real talk.
I want to say this.
Pin, I've been drooling. That's why I have this for my food.
As you were saying, real talk, you were making a point.
Thank you. How much better of an offensive player is Scottie Pippen than Jamal Murray? If he's better.
I don't necessarily think he's better or worse. But
Jamal Murray and Scottie Pippen are the same.
That helps
offensively.
Yeah, that helps Roto's point.
Exactly.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
But the argument is, I don't think Nikola Jokic is a better player than Michael Jordan.
I didn't say player. I'm not talking about player. I'm talking about offense. Offense. Do you think he's a better offensive player than? Do you think that Nikola Jokic is the greatest offensive player ever?
I think he has a case to be up there for sure. I think the case could be him, Kareem, Magic,
shout out to Cat,
Michael,
James,
LeBron.
Hello.
That's it. That's the list.
Magic.
That's the 5
also,
greatest
Mars,
players of all time.
Mars, I'm not particularly sure about. I would assume some of these playoff runs for Kareem are during the 70s that he's leading these offenses.
Yeah, 71, 72, 70.
Okay.
Yeah, but we also have eyes. 7'3", unstoppable, skyhook, really great processing. Like, I'm sorry, like I think, and decent passer. Like, I think Kareem can definitely be in this conversation.
No, I'm not saying he's not.
Can he?
No, that's my point, though. That's what I'm saying. Because you're trying to harp on the teammate point. That's why I'm going to the 70s instead of the 80s for him when he has Magic Johnson. Was he leading these elite offenses in the playoffs even before Magic Johnson? And he was. That's what I'm saying. That's to Mars's point, to my point. I think the offensive GOAT stuff, that crown got passed to him way too soon. He had not completed enough in the playoffs to even be remotely in these conversations with Michael Jordan, who year after year after year after year after year led elite playoff offenses. LeBron James, year after year after year after year after year. And 90 is getting to a point now, Mars, where it bumped the team result. His individual play as an offensive player
how do you stop
isn't
him?
as good as
how
LeBron.
do you stop him? Here's the thing.
Sit on his left shoulder.
No, hang on.
You sit on his left shoulder.
Oh, come on,
and make him a bucket getter.
You can't, like, there was Hack-a-Shaq for offense. If you want to stop Shaq, if you want to try to stop him, limit the flow of the team, etc., limit his teammates, there's Hack-a-Shaq. Shaq was a good passer, so you couldn't double team him as aggressively. He was physical, so you couldn't really like push him off his spot. I always think offensive gravity and offensive talent, or when we talk about GOAT offensive players, it's not so much relative offense, what you did for your team, whatever. It's just really game plan. How much stress and how much force are you putting on the other team, and how many different counters do I have to stop you? How many players on an average roster can stop Jokic one-on-one? They thought Ivica Zubac was the Jokic stopper. He fried him. Man. He fried him. 53 points. They thought, oh yeah, we guard him one-on-one. So the question is, what you can do to Kevin, hold up. What you can do to Kevin Durant is you can trap his handle and you can force him to be a playmaker. Yep. You can't trap Jokic because he sees the trap coming from 14 feet away. So I think that is part of his offensive genius. Why do you have so many turnovers against
OKC last year?
Because OKC does that to you. I mean, like, look, man, like right now, I have put SGA in conversations that y'all probably don't agree with, and he just shot what 5 for 18.
That's another one dropping
game
too
one
regularly.
Okay, okay, and look, man, like you're supposed to be a little bit worse in the playoffs. When you're not worse in the playoffs, it's usually because you have a generational offensive or athletic advantage. If you look at playoff risers throughout NBA history,
are the generational offensive advantage.
Anthony Edwards is a great playoff riser. Donovan Mitchell's a great
sometimes-
playoff riser. Michael Jordan's a great playoff riser. Are you seeing a
Paulo
trend?
Banchero.
But scoring less points in the playoff game for a team or a a player doesn't mean you play worse. It's just a different style.
I could get with that. That I could get with.
I mean,
I could definitely
Like,
get with that.
and I don't think Jokic gets enough calls, bro. Like I'm telling you, like I'm seeing this guy getting
way
hacked
that big
all
motherfucker
left.
just
Right.
be
I'm pretty
flopping.
confident that he gets to the stripe more than any other big in the league does. I'm pretty confident.
That's why
Embiid.
what's
I'm
his
taking him
name
out
got
because
that
he hasn't been
got
involved.
that
But I'm talking
got that
about
dunk.
Chill, did you
relative
see
to
that? Did you see
everybody
that defense that Julius Randle was playing on him yesterday?
else.
Oh,
Yes.
that one play you saw. Do you
I'm
saw when
talking
he
about-
absolutely flopped and got a charge call on Rudy Gobert because
That was ridiculous.
he was about to run a play? Did you see
We
that
was
one?
literally Ron
That
and I was
was
just having this conversation
ridiculous.
this morning. That shit pissed me off.
For the only big who's unless you're calling Zion a big, which I don't know if we are, the only big who's
Sure.
even close to Jokic in free throw attempts is Wemby, and he's at 7, so Jokic is 7.4. So yeah, Jokic is quite fine going to the free throw.
They foul him on almost every single play.
And they did the same thing with Shaq.
Yes,
We be
I
here all
agree
day,
with
which means
that.
You have to play through physicality. That has to happen.
Pin, but also too though, like I'm not gonna. Yes, it'd be physical with Jokic, but we're not gonna sit here and act like the same thing that you guys get on SGA for. Jokic be out there flopping his ass off. It'd be a lot of fouls he doesn't even deserve that he gets.
He flops on
They-
rebounds too.
They called a couple fouls on Jokic last night that I don't think should have been and1s. I just really don't think they should have been fouls.
When he had Jaden McDaniels on the block that time.
That shit was weak as hell.
What was
It,
that?
it was, but it was a strong move from Jokic. I will give Jokic that. He made a strong move. He made a good move, and he got himself a bucket. But that wasn't a foul on Jaden McDaniels.
I think
it just wasn't.
The argument for Jokic is always going to come down to shot profile efficiency and a lack of weaknesses offensively. That's really what it's going to come down to. It's not going to come down to relative offensively. What are his weaknesses? What are his weaknesses offensively? Yeah, go ahead.
He's not the greatest over the top shot maker as far as jump shooting. He's not that. Y'all can put out them percentages in the mid range all you want to.
Who's a more efficient paint scorer, Shaquille O'Neal or Nikola Jokic?
That's just a different statement to what he just said. Though.
Who's more efficient? I'm asking. Who's more
That
efficient?
has nothing to do with what I was just saying.
We can answer that. Jokic
Who generates more?
Jokic is factually more efficient in the paint. Cool. Can we address? You asked for a weakness. Real Talk said he's not the greatest over the top shot maker as a jump shooter. Can we address that before we talk about the
not a
paint?
weakness? It's just not a superpower.
He airballed too.
Oh, you mean on the 2 plays you watched? See,
I watched the whole game.
We can both get really catty.
I was live watching the whole game.
To answer your question, Pin, about weaknesses,
Hate
if Mars, I mean, you can fact check. one of his biggest strengths
popcorn
is his one of his biggest strengths is his ability to process defenses and make life less difficult for others. That's probably his biggest strength. You being a bucket getter takes away from that. So if
in the play.
But that's what and that's my point, Mars. And the reason why I'm bringing that up because
from anywhere on the
reason why I'm bringing that up, Mars, because I know that you guys fact check. If you go back and you look at the games when Joker scored 45, when he scored 50, when he scored 60, they lost most of those games. And the reason why they lost most of those games is because I'm going to take away that option from you, and you as a bucket getter are going to have to beat me. You're going to have to do that, and it doesn't work more times than not.
Conversely, maybe he scores a lot of points when his teammates don't have it going, and he has to score 40, 50 points when his teammates don't have it going, and they end up losing anyway. He actually scores almost exactly the same in wins and losses. He's just way more efficient in wins. He takes more shots in losses. This year, in the 43 games that they've won, he's averaged 27.6. You want to talk about consistency? He's averaged 27.8 in the games they've lost. But in the games they've lost, he has averaged more threes and shot worse from 3. He's averaged more shots, and he's averaged fewer free throws, and he's averaged more rebounds.
He's at the 3-point line more. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yes.
This is a consistent theme. We're only 2 games into this postseason, so take it with a grain of salt. But per 100 possessions in the regular season, Jokic was at 6.7 rim assists. So far in this series, he's at 3.4. So that's been basically cut in half.
Yes.
Last year in the regular season, he was at 6.5. That went down to 4.1 in the playoffs. The year before, he was at 5.6. It went down to 4.6. In 23 was the 1 year it was close. He was at 7.5 and it only went down to 5.2. In 2022 against Golden State, he was at 5.9 rim assists. That went down to 1.7 in the playoffs. In 2021, he was at 5.2. That went down to 2.7. And if you want to go back to 2020, when he was at 5.7 and it went down to 3.6. This is a 6-year trend in which Jokic's ability to find guys under the rim has been cut in half routinely. And that's because Jokic's playmaking. Football Breakdown, I spoke about this actually.
Y'all just
About
don't
how-
want him. Y'all just don't
about
want
how
him to be in these conversations. Y'all
No,
don't.
okay, first of all, I've already said I have him tier 1. I'm making
No,
pretty clear.
I think
I'm hating on the guy.
I think the mouth drooler above you does not have him in tier 1, and I think he is hate watching this situation.
Well, he thinks tier 1 is just MJ and LeBron, which I also think is a fair thing to say.
Well, I don't think that's a fair thing to say because if we genuinely want to break apart,
I didn't
Kobe
call
Bryant,
Nikola Jokic Draymond Green, so I don't think.
No, I didn't call him Draymond Green. I said they have some stuff in common.
No facts.
You decided to go
facts.
the other way.
No facts.
You getting sensitive? You need a timeout?
I don't. I'm
Speaking
of time,
Ron,
I gotta bounce, yo.
All right,
I gotta bounce.
Like you brought this
fellas, and we do, and we do. Hey, fellas, we've done a good job today. It's okay. It's okay. I understand. I understand. Pin, real talk. Ox, even that's probably why Chill had to leave. You know, we're having tough conversations right now. We're trying to get down to the bottom of some things. And the thing about it is, we don't know because it's only 2 games into this playoff series. Game 3, things could change. Hey, game 3, we know who we fucking with. All right, and I'm going to just keep it a buck. We know who we fucking with. Game 3 could be a 44, 14, and 17 game. We know that could happen like that. So we'll see. Game 3 is coming soon. But as of right now, we have super chats. So let's go ahead and show some love to the people that have sent through their money. If you're watching the video right now, we are almost 3 hours and 30 minutes in. We have been giving you guys a treat for the last 2 months straight. We've been giving you guys consistently 4-hour episodes. We only traditionally do 3-hour episodes. We've been giving you guys more. So we're going to ask that you guys give us more by way of just liking the video, subscribing, and becoming a member. That's all we ask for. Like the video, subscribe, and if you want to become a member, become a member. What was that day, Pin?
When you weren't host.
Oh, damn.
Remember that?
That's true.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're saying that person that was hosting was a Lester?
I was not a Lester.
Makes sense. The correlation makes sense.
Was not a Lester. Nah, man. I just want to close this off. I think if y'all really get honest about it, every one of those players that we talked about, Kareem, if you want to nitpick, Kareem, Kobe, Michael, LeBron, anyone, and I ask you, where do you put them on the court to make them less efficient? What do you do to stop them? You'll come up with a longer list or as long a list as what do you do with Nikola Jokic? If you want to stop Shaq anywhere outside the paint, go take jump shots. Well, you can't do that. Oh, he's too strong. Foul him, hack him, boom. We're not getting efficient offense. We're not getting efficient offense with him shooting 45, 50%.
During that time, actually, it probably was a point per possession in the 2000s.
During that time, but playing in this era is not going to make you a magically better free throw shooter. We still got guys.
He's not in this era.
We do stuff relative.
Okay, so but we're talking offensive player all time. So we're not doing relative to era. We're talking I'm not doing relative to era offensive player of all time. I'm talking greatest offensive player of all time. Who is the best at the best? I'm not doing fucking like you the best scientist because you invented the first fucking beaker. Like, I don't care. Like, cool, man. Like,
Shaq would be an even better offensive player if he played today. You know that, right?
I mean, he'd probably be different. He'd probably work on his free throws a hell of a lot more.
Who are the bigs in the
Shaq
league
could shoot 50% from the line and would still be a better offensive player today.
Who are the bigs in the league to guard Shaq today?
Well, the league has changed.
I know exactly,
especially with the spacing.
And how about this? Who are the bigs that 300-pound Shaq can guard in space?
What's my offense?
Well, the point here is both
The
sides,
goalpost
right?
is wiggity. I'm not gonna lie. So
No, the point is if Shaq is going to get 2 points on the other end, and Naz Reid and Karl-Anthony Towns are getting wide open threes on the other end, you're playing 5-on-4. Like Shaquille O'Neal is going to have to move out of the paint. He's going to have to guard in space, which means suddenly we got problems with Shaq. Like, I'm not comparing Shaq and Jokic as defensive players. I understand Shaq was a better defensive player. I hope even Swiper would not do that. My point here is if you want to debate seriously the point of Nikola Jokic being in a conversation for greatest offensive player of all time, then I would ask you to have a good faith argument and really ask what are his weaknesses and how do you take them away? You said over the top shot making. Cool. This sounds like cope to me. This sounds like cope because it's like this would be like saying like Kobe Bryant, like if I really, really want to leave him on the left elbow going to his left, fading away. Like, you know what I mean? Like we're really dicing away. There's no zone that you can put Nikola Jokic where he's not efficient. He is a good driver. He is a great passer. You can't trap him. He sees right over you. The fact that he has that height advantage allows him to dissect you all over the place. He's great passing with his left hand, right hand. He's great passing off the move. He drives transition incredibly well. He is a good screen setter. He is a better screen setter than a lot of the players that you have in your top 5. Screen setting is a part of offense as well. He is a good offensive rebounder. That is a part of offense. He has great feathery touch around the rim. He has better touch around the rim than literally every player on that team, on that list. And on one side, you want to say, well, he doesn't guard the rim, and that's the most efficient place on. Well, he can't be guarded around the rim. He literally shoots better than Shaq in the paint, and you don't want to do.
So how have they not produced elite offensive results?
They have produced very good offenses. They haven't produced the level of offenses that you're talking about, and I think that you can go down to like rotation, coaching, talent around him, a lack of a definitive superstar next to him, all that stuff. But I don't think you are willing to see what a Nikola Jokic prime Kobe Bryant would have looked like with proper spacing around them. Like, I think that could have been generational. I think that could have been the greatest offense of all time.
Since the championship, they've had a negative offense in both postseason runs with Jokic on the floor. No all-time great transcendent tier 1 offensive player has that ever been true, for, regardless of teammate help. 06 Kobe didn't have that, and we saw his team. Like, no all-time... 2015 LeBron, when Kyrie and Kevin Love went down, didn't have that. And this is negative relative to the opponent's defense. Back-to-back postseason runs, that has been the case with Jokic on the floor. So that's not just the Nuggets as a team. I'm ignoring the times when he's on the bench. With him on the floor, they have produced below average offense relative to their opponent's defense in both runs since the championship. If you want to go before that, in 22, they were a negative offense with Jokic on the floor once again. So that's another year. So
my mic not working?
Before the championship in 2021, they had a negative offense with Jokic on the floor in that postseason run too. So that would mean in every year since Jokic became an MVP caliber player, basically, since Jokic became an MVP caliber player, they have had a negative offense in every single run except one. And that was the year in which they won the championship. That can't just be variance. That can't just be unfortunate circumstance. At that point, it's a trend. We are saying they had a +8 offense in 2023. Also happened to be the one postseason in which Jamal Murray played like an All-NBA player. Credit to him. Every other postseason, it's not they've been average. They've been slightly above it. They've just been a regular good offense. No, they have been below average in every other postseason with Jokic on the floor. There's not a singular all-time great offensive player that has been the case for. Not one.
What about Jokic and Murray on the court?
Jokic and Murray, they're a +5 in those years. I could do individually if you want, but +5 over those years, which once again still falls short
of all of the all-time
great.
A 119 offensive rating is good for probably a top 3 offense in the NBA over a 3-year span from 2023 to 2026. You are saying that Nikola Jokic, with a part of the team that he desperately needs to run everything that he runs, which is a guard. Literally,
they barely play any minutes apart. So that would mean they're so bad without Jamal Murray.
I think we do a really bad job.
In 2020 in the playoffs, he played 87% of his minutes with Jamal Murray, which would mean the 13% of his minutes without him must be terrible. in 2021 there was no Jamal Murray, so that could explain why they were a below average offense. But once again, Steve Nash with no Amari Stoudemire still produced elite offense in the postseason. Dirk Nowitzki produced elite offense in the postseason with and without Steve Nash. LeBron James without Kyrie and Kevin Love produced elite offenses in the postseason. Steph Curry without Kevin Durant produced elite offenses in the postseason. Whatever amount of talent you want to go with and without, when Kareem just declined and when Kareem wasn't there in 91, Magic Johnson produced elite offensive results in the postseason. Michael Jordan, with and without anyone on his roster, was still able to produce high-level offenses in the postseason. Whichever all-time great player, Kareem before Magic was able to produce high-level offenses in the postseason.
So
Shaq before Kobe ascended.
I get it. You've said all of this. So let me.
But I haven't got an explanation.
Okay, let me try.
Pin, this is the last time too, and we got to move on. So if you have an explanation, now will be the time to pull it out your ass and use it.
I believe that certain players are more connective than other players. Would you agree? Draymond Green is an example of a deeply connective player, as in he is an amplifier of the sum of the parts. That doesn't diminish his offensive value. However, it does diminish his solo star value or solo carryability value.
Sure.
I think Jokic, and the reason that I compared him to Draymond offensively in a part, just like a souped up, crazy, hyper galactic version of it, is because he is also that way. So the question that I would have for you is, in all those non-Jamal Murray minutes, right? Where is the Jamal Murray type of player on that team? Because I guarantee you, if there is another poor man's Jamal Murray sitting behind Jamal Murray, he can do some of the same stuff. It won't be as efficient, but it'll be a lot more efficient than him running lineups with Bruce Brown, Peyton Watson, Christian Brown, and friggin' Jokic needs a secondary creator at all times. I don't think that diminishes his value, because I think if you're a smart person, you just find a way to always have one on the court with him. It's just like some guards require a big screener to play with them. They need that. Okay. So the definition of a player is not putting them in their absolute worst situation and then saying, look what you did. Because Shaq without space at all and without help has never really been seen. He always had some element of shooter space around him. Giannis, do y'all remember what happened to Giannis in the 2019 playoffs? One weak shooter, Eric Bledsoe, allowed the Raptors to wall up on him and take away his drives.
Player conversation.
Giannis was in the MVP conversation at the time, so I will.
Has nothing to do with the conversation.
It has a lot to do with the conversation, because Giannis has roster builds around him that allow him to utilize his singular gravity driving downhill. I don't think that some of these non-Murray Jokic minutes where Jokic is by himself, obviously numbers that are taking down the overall value of Jokic's playoff impact, I don't think those are necessarily indicative of Jokic, because Jokic's greatest superpower is activating his guards, is activating his wings, is activating cutters. If you play 4 stagnant players with this dude who cannot dribble past shoot, who cannot provide space for him, he's going to be less effective. But
who's playing with more 40% three-point shooters this year than Nikola Jokic? Who's playing with more 40% three-point shooters this year than Nikola Jokic?
He's one of the biggest reasons they are 40% shooters. So
no,
that's
facts, right.
That's
Tim Hardaway Jr. hasn't been a great shooter his whole
with
career.
Jamal Murray on the floor without Jokic this year, by the way.
Exactly.
So
I'm not just saying he just needs spacing. He needs movement and spacing. He is a
Tim Hardaway is
transition
a
driver.
movement shooter.
Yes, I understand that.
All right, y'all. We're going to go ahead and move on. This just what basically Jokic just doesn't have high level enough teammates.
Yeah.
So that's everything in a in a nutshell.
If you put him next to Kyrie, he would produce the same results that he produces with Jamal.
He has
Murray.
Kyrie. He has Jamal Murray.
No way.
All right, fellas. We got to move on to these super chats. The thing about it is, there's going to be a super chat pertaining to this. I'm assuming that we might circle back around to this topic, but we have other things to talk about. Whoopity Scoopity sent through $50 and said, guys, I've never really watched basketball, but is it normal for a guard like SGA to be a better rim protector than a really big guy like Jokic?
I mean, there's been
plenty normal?
Of bad rim protecting bigs, and there's been good rim protecting guards. It's rare that like a big who's this good as a player is a worse rim protector, because most bigs provide value on defense usually.
who are this good. So it's rare for that. But Dwayne Wade was a better rim protector than some bigs in his time. Michael Jordan was a better rim protector than some bigs during his time. There's some people. Danny Green, respect Danny Green, but like, so there have been guards who have probably been better rim protectors than bigs. So it's not unfathomable.
Whoopity, it's rare. Guards are not supposed to be better rim protectors than bigs. They're just not. The bigger you are, the easier it's supposed to be for you to guard the rim. Teddy Hart sent through $20 earlier and said, fun fact, both Kendrick Perkins, dumbass, both Kendrick Perkins, dumbass, and Bill Simmons publicly admitted to changing their votes after watching the play-in. I'm sure there are more, but shiesty voters are why season awards don't hold as much meaning as they should.
Yeah, but I kind of wonder if we should allow the playoffs to happen and we should have end of season awards so that we can watch what happened in the playoffs. Mars, your entire thought process and cook session, which you load managed the first half of this episode for, just to prepare yourself to make sure that you had, all that time to really cook Jokic how you wanted to. Let me offer you a counterpoint to something that you said, which is very interesting because I decided to do the same thing you did with Jokic with Steph Curry. Steph Curry without Draymond in the playoffs from 2015 to 2020 to 2021. That is absolutely including the best years of Steph Curry. Mm-hmm. That is including his peak, his prime, his MVP season. Produced a negative 0.4 net rating in the playoffs in minutes without Draymond. With Draymond, that number goes up to plus 10.9. You see how maybe sometimes players are deeply connected?
What was their offense in those minutes?
114.5
relative
plus 5.4. What's your point?
We're talking about offense.
Is that generationally great? I'm talking about net impact.
Not, but
so we're talking about
our whole conversation has been about offense.
Our conversation is about great. Okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Wait, were you saying net rating in general?
Yes, net rating. So because their defense falls off a cliff. Yes.
Well, therein lies the point. If you want to put Steph Curry top 10, I would argue that probably, if I go back to Kobe's best 6-7 year stretch, if I go back to Shaq's 6-7 year stretch, me taking off the best defender from their teams is not going to make their entire net impact negative over a 6-year sample. So you could probably use this whole do you understand what I'm saying though?
But I made an argument with Steph Curry about my biggest gripe with Steph Curry in comparison as an offensive player to
is that his
is the fact that he hasn't produced those level of offenses without the Kevin Durant teams in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Like they haven't been that. So I've made this argument with Steph. So it's not a gotcha. I agree with the sentiment that the reason I've become slightly lower on Steph is that his offensive results haven't matched the all-time greats without having the best team of all time alongside him because of things I think within his system that can be taken away in the playoffs in terms of the off-ball stuff when more scheming is necessary. I do think he can get slowed down somewhat in his prime. But even then, like you said, it's a +4 offense without Draymond. Like, it's still... Jokic is... it's negative. Like, I don't... they're performing like a below-average offense. I don't think we're understanding what I'm saying. Not net rate... And in the last two postseasons, 24 and 25, Jokic has played 84% of his minutes with Jamal Murray. So this is not he doesn't have Jamal Murray issue. They still produce negative offenses, and he's playing 84% of his minutes with Jamal. This is an issue of Jokic-led offenses have been stifled in the playoffs repeatedly for half a decade.
Who had better
one year they won.
Who had better?
One year they won.
Give it a rest. It's not even 6 feet anymore. You're going on 18 feet in the ground. Give it a rest, brother. It's okay. You will live to fight another day. I'm telling you, Jokic will have a good game in this series and then come up here in victory lap.
Shit, today, game 3, he gonna go crazy, and then you can
today, buddy. I'm telling you, it is. Whew.
Ron, I want to say and then I'm done. But I just want to say, for me personally, I do think Jokic is one of the greatest offensive players of all time. I don't want it to be misconstrued that I don't think that. I do think that. I do think that you can maybe put him in arguments with like Steph Curry. I do think he's ascended to that level. However, my thing is when you talk about the greatest, to me, he has no case, zero, of being a better offensive player, in my opinion, because I value playoff translation when we're talking about this kind of stuff. Michael Jordan, LeBron James are clearing him, in my opinion, as far as offensive GOATness. So yes, he's in the upper echelon. I'm not arguing that. I am not arguing that whatsoever. But Mike and LeBron,
is D Wade in that conversation?
I mean,
Is he one of the top 20 offensive players? Is he great?
He is. He's actually a really good playoff translator in his prime. Very good playoff translator. But we don't have time for that.
Zero.
What?
Over 3-year span from 2011 to 2014 in the playoffs without LeBron James.
Is that his prime? That's his prime. That was his.
That's not exactly his prime. I'll give you that.
Exactly. So you wanted to be nasty yet again. Super chats.
D-Town sent through $20 and said, at some point, we have to stop using on-off numbers for Jokic. When he's off, one of the worst and most unplayable bigs in the league is on the court. Of course, Jokic's on-off is going to look good when Valanciunas is a perpetual -8 or -8.
That's why his playoff on-offs are interesting.
The next super chat is from Dub Ball Out Highlights tapped in and said, hey, if y'all missed Real Talk's live stream last night, y'all missed out. It was a generational stream. The refs for the Nuggets game has been dog shit. The league wants a Wemby and Jokic second round so bad.
2001 to 2004, Kobe without Shaq produced a -7.5 offensive rating in the playoffs.
No facts.
Shout out Kobe.
94.7 without Shaq.
Do 06 to 10 or 08 to 10.
Shout out Kobe.
He wasn't playing with Shaq.
He's a worse offensive player than Nikola Jokic. We don't need to talk about this. Nikola Jokic is tier 1. Kobe's tier 3. On to the next super chat from Trent. Trent said
negative without Kobe, by the way.
Trent said the whistle was crazy for the Timberwolves versus Nuggets game, but my GOAT ant is just him. But shout out to Dante Nas, Julius Bones, especially Rudy, and shout out to CJ for making New York City making New York City's most wanted list.
Hey, Mars, I was absolutely shitting on Bones a lot of his minutes, but he did hit some big shots. So salute to you, young man.
Yeah, for sure. He was making sure. It's just some of the decisions were.
Yeah, he was doing some boneheaded shit out there. I mean,
that's why his name is Bones.
You're gonna make sure. So shout out to him, especially when like you foul 3 times in the first quarter and then you sit on the bench for 2 years and then you come in, make a big 3 right away, and then foul straight after. There you go. Shout out to you. But like he made some big shots. Shout out to Bones.
You know what you get with Bones, though. You just with players like that, you take the good with the bad. Blackest Panther, or the bad with the good, however. Blackest Panther said, I'm prioritizing LeGoat's career over being a T-Wolves fan for right now. But last night's game made me feel proud. Also, I'm a fan of cum buckets. What? But I feel Warriors ball messed him up. Shout out to Penny Craig. Shout out Penny Craig.
I remember Jenny Craig. That's cool.
Good old Jenny Craig. A couple of y'all in the chat may need to look up Jenny Craig because that may help your lifestyle so much more. Damn. Average Joe said entire Knicks bench are 6'2" guards and Mitch relying on a great matchup versus the long Atlanta team. Team is filled with a bench of redundancies that in that second unit, you know better. Shaking my head.
Yeah, okay. Nice.
Maybe next year, Knicks. Maybe next year. Teddy Hart sent through $10 and said, Wemby, when all is said and done, will likely get a GOAT case boost in the media, as he'll likely be the only guy ever to have multiple MVPs and multiple DPOYs. No one has had 2 or more of both awards.
How many MVPs Hakeem win? One?
One, yeah. Kings won.
I mean, Kareem would, but
Kareem would have, yeah, actually, yeah, to be fair, Kareem would have.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Russell also would have.
Yeah.
Wilt
You need,
probably would have.
hey, Ron, you need to stop this Kareem foolishness, because I remember I actually recently, probably like 2 or 3 weeks ago, that vid had come up on my suggested or whatever, and it was about the GOAT case, that argument that we had. We absolutely fried you in that segment. I don't know if you remember that or not, but me and Mars put on an absolute masterclass. I'm not gonna lie.
You use this and then pass it to Mars. He's right next to you.
You're right. Thank you.
Oh, damn.
Next, Hunt Show sent through a $5 super chat and said, the further away we get from 23, the more that run looks fluky for number 15. If he's out R1 with... If he's out R1,
round one.
if he's out round 1 with what some call the best built team he's ever had, I don't know.
I think they probably still win the series. I just have my reservations with this team, but they might fuck around and win a championship, and they might have a +10 offense on their way to doing it, and then he'll have 2 postseasons in which the offense is translated.
All right, J718 said, Pin, what offseason move do you want Toronto to do? Is Sabonis part of that scenario?
Hell no. I don't want Domantas Sabonis. If we can create Arvydas Sabonis in a lab and bring him back, from old age, and respawn him and create him as a 22-year-old, we love that player. We need rim protection, man. Scotty and CMB can't do it alone. We need a big who can move their hips and, actually switch their hips, get out, contest off-season moves, get rid of Jakob Poeltl, and honestly, I didn't love what Brandon Ingram did a couple of days ago either. I definitely didn't like what game he played yesterday. I really thought I could distract enough in this episode that we would just never get around to talking about the Raptors being down 0-2 in this series, and, mission accomplished, but shit. Yeah. B.I. had probably the worst game I've seen him play in my life yesterday.
Shout out B.I. Y'all seen him on Twitter yesterday. I can't believe that guy wore that do-rag to that game.
Yeah, my guy B.I. he's been playing absolutely ass-tastic. But I do want to say, D. Mitch and James Harden are putting on ridiculous shows offensively every night watching these games. They are 2 of the best offensive players in the league. James Harden is still in that category to this day.
And that's kind of the point. Jacoby Walter and Jamal Shead are such better point of attack defenders than anything Nikola Jokic is playing with right now. Especially between Christian. I'm sorry, Jacoby Walter is a better defender than Christian Brown right now. And Jamal Murray is leaps and bounds. Jamal Shead is a much better Jamal than Jamal Murray as a point of attack contained defender. And I'm saying that the dynamic guards, like Anthony Edwards, is a playoff riser for a reason. When I came up here and I discussed actual NBA contenders, championship contenders, I put Minnesota on that list for a reason. Because that team is sneaky very good.
About that team.
Pardon?
We've been in agreement about that team, Minnesota.
Yes.
All right, Teddy Hart sent through $5 and said, tell me what other era besides this one can you average 20 plus points per game for a straight decade and not even sniff the Hall of Fame, let alone make a single All-Star game? Shout out to CJ McCollum.
The closest you'd get would be like Anton Jameson. I don't know how many years he averaged 20, but I know he has a lot of points.
That's a good shout. Mm-hmm.
Anton Jameson never made an All-Star team?
No, but he said Hall of Fame. I know Anton Jameson's been an All-Star because he was an All-Star right before he got to Cleveland.
Shout out Big Twan.
I think
that Washington team low-key would do damage if they played today. I think they would be one of the best. They were definitely ahead of their time. They were playing Antoine at the 4, Butler at the 3. Who else they had? Was it
They had
Stevenson?
Deshaun Stevenson.
Yeah, that's it. They would.
Europe.
Oh, you
all
was talking
get
about
more
Antoine
credit.
Jameson. Oh, I thought you was talking
Yeah,
about
yeah,
Antoine
yeah.
Walker. Oh, okay.
Nah,
okay.
Antoine Jameson. Nah,
Shout out Antoine.
that team.
And
Both
they
of
had
them.
like what, it was
They played
what,
together.
Brendan Hayward at the 5.
Yep,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
that team would be dope.
They had Deshaun Stevenson on there too.
They had
Mhm.
Margot. They had Andre Blatch. I know they had Andre Blatch.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Can't stand that guy.
Shout out Javaris Crittenton too. Bob sent through a super chat and said, "Pin, just telling you, Jonathan Kuminga not a winning player. He does not help your star player in any way. He does not connect or play off advantages. It starts and ends with him."
Yeah, I think he's saying Penn is just telling you blank, 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 blank. He's translating what I said. So
Yeah.
appreciate
I
that.
think a
Bob.
lot of that is true, but I still think he had a really good game yesterday.
Yeah, he's cool. He's cool. He's a cool player. He's athletic.
The Jonathan Frazier said Knicks' offensive process in that fourth quarter just didn't make sense. This is on Mike Brown and Jalen Brunson. Got to be better. Will be fine. Knicks in 6.
I agree. Knicks in 5, Knicks in 6.
We got a few new members. Let me go ahead and shout these individuals out. AA Millie 20 became a member. Shout out to AA Millie. Cheese also gifted 10 players choice memberships. I shouted Cheese out already, but I'm gonna give him another shout out because Cheese is just like that. And he just did a couple of y'all a favor. Thank Cheese in the chat. Drop the cheese emojis. And if you didn't get one of these memberships, it's okay. You don't need to get gifted anything anyways. Just go get a membership yourself. Bush I Do Beats. Shout out Bush I Do Beats. Became a member, and shout out to the beats that Bush makes. They're probably fire. I would assume so. We have another super chat from SSG Verified. SSG said, whole Denver team got ethered by McDaniels post game, but number 15 gets to be the media's golden boy and never gets criticized for anything.
That's just a
You
lie.
see how we didn't have
that's
to
not
manufacture
true.
this. We didn't have to manufacture this rivalry, though. You can tell that these two teams now, like, they don't like each other.
This is 100% rivalry, real
Yeah,
talk.
there's a rivalry.
100%. This is a
I mean,
third time.
this is their 4th time playing in the
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Wait,
we didn't have
third
to
time.
manufacture.
No,
this
Yeah,
is why you have
it's the third that I know of. It might be 4.
20,
But also,
23, 24, and this year.
yeah. And then also, they're 1-1, so they both beat each other. And then also, they're like division rivals too, so they play each other 4 times a year. Like this is 100% a rivalry. I
Yeah.
think.
No, it is. Just definitely one.
The next super chat is from Little McKee. Little McKee said, I think Kobe will forever be better than LeBron. But to me, Iverson has my heart forever and always.
I've got higher on Iverson. And like recently.
Yeah, you used to be an Iverson hater. I remember those days.
Yeah. I've got higher on Iverson.
Shout out AI, man.
So someone said earlier we got to do away with on-off numbers. Like we just gotta get away from this on-off shit. I'm sort of in agreement. In 2018, between 2018 and 2024, would you believe that in the playoffs, Giannis's team's been better with him on the bench offensively? They've had a higher offensive rating, 115 offensive rating. They've had a negative relative offensive rating with Giannis on the court in 2,224 minutes. I guess Giannis is a bum offensively.
My biggest gripe with Giannis has been his postseason offenses.
I wonder if that changes with certain teammates being on the court and not.
Sure, Jokic in the last 2 postseasons is like a +2 offense with Jamal Murray on the court. And like I said, he plays 84% of his minutes with Jamal Murray. It's not a staggering issue.
It a rest. Hey, listen, Wednesday will be a much better day. Thursday will be even better. Friday, we'll forget all about this after game 3. I'm telling you, today is a lost cause. Okay, you are. Listen.
Just wait till Jokic has a great game 3, because then you can come back in victory lap.
I don't do that.
But you
I
can.
really don't.
That's fine. But you can, because Jokic is gonna have an amazing game in this series. He's gonna have one of those. What was it? In 24, what was it? Game 4? Game 5?
At least we're learning a lot. We're learning
he's
a
gonna
lot
have one of
here,
those
yo.
games.
Ron, you think I'm dragging it, but we're learning
It's
a
not
lot.
even 2017 against the Warriors. Look, you're LeBron.
Okay.
This is Steph. This is KD. This is Draymond. Okay. You don't stand a chance today. All right. I'm telling you, it's just not a good day. It's okay. Friday, you'll be up here with Swiper. And I'm telling you, you can.
You're booking me for Friday? I didn't know about
If
that.
you want to be booked for Friday.
Yo,
That depends on
you
which
could
one
say
does
it's
it for.
1v3, 1v4, 1v5. Like, what did Hendrick say? Don't care. But all I'm gonna say is, yo, shout out to my guy Swiper. We're not going through a good time, or so I'm sure Swiper not going through a good time. I have, however, been catching on my timeline people saying like, yo, Swiper be standing up for Scotty Barnes a lot. He cooked Cheryl on the Swiper, on the Evan Mobley Scotty debate multiple times. So Swiper and I have turned a new page, professionally, where we are actually gonna stand for logic as everyone else clowns out.
Logic.
And yes, logic. Yeah. I may not like Swiper style always, but he's generally coming with the work. He's done his work. He's done his homework. He goes to, Jokic is the GOAT.com and he figures out, how to bring the numbers up in a way that
Is that actually a site?
Yep, it is.
It
I
might
own
be,
it.
yeah.
I own the site, so I know,
Jokic is the GOAT.com.
So I'm just saying, like,
Damn, the site can't be reached.
we banned you. We banned your IP address from accessing the site. We don't want you to have access to all the numbers that we got access to over there. I'm just saying, like, I feel like Swiper is necessary, and y'all just like always, trying to troll him and saying that he's wrong. He's not wrong. Jokic is an amazing offensive player, and y'all tried to sit up here and tell 2,500 people that he's not in conversations that he absolutely is in. And you brought up on-off data from the playoffs and thought you were cooking. And I just genuinely,
I never said he's not in any conversations.
no, you
In fact,
didn't. But the
yeah.
guy who was bobbleheading along as you were talking, like he finally got
He's
the
a
validation he's been seeking his whole
bobblehead.
life. He's like, yes. I was just like, oh my God. Like,
Hey, real talk,
that
do
dude
this.
does not have him in these conversations.
Hit the front of your hat.
He's not in a conversation with LeBron James and Michael Jordan. I don't understand. Like, I don't know.
Well,
You've been up here coping for that fact.
I also
30
brought up
minutes
his jump shooting and his playmaking both being.
Speaking of which, Mars, Bippin Hart sent through a $10 super chat and said, Mars, what edges players like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar / Kobe out of your top 3 scorers of all time? MJ, Kevin Durant, LeBron James, given Kobe's shot-making versatility / playoff translation, Kareem's longevity, Bron didn't have a jumper early in his career.
When I do the top 3 scores, I'm mainly doing just like primes, peaks, whatever. So like, if you want to do like greatest scorers, I could maybe get Kareem and or Kobe in there. But I think MJ stands alone. I don't think I need to explain that. LeBron, especially once you get to like 2014, there really was just no answer for him as a scorer, despite like the less diversified shot profile. But even then, like he did have like clear shot making advantages. But I don't know, like there wasn't a matchup in which you could slow LeBron down from scoring the basketball in that time frame. Kevin Durant is the one you could argue because you could slow him down. My argument when it comes to Kevin Durant is that it's the same with like the whole concept of playoff dropping. I do think Kevin Durant dropped in the playoffs like noticeably. It's just he dropped from such ridiculous heights in the regular season that he was still like the best scorer. So it's like, do I think Kevin Durant dropping is still a better scorer than Kobe Bryant? Probably, but I could go either way.
You've lost your mind.
That's fine.
You've lost your mind.
That's fine. So it's like the shot making, the diversity, like you said with Kobe, it's like, yeah, but I think Kevin Durant's a better shot maker, and due to his size, that also has avenues that Kobe Bryant didn't. So even if he's dropping, his efficiency is still definitely higher than Kobe's. And also in the playoffs, his volume, despite what people want to say about him, especially in OKC, he led the playoffs in scoring 4 times. So this is not someone who is struggling with playoff volume in the playoffs either. He was also routinely +4, +3, +5 true shooting. 2011, I want to say he was like maybe +8. 2012, I want to say he was maybe +10 in the playoffs, something like that. So like he also has postseason runs that not many people can ever match, regardless of Golden State. And then even the lower efficiency postseason runs for him are still like good efficiency with extremely high volume. So it's like, regardless of him dropping, he's still producing all-time great levels while being, in my opinion, maybe the best regular season scorer outside of Michael Jordan ever. So that's just enough for him to get in my top 3.
So yeah, that's why.
Yeah, KD and Kobe, as far as their playoff efficiency, are much closer than I think some people
Then some people acknowledge. I agree.
think. Yeah.
Yeah.
And those are including postseason runs in which, like, Kobe seeing the 04 Pistons, 08. His actually 08 would have been a great year for him, but I think it was like a -3 or something like that against the Celtics in that series in that playoff run. So I like brought down his efficiency, but up until that point, he was frying the league. But you know,
Kevin Durant having a finals run at 29 on +12 in 2012. That's
2012. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. That's no one's done that. Like
Mars.
damn near no one's done that.
When Kyrie and LeBron played together, if you had to guess whose solo star numbers were better in the playoffs, who would you say?
That's gracious. If I had to guess, I'd say LeBron, but considering you looked it up, I'm gonna say it's Kyrie's.
It was Kyrie.
Okay, thank you.
Morpheus Chewy sent through $9.99 and said, when Jordan got up here and said the Nuggets could guard the Cavs in a playoff series, this is what I was talking about. Imagine James Harden and D. Mitch versus this defense. They would go crazy.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see it.
When Evan Mobley was off the floor, they would probably post, I'm not even lying, like a 130 offensive rating.
Evan Mobley, I haven't liked his defense in this Raptors series. Side point, by the way. But
because like they'll just use Jokic to shade off him from like the corner or something like that. But like when it's like Dean Wade or somebody out there,
they can't guard Scotty Barnes. They don't have a player. They don't have a matchup for Scotty at all.
Evan Mobley just jumping at everything. He needs to be on your feet. But it is what it is. Yeah, he's been a great offensive player though. Yeah, he's been great offensively. So it's like he's still having a good series. It's just not in the way I would have expected.
It's because Jakob Poeltl getting fried. But we got the counter. We found Colin Murray-Boyles.
Nice.
I'm telling y'all, man.
Okay, 3291 said, Mars and Real Talk, why do you think the Spurs can't guard Denver? Is that after one game? Jamal was buns mostly, and when Wemby didn't gamble, he did well.
I don't think Jamal was buns for one. I think he constantly put the Spurs defense in problem because he was drawing multiple defenders or pick and rolls, despite what he shot. And also because they have Wemby guarding Jokic primarily, all of the stuff that opens up behind the play is not great because Wemby can't clean things up. And also Wemby hasn't shown to be able to actually slow down Jokic meaningfully. So there's a reason why these games have been as high scoring as they have been. Not to say that the Spurs can't win, because once again, neither team can guard the other. But when Wemby's out there, their defense has not been. I think they have like a 120 defensive rating when Wemby's playing against the Spurs. I mean, against the Nuggets. Like they can't guard them. It's not just like you can see it. Like the Nuggets are scoring at will, but statistically, they can't guard them. So.
Prince Solitude said, mind you, Shea plays like trash, but doesn't get a hate segment.
He didn't get a dedicated segment for sure. We spoke about him being a playoff dropper for sure.
Yeah, don't worry. Those
game 2 tonight. Don't worry, we'll be here tomorrow when Phoenix go back to Phoenix, tie 1-1. We'll be here. Mm-hmm.
It also is just it's different, bro. I mean, did he play bad or didn't shoot the ball well? Yes. His team won by 35. There is a different context in which SGA is living in right now than like probably the rest of the star players in the league. I'm not gonna lie.
But
I think Jokic last night was worse than Shea game 1.
I think that's the danger of living by results as opposed to process. Whereas, like, for me, I don't care if your shot goes in or not. If you took a good shot, I'm going to live with it. Whereas I think a lot of people, they see a guy falling behind, the backboard, taking one leg, fadeaways when there's an open pass. And if he makes it, it's like golf clap. I don't think that's right. I think it's the wrong way to look at it. If your teammates carry you and you play terribly, you still play terribly.
Oh no, I agree with that. That's what I was trying to talk about it the other day, but I'm saying that's what Ron said, and I know most people believe or have the same thought process as Ron. It's like, sure, he played bad,
but they won by 30. I get
They
it.
won by 30. They don't care.
And we ask why stars want to go to super teams.
cook.
So that Ron can say they played well.
Yeah, people care what Ron has to say. Nobody wants to get cooked by Ron.
Hey, man.
It doesn't feel nice.
Y'all better keep running to these super teams. NY Kareem 2001 said Jokic ain't it, man. It takes so much energy for Denver to cover for him defensively, and his face-up game is so limited. Dirk clears as a scorer. SGA is greater.
I do think Dirk's a better scorer than Jokic.
I agree.
There you have it. Respect Steph, said Penn. So why Jamal don't get a pass on defense for being the best offensive player for the Nuggets in this series?
I'm sure you think that. I don't agree, obviously. I don't know. I think Jokic just ends up in conversations y'all don't want him to be in. So you try to create like false charges against Jokic. Like he not doing shit on defense, and then you redefine what the fuck defense is. You start inventing narratives about
Rim
other
protection is making up.
It's one part of
You got
defense. It ain't everything.
You
though.
got it.
It ain't
Nah,
everything
facts.
though.
I mean, it's quite literally the most
But
valuable
like,
thing.
but no.
I
but-
refuse to be gaslit.
Yeah, I'm not- yeah,
you're not
thank you,
being
yeah.
gaslit. When we talk about Michael Jordan and Jalen Suggs, right? We talk about the value, Derek White. We're like, oh, wow. As guard defenders, they're doing something very atypical, which is protecting the rim. I don't think Jokic gets enough credit for doing what he does defensively because it is atypical for his position to be so good at getting steals and getting deflections.
Just do what Anthony Edwards did when Jokic tried to take the charge.
You're right.
Wide open layup. We ain't gonna do. You're right.
Hey, Penn, keep lighting that gas. Nims gassed up, sent through a super chat and said an NBA player said none of the Nuggets players can guard, so it's got to be true, right? It was food at the rim last night.
We should all swipe at that because he loves what NBA players say when it's about Jokic.
Facts.
What did Luka Doncic say when I think who was talking shit and he said everybody likes to talk shit when they're up? Was it Devin Booker? Was it Dylan Brooks? It was Suns, right?
Yeah.
Everybody talks shit when they're up. Look, I respect the Wolves. I think they have a very good chance in this series to actually make it very close and a lot closer than people are willing to admit because people have been talking about Denver like they're not the worst defense in the playoffs forever. However, you do not want to piss off Denver coming into Minnesota for game 3. And they're going to be pissed off after those comments. You are talking shit. You know what? The same thing that Ox said. If you're not guarding him, don't talk to him. If you're not the reason your team is winning, if you are not the definitive reason your team is winning, like you're not Anthony Edwards, you're not Rudy Gobert, shut the hell up.
He is a big reason why.
Yeah, he's a big reason why they're winning.
Daniels
He's not
slammed
the reason they're winning. He's a
Jamal
role
Murray
player.
that whole
You
second half,
just gave them motivation. What do you?
I mean,
trying to do?
the thing about it though is he's the one who got to check Jamal Murray. So like,
Well, guess what?
exactly.
If look, you could argue whatever reason the Nuggets are not defending, they're talentless. They're not able to do it. They're not athletic enough. Whatever, the wrong game plan, wrong switch scheme, whatever. But if that team dials up defensively, the Wolves are going to lose by 20. They don't stand a chance in this series if the Denver Nuggets start playing defense. So good job, Jaden McDaniels. We'll look back on this in game 5 as the Nuggets are about to win the series and just be like, man, if only he hadn't opened his mouth and challenged the Denver Nuggets to play defense because that team can play defense. They do have defenders.
No, facts.
D-Town said, no shot. Penn thinks showing a picture of Jokic trying to draw a charge 3 to 5 business days early is a good look.
Honestly, I apologize. I didn't think that went through in terms of where the play was going. I just wanted to show how the breakdown starts because Jamal Murray cannot contain his man. I understand that Jokic is obviously in the wrong for trying to draw a charge there, but I'm trying to tell you, Anthony Edwards coming downhill, Rudy Gobert in the dunker spot, there's nothing you can do to take that away. There's things you can do to make it look better. You can definitely optically clean it up and not look so pathetic, but you're not taking that away from Anthony Edwards.
Did y'all see Rudy Gobert miss a dunk last night?
Yeah.
I seen him make a dunk. And I seen him get dunked on by another guy that doesn't really make
Jokic
dunks.
did dunk on, and I got hyped for that.
That was his only bucket in the
messed with
fourth,
that
right?
play.
That was his only
Yeah,
bucket
it
in the
was.
fourth.
Yeah, 1 for 7. Yeah.
Didn't he get one more? That was it?
No,
Hell no. Hell
that
no.
was it. Yeah.
Well, hey, at least he made it look good. Whoa Moo Done It said we can't eat without Swiper, but they have another guy that has been talking hot shit and his team is down 2-0. I don't know if y'all talked about that game.
He's talking about you, Pan, and your team being down 2-0.
I came up here last week and told y'all that the Cavaliers were for real, that James Harden and Donovan Mitchell were for real, that this team is being slept on, that they can go all the way to the finals. As people said, no, they're bums. They're this, they're that. They're not. I wanted the Knicks. Be real. I've been on record for fucking a month saying this. I prefer the Knicks for the Raptors because as much as we've gone 0-5 against them in the regular season, we never employed Colin Murray Boyles on what I think is the player he was born to stop, which is Karl-Anthony Towns. And Karl-Anthony Towns has killed us. I trust Scotty Barnes on Jalen Brunson 100%. And I'm going to trust that RJ Barrett and Brandon Ingram can hold up with OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges. We really didn't have a very good shot going into this Cavalier series. And that being said, we turned the ball over 22 times yesterday and shot 28% from 3. And it was still a single-digit game with like 4 or 5 minutes to go. So I'm just saying, Brandon Ingram doesn't go 2 for 15. We might have a chance in game 3. We're not as far as people think. And since the Raptors benched Jakob Poeltl after the first quarter, they actually played them pretty even.
I heard
All right.
y'all lost 7 of the 8 quarters that have been played so far, or something to that extent. I don't know.
Well,
I mean, it hasn't, but it's been getting better.
Yesterday.
I think we won maybe 1 or 2 quarters.
Maybe not. No, excuse me. Y'all haven't led. Y'all haven't had a lead in 7 of the 8 quarters that have been played. Yeah, not 1 quarter.
I don't know. We're having a lot of trouble containing point of attack on Donovan Mitchell. He's just too fast. So yesterday, I think they found an adjustment with Scotty Barnes guarding him, and it really seemed to do a
He
good
did
job.
a pretty good job. I wasn't mad at that.
And on the other end, they really don't have a matchup for Scotty. But I think like Swiper posted this thing where it's like Scotty by himself kind of guarding everybody. I don't think that's necessarily fair to CMB, who's doing a great job himself. But that's a rookie, man. So, I mean, I think if you're a Raptor fan watching the show being like, yo, Penn, give me hope. The future is bright, even though the present sucks. Present sucks.
All right. See some Y Nulo sent through five whatever it is. It looks like 5 pounds and said, Nicola, Motorola, Coca-Cola, Wolves in 5. Shout out Motorola and Coca-Cola.
3 straight wins. That will be funny.
I don't think they are because they're simply too. I'll keep it.
Y'all remember that Steph
basketball
Glaze
IQ
Fest
of the
last
team.
week? Y'all remember that Steph Glaze Fest last week? What happened? Like, oh my God, Kawhi Leonard.
Jalen Green happened.
Steph
Jalen
Curry
Green
would
happened.
never. Steph
Jalen
Curry would
Green
never. And then the
Yeah.
next game, Steph Curry did. So, you know, if Anthony Edwards is not perfectly right, Julius Randle
It's
has
hard to overcome Jalen Green, man. OKC gonna find out.
Okay.
D-Town sent through another $5 and said, Ron, please remind Penn to lift with his knees when moving the goalposts. Don't want to see him get hurt.
Man, shout outs to D-Town 1590 looking after my back. Making sure you got my back. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate that.
Salute D-Town, man. Salute D-Town. LeVar B. Ballin said, it's funny when Pencil can't cook, he'll try to slander the other guy's favorite players.
I'm trying to point out the hypocrisy. If you're going to tell me that this player is bad because he's not good at X, then I'm going to point out that there's another player that you think is amazing and you don't hold that same logic. I'm not the only person who's pointing out hypocrisy up here, but I'm the only person up here that you don't like. So it sounds worse coming out of my mouth. I'm on to your game.
I don't think you've pointed out hypocrisy once.
I have with the Kobe take. Kobe Bryant, 2000 to 2004, or 2001 to 2004, without Shaq, in the playoffs, negative 7.5 offensive rating, relatively.
Yeah, but that makes sense, though. Once
that
again,
doesn't make him a bad
Jokic is better
player.
than Kobe.
Yeah, but
But that's not
negative 7.5 is a
not
really
peak
bad number,
Kobe.
Ron. That's like role player numbers. But you're not going to disparage that entire run of Kobe based on, oh, this is what he did without Shaq, because that's not really fair to Kobe.
No, because we know what he
needed
did
Shaq.
without Shaq from 06 to 2010. Like we actually have more. We have more
Exactly.
of a sample
That's what
than 400 minutes of what he
Just-
did without Shaq. We have the sample.
we have.
That's why.
But when you talk about the Kobe GOAT case, right? You bring him up as a second option.
I wouldn't
in the
have
first
Kobe as a
three-peat.
GOAT tier offensive player.
You don't. But I'm sure the man above you who was bobbling along as you were ripping apart Nikola Jokic.
What are the
probably
two players
does.
that I've repeatedly brought up?
He said MJ and Bron. That's his tier.
Okay. Is
But-
it either that Kobe Bryant?
Do you think Kobe Bryant is a better offensive player than Nikola Jokic? Hold on. Fucking unhook my microphone. There you go.
I got you, Pin. Don't even worry about it.
Is he a better offensive player than Kobe Bean Bryant?
Who's led better playoff offenses?
Oh, get out of here. I didn't ask
come
you.
get cooked.
No. Question
come
with
feel
a
this
question.
cook
No,
session.
definitively stand on it. Is
Makes
he a
super
better
tough.
offensive player? Is he a better offensive player?
Has Nikola
I'm
Jokic
not
ever
talking
averaged
playoffs. I'm not
35?
talking playoffs or regular season. I'm saying better offensive player in your little GOAT tier, which features LeBron and Michael at the very top. Is Kobe Bryant higher on that list than Nikola Jokic?
Has he averaged 35?
Oh my god!
Mm.
All right,
Has he scored 81 points?
All right. You know what?
Come on,
Bam!
You're not
I
willing
knew
to
it.
say
I
yes,
knew it. I
which
knew Bam.
means
I knew Bam. I knew Bam.
with you not willing to say
that's
yes
actually
is
such an
a
elite
yes,
comeback
bro.
these days.
So you are saying that you do not have Kobe Bryant over Nikola Jokic as an offensive player. Who knew, man? Shout outs to you, man. That's amazing. You've been hating on Nikola Jokic this whole time. Next thing I know is because he passed Kobe Bryant on your little GOAT tier list. My bad.
Void Century YT said, Raptors fan who told me to keep that same energy yesterday. I'm back, nigga. Trash ass Ingram and Barnes got dog walked by D Mitch and Harden again. L Pin and L Ron.
Ron, after you told me that you picked the Cavaliers, what did I tell you? Sorry, after you told me you picked the Raptors, what did I tell you?
I don't
I
remember.
said, Ron, please pick the Cavaliers.
I
because
said I'll lift the bounty. Hey, you lift the debt, I'll lift the bounty.
I'm not paying $70.
So you choose.
I'm not
All
paying.
right.
I'm not giving you $70.
Raptors and 6. Nah, Mars. Raptors and 6.
It's Raptors and 7. It's cool.
I got him in 6. So, man, come on. Let's do what we do best. Hey, we going up north, baby. We going to the north. We gonna get to.
Come on. What we gotta do, protect home court and then win game 7 on the road. That's what we gotta do. Come on.
We got it. All right, the next super chat is from D-Town1590. D-Town said there's no shot. Well, he sent through this twice. Oh, no. This is another one. There's no shot we are blaming Murray for Jokic playing Ole defense. He can't even do a simple hands-up contest. What are we doing?
Well, it's been brought to my
nothing
attention
simple.
per Swiper Cam that Jokic defended 23 shots last night, and the Wolves shot 9 for 23 when he was the closest defender, which is only 39.1%. And Julius Randle was 2 for 5 in his drives against Jokic, and Ant was 4 for 10. So, yeah, fried.
So Nikola Jokic was not
actually,
the worst defender.
yeah, exactly. His defense was actually just good. Fuck your eyes. What the fuck? Defense was good.
And along those lines, Respect Steph clearly disagrees because Respect Steph said, it's a layup line in Denver if y'all need to stretch and loosen up.
And tell that to Ant. He was 4 for 10.
We did visibly see Ant like just miss 2 layups.
No, he ain't missed. His shot got altered by rim
facts.
protection.
You're
Yeah.
right.
Rim deterrence?
No, the shots went up.
Rim
No,
phobia.
he was at the rim, so he didn't deter.
Yeah, the shots went up. He didn't deter them.
Yeah,
But he
Really,
altered the shots.
you
He
know,
altered the shots. He altered the shots.
rim phobia. He got scared in the last minute, and then something,
I mean,
some.
shit, I'd be
little switch
scared if
happened.
Jokic come over to protect the rim. Ooh, that's a presence.
Absolutely, 300 pounds at the rim, 100%.
Exactly.
MD sent through a super chat and said, is Kevin Garnett a poor post defender compared to Tim Duncan? He seemed to have been taken advantage of in the post by Pau Gasol, etc.
Compared to Tim Duncan, I would say, yeah. He's a much worse post defender than Tim Duncan. That was probably KG's biggest weakness as a defender.
Yeah, that was his biggest weakness.
His
as a
post defense.
defender. Mhm. And Powell was
Respects.
giving him work in 10.
Powell was like that though.
Mm-hmm.
Respect Steph.
In 08 though. But,
Respect Steph said, let's see what stats Ping gonna bring out for Jokic's defense today. This was early. Well, not early in the show, but this is before we, really got into that. Well, shout out to the stats that were put up, whichever ones they were. The Trib one said 4 Jokic minutes to still be a +1 is hilarious. I had Nuggets in 6. If they win the series, should the Wolves blow it up? Couldn't score against them.
I just realized we're 90 minutes overtime right now. What?
Yeah, we've been talking for a while. This happens when we don't start the Nuggets segment until 2 hours and 20. We had a lot.
Shout out to the Nuggets segments, man.
Yeah,
time flies when you're having fun, right?
I'm hungry.
But should the Wolves blow it up? Oh my God, real talk.
It depends what. It's
crazy. It's crazy. The buffet couldn't fill me up.
It depends what blowing it up means. I'm trying to keep Jaden McDaniels and I'm trying to keep Rudy. So those 3 I'm trying to keep at all costs. Everyone else, I think you can explore and trying to make the roster stronger, but those would be the 3 I'm trying to keep.
Nims gassed up, said Swiper is defending this on Twitter by saying Minnesota shot 9 for 13 at the rim when contested by Jokic. Respect. My eyes deceiving me, apparently.
I had to check that for myself. That's why I read the tweet. Because
So you genuinely don't believe that?
Well, the numbers are right there. So
Yeah, but those 9 misses, like those 9 makes, like any situation where a guy goes like 5 for 15, you'd be like, yeah, but those 5 he hit. If it's your favorite player, those 5 shots hit better than the 10 misses. If you hate the player, those 10 misses are going to hit much more. This is all relative. Your objective reality on watching the game is not objective at all. You're honed in on certain things. You're keyed into certain things. If you're trying to look if you're trying to, I guarantee you, and that's why I think Swiper and people come up here trying to direct your eyes into the right area, right? So right now I'm saying Jamal Murray is getting fried defensively.
I'm sick of this shit, y'all. Bippin Hart said, Bippin Hart said, you said KD is the best.
Pen, I stand with you.
What's RS?
Regular season.
The best regular season scorer behind Mike, but Kobe has a higher single season point per game and volume. Just having a hard time with you not having Kobe there, given he's a Mike clone.
I think he's just worse than Michael Jordan. Whether that be volume, efficiency, skill set relative to the time. Like it's just Kobe, I think, was more skilled, but as a relative to era guy. MJ's athletic tools just made it easier for scoring to come from him. Same thing with Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant in the regular season doesn't have 35 point per game seasons, but he's also like in 2016, he was second in the league in both volume and efficiency. Like that just gets glossed over because Steph had the season he had. But Kevin Durant was literally second in the league in points and second in the league in true shooting. Of like any volume scorers, like DeAndre Jordan might have had a higher true shooting, but of any volume scorers, he was second in the league. That's how efficient he was. And from 2011 to 2016, he was probably the best regular season scorer in the sport for that whole time. And then his volume went down once he got to Golden State, but he was still obviously skill set wise. There's no question about it. So I just don't really have any holes in Kevin Durant's regular season scoring profile. Like if I had to pick a nit between Kobe and Kevin Durant, I don't have any holes in Kobe's scoring profile in the regular season for as well. But he was just less efficient than Kevin Durant. He just was. So if I'm going to favor one, both of them are flawless. You give me the one who could shoot the 3 at a higher clip and was more efficient with better physical tools. It's just an easier argument to make, in my opinion.
All right, we got some more members. I got to go ahead and shout everybody out. Ruben Austin became a member. Shout out to Ruben and shout out to Austin. Drink More Water became a member. Shout out to Drink More Water for re-upping your membership. Hopefully you became an all-star or even a Hall of Famer. Drink More Water. iOS Inc. rejoined up too. Shout out my man iOS. Appreciate you for joining up as a member. And Little McKee also became a YouTube member. Shout out to Little McKee. And shout out to everybody else that has became a member. Remember, We got member streams that are coming up here very soon. As you can see on the screen, Sundays and Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern time, members will run the stream. They will run that hour that we will be giving you guys content specifically for the members. We will see you guys there. Moving along, the next super chat that we have is from Optimal Focus. Said, here y'all go with the Kobe slander. Joker is nowhere near the tier of Kobe. Stop it. Since Kobe left us, y'all got real wild with these takes.
Cool.
I agree, Optimal Focus. I agree.
I ain't trying to be here.
Well,
for
Jokic
another
wasn't this
45
level
minutes,
of
so-
player before Kobe died. So.
I agree, Optimal Focus. Zen and Foss sent through a members chat and said Trae Young light is greater than Jalen Bronson.
Who's Jalen Bronson?
Who's Trae Young like?
Trae Young light. Yeah, who's that?
Shout out Trae Young's light. Cozy Newton sent through a members chat and said, go at Jokic, Jamal, all the bad defenders, Tim Hardaway, Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon, their whole team.
It would be hilarious if the Nuggets hold them to like 90 points next game.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Like I feel
I don't even
it-
care if it happens just because the Wolves missed threes. I'm still gonna die laughing.
Look, like it's just a thing. If you talk shit to the media, you create a story. That means you have to answer for that story.
So basically, they wrote a check. Now they ask better cash it.
Yo, it's,
Well, I
like,
mean, yeah.
it's like Brandon Ingram after game one. He calls out his coaches. I don't get enough touches. I don't get enough touches. You can't come out 2 for 15 the next game. Now it's all on you. So this is the whole
Damn,
thing.
Jaden.
If
You shouldn't have said that then.
If Jaden McDaniels is gonna be like, oh, they're all bad defenders, and then they put up like I don't know 130 points, and they hold you to 95, and they blow you out in the next game. Talk now. You putting a spotlight on yourself, and you're not the better team in the series. I would not talk shit like this. if I
There's
was
a
the
lot of
worst team.
aura to be gained if it works.
I mean, if it works, yeah,
Yeah,
you
but-
put up 150, give your team some confidence here. But you know, this is
Why are
this
they
is-
not the better team in the series?
Can we?
There's no fucking way in hell. Look, I'll respect Minnesota, but you are not going to try to tell me that they are the better team entering this series.
No facts. The one team in the series that's been top 10 on both sides of the court for the entirety of the year isn't the better team. Facts.
It's
That's
Zam Zay. Said Tyler Hero is a tier above Kuminga. Chill.
Sky blue, grass green, me fat.
206 Nate sent through a members chat and said, would Swiper have had an honest convo on Jokic today?
Depends how you define honest. He probably would have said
He's lying on Twitter right now. So.
he probably would have said this is one of those shows, you know, but being unserious, something like that, But, I don't know.
Ashton Martin said, overtime of doom. Dub panel, but L host?
Yeah, we've been there for a while, man. I might have to leave early tomorrow because of this.
Yeah, me too.
You
Mm.
start early. Start early next time, Mars. No load man.
If they would have
Yeah.
started with the games that mattered, shit, I would
bro,
have.
I've been talking.
Yeah, Mars,
for
start the show 30 minutes early.
I had
I'll
nothing
be there when
to
the show's
say
supposed to
about a
start.
whole Jonathan Kuminga segment and drafting stash. I'm sorry.
We
I had
did-
nothing
we
to
did
add to
have-
those conversations.
Shout out JK, man.
No, we
I
had a
nothing
diverse
to add to
episode
should
today.
draft and stash be back. I had nothing to add to.
We had a diverse episode today. I actually enjoyed all of our topics today, and I actually forgot I do have to be. I am back tomorrow. Wednesday's my scheduled day.
Yeah, so if I have nothing
Today's
to
Tuesday,
say, I just don't
yeah.
say it. Yeah, I was surprised to see you today.
Yeah,
Good to see you, real talk. I figured you would enjoy today's
Ron
episode.
hit me at the I believe it was like the beginning of the fourth. He's like, "Hey,
You want to come up here and make this conversation completely untenable, unmanageable, unmovable? Okay, cool.
I hit Swiper too, but you know, he never opened the message. So
Oh,
I
did you
can't
actually
say-
offer Swiper to come up?
I can't say he would have said no or yes. He just didn't open the message. So
Mhm.
shout out to Swiper for ignoring me. I am Justin Miller said 100. Cook Mars.
Okay.
We got one more members chat from the Trib one. Said, I guess the Nuggets beating them game one means the Wolves have only bad defenders too. A series without good defenders on the court, I guess.
I mean,
How does that? Okay.
I agree. The
I
trip
don't even
one. I
understand
agree.
how that's what that means, but I guess.
All right, y'all. We have one more member, Sleeper Kieran. Sleeper Kieran. We'll settle with Kieran. Sleeper Kieran became a YouTube member. Shout out to Sleeper and shout out to everybody else that became a member this episode. If you're not a member yet, go ahead and become a member. Enjoy the perks because this is the time to become one right before we get into our member streams. And there's so much more that we've added to our member tiers. Go check them out. Also, we just got a last minute super chat that just snuck in. A buzzer beater. Nims gassed up, said Ron was smiling cheek to cheek when he reached out to Real Talk. You know you nasty for that, Ronald. No, see, here's the thing. I know you guys want to call me nasty. On the way out, did you guys notice that it's Tuesday and one guy from Houston that should be up here is not up here?
Mhm.
You know, we had to find a replacement, and Real Talk just happened to be the next best replacement after Swiper was supposed to be the original replacement. So blame Drench and blame Swiper. But all right, y'all. It was fun. It was real while it lasted the whole 4 hours and 30 minutes. We will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, to talk about why Kevin Durant. Well, we'll talk about that tomorrow.
Merry Christmas.
Peace.